Well, 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 my tired friends. It's reached that time for slumber, which is why you're turning this on, so welcome in. Tonight we're easing into the entire history of Switzerland, not as a list of dates and battles, but as the slow story of mountain communities, shifting alliances, careful independence, and a country that learned how to hold itself together in the middle of larger powers. This is a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story around all the cool, fun stuff that has helped shape Switzerland to what it is today. So if these help you unwind, feel free to follow, leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight. Now settle into your pillow, let your shoulders loosen like some pudding, and we'll gently make our way into the story together. You're standing at the edge of a lake, not the Switzerland you might picture from a travel advertisement, with its tidy red mountain trains and its window boxes stuffed with geraniums. This is much older than that. The year is somewhere around 3000 BCE, and the water in front of you is so clear you can see the submerged logs on the bottom even in the deep places, where the cold presses upward like a held breath. Around you, built on oak and alder poles driven into the mud of the shallows, a village is waking up. Smoke drifts low across the surface in the morning air. A child somewhere nearby has found a dog to bother. The people moving between these elevated wooden platforms are farmers and weavers and fishermen, and they have been building their lives above this particular lake for as long as anyone alive can remember. These were the pile-dwelling peoples of prehistoric Switzerland. They raised their homes over the shallows of the great alpine lakes because the water offered things that solid ground sometimes could not. Protection, steady food, a reliable boundary between the settlement and whatever was moving through the forest at night. Their villages dotted Lake Constance, Lake Zurich, Lake Geneva, and dozens of smaller bodies of water spread across the plateau between the Jura Hills and the peaks to the south. For centuries, historians suspected communities like these had existed somewhere in the prehistoric record, but solid evidence was elusive. Then, in the 1850s, an unusually dry winter dropped the water level in Lake Zurich far enough to expose stretches of lake bed that had been submerged for thousands of years. Workers clearing the shallows began pulling wooden stakes out of the mud, perfectly preserved by cold water and the absence of air. The discovery changed the picture entirely, and Swiss cantonal archaeologists spent the following decades piecing together a world that no written source had thought to document. What emerged from those excavations was detailed and surprising. The pile-dwelling communities were skilled farmers who grew emmer wheat, millet, lentils and flax. They kept cattle and pigs and sheep. They wove cloth on vertical looms and produced pottery with geometric decorations that felt more considered than functional. They also repaired things, which sounds unremarkable, until you realise it means they expected their tools and vessels to last, and that patience about material objects tends to reflect a certain stability in how people understand their days. They traded too, and not just with their nearest neighbours. Copper arrived from the Eastern Alps. Tin moved down from distant sources to the northwest. Amber from the Baltic coast showed up in lakeshore settlements on the Swiss plateau, which means someone had walked it, or passed it, through a very long chain of exchanges involving people who had never met one another. By the Bronze Age, roughly 2,000 years before the Common Era, these communities had become nodes in a continental network of exchange that stretched in all directions. Salt travelled up from the south. Finished bronze objects moved along valleys and river corridors with a regularity that looks, from this distance, less like casual trade and more like logistics. The Iron Age that followed brought a cultural flowering centred on a site on the northeastern shore of Lake Neuchâtel. The place was called La Tène, and it gave its name to an artistic tradition that spread across the Celtic world during the final centuries before Rome arrived. The craftspeople working in this tradition produced swords and scabbards and torques and fibulae decorated with organic spiralling forms that looked almost alive in the right light. A La Tène sword scabbard looks less like an object of violence than something a person made slowly over many evenings, for the private satisfaction of making it exactly right. Among the Celtic groups living on the plateau in this period were the Helvetii, a tribal confederation that occupied a wide stretch of the land between the Rhine, the Rhone and the Alps. Julius Caesar wrote about them in his account of the Gallic Wars, a document historians approach with the same mix of admiration and wariness they apply to memoirs written by generals who had reasons to make themselves look indispensable. Caesar described the Helvetii as large in number and forceful in character. This is not wrong, but it is the description of someone sizing up a problem. Around 60 BCE, a Helvetian nobleman named Orgetorix began promoting a plan that was either visionary or wildly optimistic, and which history suggests was probably both at once. Pressure from Germanic peoples to the north and east had been building for years. Orgetorix proposed that the Helvetii respond not by defending their ground, but by abandoning it entirely, burning their own settlements and grain stores behind them to prevent retreat, and migrating westward through Gaul with their allies to establish a new position in more favourable territory. This required convincing somewhere between 200 and 400,000 people to set fire to everything they owned, which is a remarkable achievement in persuasion regardless of how the rest of the story goes. Orgetorix died before the migration began. The precise circumstances Caesar records are vague in the way that vague things often are when the death involved a political decision that no surviving party wanted examined too closely. The migration went ahead anyway in 58 BCE. The route west required passing through territory Rome considered its own. Caesar, who had been governing that territory and looking for a reason to expand his military portfolio, blocked the crossing at the Rhone near Geneva and refused passage. What followed was a series of engagements that ended badly for the Helvetii. The survivors, a reduced and exhausted portion of the people who had set out, were ordered to turn back and repopulate the plateau they had burned. It was one of the more dispiriting conclusions to a large-scale migration in ancient history. The Helvetii returned and rebuilt. Life on the plateau continued. Roman legions followed within a generation, and the world the pile-dwelling farmers had shaped over 2,000 years began acquiring a new layer on top of it. What the deep record shows, across all those centuries before the legions arrived, is a place that was already complicated. Communities that farmed difficult land and made it produce. Traders who moved goods across mountain passes before anyone had thought to build roads through them. Craftspeople who made objects of elegance in materials that demanded precision. These were not people waiting for history to begin. They were already in the middle of it, long before any empire thought to record their names. The lake dwellings were not static places. They burned, some of them, and were rebuilt on the same footprint above the same water, which means the communities that rebuilt them considered the location worth the effort of starting again. Archaeologists have found layers of ash in some sites, followed by new post holes driven through the scorched layer, which is about as close as a lake bed can come to expressing resilience. The people of the Bronze Age plateau also had a relationship with death that their material culture illuminates in careful detail. Burial goods from the period include bronze work of real quality, items that would have required months of skilled labour to produce. The fact that these objects were placed with the dead rather than passed on to the living suggests that the communities making them were producing enough surplus craft to afford the gesture. Poverty does not bury its finest work. There is also the matter of the deer. Deer bones appear repeatedly in pile-dwelling refuse deposits alongside cattle and pig and fish bones, but deer are not domestic animals, and hunting them requires a different kind of knowledge than farming them. The hunters who supplied the lakeshore settlements understood the forests around them with an intimacy that only regular presence produces, and they moved between the cultivated and the wild with an ease that the neat distinction between farming and hunting somewhat obscures. The Latin craftspeople of the Iron Age added another dimension to this picture. Their metalwork was not purely decorative, and it was not purely functional. The objects they produced seemed designed to occupy a space between the two, to be used but also to be looked at, to fulfill a purpose but also to demonstrate that the person carrying or wearing the object was someone for whom beauty and utility were not separate categories. A lateen fibula, which is essentially an elaborate safety pin used to fasten clothing, sometimes carries more artistry in its construction than a modern jeweller would give to a commissioned necklace. The spiral work, the animal forms emerging from the curves, the careful balance between the two halves of the design, all of this required a craftsperson who had internalized a visual language and was fluent enough in it to improvise. These were not objects made from a template, they were made from a tradition held in someone's hands and eyes. The lake in your imagination has gone still now. The morning mist has lifted off the surface. The platforms have long since settled back into the mud, but the stakes are still down there, standing in the dark water, waiting to be found by someone with a dry winter and a curiosity about what the lakebed remembers. Close your eyes slightly and let the landscape shift. The mountains are still there, they will always be there, but now there are roads. Roman roads in Switzerland were not casual paths worn into the ground by repeated use. They were engineered surfaces, layered with gravel and stone, cambered to shed water, and wide enough for a loaded wagon and a century of soldiers to pass without negotiating right of way. The Romans built roads the way they built everything, which is to say with an attention to permanence that bordered on philosophical commitment. After Caesar's campaigns pushed Roman authority north of the Alps, the territory that would become Switzerland was gradually absorbed into the administrative framework of the empire. The western lowlands fell under the province of Gallia Belgica and later Germania Superior. The eastern Alpine regions became part of Raetia. The specific names and boundaries shifted more than once over the following centuries, but the general reality remained constant. Rome was here and was not planning to leave. The most impressive monument to Roman ambition in this region was the city of Aventicum, which stood where the small Swiss town of Avenches stands today. In the 1st and 2nd centuries of the Common Era, Aventicum was the capital of the province of Upper Germany, a wealthy and well-ordered city of somewhere between 10 and 20,000 inhabitants at its height. It had an amphitheatre, a theatre, a forum, temples, public baths and a city wall that stretched for nearly 6 kilometres around the settlement. The amphitheatre at Aventicum could seat 10,000 spectators, which means the Romans who planned it expected a substantial and enthusiastic audience. What they staged there in terms of spectacle we can partly infer and mostly imagine, but the scale of the structure suggests a city that understood entertainment as a civic function, not a luxury. The baths deserve particular attention because they tell you something about how Roman life actually felt from the inside. The public bath complexes of Roman Switzerland were not simply places to get clean. They were heated, layered environments designed to move you progressively through different temperatures in a sequence that took the better part of an afternoon. You entered through an undressing room, moved into warm spaces, proceeded to the very hot rooms, and eventually made your way to the cold plunge that completed the circuit. The Romans had figured out, 1700 years before anyone invented a wellness retreat, that the contrast between extreme heat and cold water produced a physical sensation that people would pay for regularly and voluntarily. This tells you something about both Roman ingenuity and about the persistence of certain basic human desires. After the bath, the Roman resident of Aventicum might have walked a colonnaded street back toward the Forum, stopping at a food stall selling something hot in a bowl, passing the temple of the Matronae where local women brought offerings, and navigating the particular social geography of a provincial city in which Roman administrative rank, indigenous Celtic wealth, and the new occurrences of commercial success all coexisted in the same public spaces without quite agreeing on a hierarchy. The Forum of Aventicum was not Rome. It was something more interesting, a place where different ways of understanding status were being negotiated in real time, through the daily rituals of greeting and precedence, and the careful art of whom you acknowledged when you passed on the street. Beyond Aventicum, smaller Roman settlements, way stations and military posts scattered across the plateau and into the valleys. Vindonissa, on the Aar River near modern Brugge, was a major legionary fortress that housed successive Roman legions for about a century. Augusta Raurica, east of modern Basel, grew into a prosperous trading city whose ruins are among the best preserved Roman remains in the entire country. Finds from Augusta Raurica include an extraordinary treasure of Roman silver discovered in 1961 beneath a field, 66 pieces of tableware and jewellery that were apparently buried in a hurry sometime around 350 CE by someone who intended to come back for them, and, for reasons history does not record, never did. The condition of the silverware suggests a person of considerable means. The circumstances of its burial suggest a very bad afternoon. Roman administration brought with it not just roads and cities, but a more diffuse cultural reshaping. Latin spread across the plateau, and a Romanized local population began producing the hybrid culture historians call Gallo-Roman, a blending of indigenous Celtic customs with Roman forms in language, religion, agriculture, and material life. The plateau peoples adapted. Celtic deities began to acquire Roman names, or to be merged with Roman counterparts. Local craftspeople learned Roman techniques and applied them to forms they had been making for generations. Farmers on the plateau grew grapes and pressed wine, not because the alpine climate encouraged it, but because Roman culture demanded it, and Roman roads made selling it practical. The mountains resisted somewhat more than the plateau. The high alpine valleys were difficult to administer, expensive to garrison, and home to populations who found Roman authority more theoretical than practical. But even there, Roman trade goods moved in. and Roman coins appeared in contexts far removed from any official settlement. By the 2nd century of the Common Era, the Swiss plateau was a settled and prosperous corner of an empire that stretched from Scotland to the Euphrates. A merchant in Aventicum could correspond with a colleague in Antioch. A farmer outside Augusta Aurica could sell surplus grain into a market network that connected to cities he would never see. The roads that made all of this possible are still visible in the modern Swiss landscape, their straight lines cutting across hillsides and valley floors in ways that no medieval road ever quite replicated. Then, in the 3rd century, the edges of the empire began to fray. Germanic raiding parties crossed the Rhine with increasing frequency. The legionary fortress at Vindonissa was abandoned as military priorities shifted. The city walls at Aventicum were reinforced, and then were no longer enough. The city contracted. Its outlying districts emptied. The great amphitheatre stopped filling. The baths cooled. This did not happen all at once, and it did not feel from the inside like a civilization ending. It felt like a series of hard years following other hard years, each one diminishing some expectation that had previously seemed permanent. The silver treasure outside Augusta Aurica tells you precisely what it felt like for the person who buried it, clutching a bag of beautiful things in a field, hoping the bad times would pass. The gradual Christianization of Roman Switzerland added yet another layer to this accumulating mix. The first Christian communities in the region appeared during the 3rd and 4th centuries, initially in the cities, and then spreading through the trade and administrative networks that the Roman road system maintained. The bishop's seat at Aventicum was established by the late 4th century, and the old city, even as it contracted, became a centre of ecclesiastical organisation that outlasted its political importance. What is striking about the Christianization of Roman Switzerland is how it folded into rather than replace the existing fabric of religious life. Dedications to Celtic deities romanized into hybrid forms continue to appear in the archaeological record alongside early Christian material, suggesting that the transition was not a sudden substitution, but a slow layering, with new beliefs accumulating over existing ones the way soil accumulates over old foundations. The roads that Roman engineers had cut through the landscape continued to function as the arteries of this new religious geography. Pilgrimage routes, episcopal correspondence, the movement of clergy between communities, all of these travelled the same gravel surfaces that had carried legions and merchants 2 centuries earlier. The empire's infrastructure outlasted the empire by generations simply because it was there, and maintaining what is already built is easier than building from nothing. By the late 4th century, Roman authority in what is now Switzerland had thinned to something closer to a name than an administration. The roads remained. The aqueducts continued to function where they were maintained. The Latin spoken on the plateau would persist and eventually become the Romansh language, still spoken today in the canton of Graubünden, a sliver of Rome preserved in mountain grammar. The empire did not so much fall here as withdraw, and in the space it left, new arrangements began to form with the patience of people who had learned to work in difficult terrain. Let the landscape settle again. The roads are still there, though they are growing grass between the stones. The cities have shrunk to villages. The aqueducts run dry in places where no one has repaired them in a generation. But people are still here, and the mountains have not moved, and life continues with the stubborn momentum that life generally manages even when the organisational structure around it collapses. In the centuries following Rome's withdrawal, the territory of modern Switzerland was divided between 2 Germanic peoples who approached the land with very different temperaments. The Burgundians settled in the western regions, the areas around Lake Geneva and the Rhone Valley, and they integrated with the existing Romanized population with what historians describe as relative accommodation. They adopted Latin, they accepted Christianity, they worked within administrative forms that echoed Roman models, and in doing so preserved much of the cultural continuity of the plateau's western half. The Alemanni, who settled the eastern and central regions, were more comprehensive in their restructuring. Their language replaced Latin in the territories they occupied, which is why German is spoken in the cantons around Zurich and Bern today, while French is spoken in the regions around Geneva and Lausanne. The language boundary that runs through modern Switzerland is not a modern political invention. It is the fossilized outline of a settlement pattern that was established in the 5th and 6th centuries, pressed into the landscape while the paint was still wet. The Franks arrived next, absorbing both groups into the expanding Carolingian kingdom during the 8th century, under the energetic authority of Charlemagne. The incorporation of the Swiss territories into the Carolingian system brought administrative order of a kind the region had not seen since Rome, along with a reinvigorated church network that built monasteries in valleys throughout the Alps. The monasteries of early medieval Switzerland were not merely religious institutions, though they were certainly that. They were also libraries, granaries, hospitals, schools, and land management enterprises that shaped the agricultural patterns of entire regions. The Abbey of St Gallen, founded in the 7th century on the tradition of an Irish monk named Gallus, who reportedly decided to stop travelling after falling into a thorn bush and taking it as a sign, became one of the great centres of learning in medieval Europe. The library at St Gallen preserved manuscripts that would otherwise have been lost entirely during the chaotic centuries following Rome's contraction. Scribes there copied texts in Latin, Greek, and early vernacular languages, producing illuminated pages that combined Roman and Germanic and Celtic visual traditions into something entirely their own. The scriptorium was probably not a quiet place to work. Medieval manuscript production was a collective, noisy, and sometimes contentious process, and the margins of surviving texts contain remarks from frustrated copyists about difficult working conditions that would not sound out of place in a group chat. The library at St Gallen preserved manuscripts that would otherwise have been lost entirely during the chaotic centuries following Rome's contraction. Scribes there copied texts in Latin, Greek, and early vernacular languages, producing illuminated pages that combined Roman and Germanic and Celtic visual traditions into something entirely their own. The scriptorium was probably not a quiet place to work. Medieval manuscript production was a collective, noisy, and sometimes contentious process, and the margins of surviving texts contain remarks from frustrated copyists about difficult working conditions that would not sound out of place in a group chat. The monastery also controlled substantial agricultural land in the surrounding region, and the relationship between the abbey and the farming communities that worked that land was, like most feudal relationships, a mixture of genuine mutual dependency and persistent power imbalance. The monks needed the labour. The farmers needed the security and the access to surplus storage in bad years. Neither party would have described the arrangement as ideal, but both parties understood that the alternative was considerably worse. Life in the mountain valleys during this period moved according to rhythms that the documentary record captures only partially. The court records that survive from medieval Swiss communities deal primarily in disputes, which means historians know a great deal about what went wrong and rather less about what went smoothly. What the disputes reveal, read carefully, is a world in which land, water rights, grazing access and marriage alliances were the primary currencies of local power, and in which the ability to negotiate those currencies determined whether a family prospered or diminished over generations. The summer pasture communities that formed around the high alpine grazing grounds had their own informal governance structures, with appointed herdsmen responsible for managing the shared assets of the Alp and adjudicating disputes about grazing limits and milk allocation. These structures were old, some of them predating any documentary record, and they operated through custom and collective memory rather than written law. The fact that they worked at all in the demanding conditions of high-altitude farming is a testament to the organisational capacity of communities that outsiders sometimes mistook for simple. After Charlemagne's empire fragmented in the 9th century, the Swiss territories passed through successive hands and administrative arrangements, eventually becoming part of the Holy Roman Empire, that famously misnamed institution that was, depending on which historian you ask, neither particularly holy, nor especially Roman, nor an empire in any consistent sense of the word. Under the nominal authority of the Holy Roman Empire, the mountain valleys and plateau cantons of Switzerland developed as a mosaic of local powers. Great noble families, chief among them the Habsburgs, built their influence through land acquisition, strategic marriages and the control of mountain passes. The Habsburgs originated in what is now the canton of Aargau, from a fortress called the Habichtsburg, meaning Hawk's Castle, and in the 12th and 13th centuries they were still primarily a regional Swiss family, rather than the continental dynastic force they would eventually become. The mountain communities that would later form the core of the Swiss Confederation were organised around valley communities with their own systems of collective decision-making, grazing rights, and shared obligations. Cattle in particular shaped the rhythms of life in ways that modern readers can underestimate. The seasonal movement of animals to high summer pastures and back down to valley farms in autumn, called transhumance, required negotiation across community boundaries, and produced a culture of practical cooperation that had nothing romantic about it. It was simply necessary. In the great alpine valleys, the growing season was short, the soil was thin, and the weather had opinions. Communities that did not organise themselves to share labour during the critical windows of planting and harvest did not survive to discuss better methods. This had been true before Rome, and it remained true long after Rome was a memory preserved mainly in place names and the grammar of languages spoken at lower altitudes. The lords and bishops and abbots who held legal authority over these communities were often distant, sometimes absent, and occasionally more interested in their own territorial disputes than in the administrative requirements of mountain villages. This created over several centuries a pattern in which local communities developed robust internal governance simply because no one more powerful was paying close enough attention to do it for them. It was the political equivalent of learning to fix your own plumbing because the landlord lives in another country. By the time the landlord eventually showed up with paperwork, the tenants had developed an opinion about the paperwork. The 13th century brought new pressures. The Habsburgs were expanding their territorial control aggressively. The opening of the St. Gothard Pass around 1230 transformed the central Alpine valleys from remote agricultural communities into strategically important points on the primary route between northern Europe and Italy. Whoever controlled the pass controlled significant revenue, and the men who controlled significant revenue attracted the attention of larger powers. The forest cantons of Uri, Schwyz and Unterwalden had each obtained documents from the Holy Roman Empire granting them the status of imperial immediacy, meaning they answered directly to the emperor, rather than to intermediate lords like the Habsburgs. These were not insignificant pieces of paper, they were the legal foundation on which the communities would shortly begin building something that had no precedent in the existing order. The mountains were watching, the passes were open, and in the late summer of 1291 something happened in a meadow above Lake Lucerne that would eventually, several centuries and considerable political evolution later, become the origin story of a country. The night before whatever gathering took place at Rutli, or wherever the actual conversations happened, the men involved probably slept badly. They were committing themselves to something that would make powerful enemies. The Habsburgs were not a family that accepted the inconvenience of other people's legal arrangements with equanimity. What the forest canton representatives had to offer one another was not wealth or military certainty. It was the promise that when trouble came, they would not be alone. That is a modest thing to put on a piece of parchment. It is also, in the long view, an enormous one. There is a meadow called Rutli above the western shore of Lake Lucerne, at an altitude where the air is noticeably thinner, and the view across the water involves 4 different mountain ranges competing for your attention. Tradition holds that in August of 1291, representatives of the 3 forest communities of Uri, Schwyz and Unterwalden met here and swore an oath of mutual defence. This oath was recorded on a document, written in Latin on a piece of parchment that still exists and can be viewed in the Federal Charter Museum in Schwyz, that confirmed the alliance between the 3 communities and committed them to supporting one another against external threats. The Federal Charter of 1291, as historians have come to call it, is less dramatic as a document than its importance might suggest. It does not declare independence, it does not found a nation. It is a practical compact between communities that had worked together informally for years and decided in the political circumstances of 1291 that writing things down was prudent. The year 1291 was chosen as the founding date of Switzerland not by the people who signed the charter, but by historians in the 19th century who were looking for a fixed point around which to build a national narrative. The date 1st August 1291, now celebrated as Swiss National Day, was officially designated in 1891 as part of the country's 600th anniversary celebration. It is, in other words, a birthday that was selected retroactively, which is a more common feature of national origin stories than most national origin stories are willing to admit. What actually happened in the decades following 1291 was a gradual and sometimes violent consolidation of the Confederations' position against Habsburg pressure. The decisive military test came in 1315 at Morgarten, a narrow pass in the canton of Schwyz, where a Habsburg force moving to reassert control over the forest cantons was ambushed by a smaller Confederate force using the landscape with a precision that suggested extensive local knowledge and considerable premeditation. The Habsburgs, whose knights were equipped for open field combat and were not suited to being pelted with rocks and logs from above while wedged into a mountain pass, suffered a catastrophic defeat. The victory at Morgarten was not just a military result. It was a demonstration that the organisational model of the forest communities, built on collective obligation and intimate knowledge of local terrain, could defeat a conventionally superior force if the terrain was right and the preparation was thorough. This lesson was not lost on the surrounding communities, and the Confederation began to grow. Lucerne joined in 1332, Zurich in 1351, Glarus and Zug in 1352. Bern, already a substantial city with its own political ambitions, joined in 1353. This grouping of 8 members is what historians call the Old Confederation, a loose alliance of communities that were often disagreeing with one another, but who had enough shared interest in not being absorbed by the Habsburgs to maintain the arrangement. The Battle of Sempach in 1386 added another chapter to the military reputation the Confederation was building. An Austrian force under Duke Leopold III attempted to reassert Habsburg authority and was defeated by a Confederate army in a battle that produced the legend of Arnold von Winkelried, a soldier said to have gathered a bundle of enemy spears to his own chest to create a gap in the Austrian line for his comrades to advance through. Whether Winkelried was a real individual or a figure assembled from battlefield legend is debated by historians, but the story was told and retold for centuries because it captured something the Confederation valued about itself, which was the idea that one person's willingness to absorb difficulty on behalf of the community could change the outcome for everyone. Swiss soldiers in this period also began developing a reputation that would define the Confederation's external relationships for the next 2 centuries. The Pike Square, a tightly organised block of infantry armed with long spears and trained to advance in disciplined formation, was the Swiss military contribution to European warfare, and it proved devastatingly effective against cavalry and less disciplined infantry alike. This reputation led to something that shaped Swiss politics and finances throughout the late medieval and early modern period. Foreign powers, most prominently France, began hiring Swiss soldiers for their armies. The mercenary trade became a significant source of income for mountain communities, where farming alone could not support the population. Young men from Uri and Schwyz and Unterwalden served in campaigns across Italy and France and the Low Countries, and they sent money home or brought it back themselves if they survived. The Swiss Guards, who still protect the Vatican today, are the last living remnant of this tradition, wearing uniforms designed in a style associated with the Renaissance, and looking considerably more comfortable than the historical reality of Swiss mercenary service was for most of the people who practiced it. The expansion of the Confederation continued through the 15th century with further military successes, including victories over Charles the Bold of Burgundy in the 1470s that effectively ended Burgundian ambitions to expand eastward. Charles, who was bold enough to take that as his title, met the Swiss infantry at Grandson and Merton and Nancy, and learned, with increasing finality, that military boldness without military effectiveness is just confidence with bad timing. By 1500, the Confederation had expanded to encompass much of the territory that makes up modern Switzerland, and its military reputation was strong enough that European powers seeking an army they could rely on knew exactly where to recruit. The culture of the Confederation in its early centuries was not the sophisticated diplomatic machinery it would later become. It was a working arrangement between communities that had practical reasons to cooperate and deeply ingrained habits of local autonomy. Federal assemblies, called diets, brought representatives together to negotiate shared concerns, and these meetings were simultaneously the highest expression of confederal unity and the most vivid demonstrations of how often the member communities disagreed about everything except the desirability of staying allied. The mercenary tradition that developed from this period shaped Swiss family life in ways that are easy to underestimate. A young man who left the Bernese Oberland to serve in the French army for 3 years and came back with money was a specific kind of figure in the mountain community, experienced and financially capable in ways that altered family dynamics and local social arrangements. The remittances sent home by serving soldiers were not incidental income for mountain households. They were, in many cases, the margin between subsistence and modest stability. The physical hardship of mercenary service was real and frequently terminal. Swiss soldiers fought in Italy, in the Low Countries, in France, and eventually in contexts far beyond the European theatre. The casualty rates in major engagements were high. The disease rates in garrison service were higher. The idealised image of the reliable Swiss soldier, which foreign employers promoted and which eventually calcified into stereotype, obscures the individual mathematics of risk that every family weighed when a son or brother or husband went to sign a contract with a foreign paymaster. The armies of the Confederation also developed a legal and ethical framework around military service that was, for its period, unusually explicit. Agreements between the Confederation and foreign employers specified what soldiers could and could not be required to do, what the employer owed in terms of pay and treatment, and under what circumstances the contract could be ended. This was not purely altruistic. It reflected the Confederation's interest in maintaining a reputation as a reliable supplier of soldiers, whose contracts were honoured on both sides. It was a remarkable outcome for communities that had started as mountain villages trying to protect their grazing rights from distant administrators. The cattle were still there, incidentally. The Alps had not changed their position on the subject. The 16th century arrived in Switzerland the way significant changes tend to arrive, not with a single dramatic announcement, but with a gradual accumulation of pressures that eventually reached a point where something broke, and revealed that the structure had been under strain for longer than anyone had admitted. The Reformation began in Germany with Martin Luther's challenge to the authority of the Roman Church in 1517. But it found its own distinct expression in Zurich within a few years, shaped by a priest named Huldrych Zwingli, who had come to similar conclusions by a somewhat different route. Zwingli had been educated in the humanist tradition, reading classical texts and approaching scripture with the same critical attention a scholar would bring to any ancient document. He had also served as a chaplain to Swiss mercenary troops in Italy, and had watched enough young men from his region die in foreign campaigns to develop a principled opposition to the mercenary trade, which put him at odds with the financial interests of powerful families before he had said a word about theology. His theological positions, once he began articulating them, were more radical than Luther's in certain respects. Where Luther retained a version of the real presence of Christ in the communion bread and wine, Zwingli argued that the communion was a memorial act, symbolic rather than literally transformative. This distinction, which might sound technical, was actually a fault line that ran through the entire reforming movement and would eventually separate the Lutheran North from the Reformed South in ways that shaped European Christianity for centuries. In Zurich, Zwingli worked with the city council to implement reforms systematically. Religious images were removed from churches, the Mass was abolished, monasteries were dissolved and their properties repurposed for educational and charitable functions. The process was organised and supervised by civic authority, which established a model of church-state cooperation, or perhaps church-state entanglement, that would characterise Reformed Christianity in Switzerland for generations. What the Zurich church interiors looked like after the Reforms divided opinion then and divides it still. The whitewashed walls, the bare altars, the absence of painting and sculpture and the rich visual world that medieval Christianity had cultivated over centuries struck some visitors as a purification and others as a kind of spiritual impoverishment. A travelling scholar from the Netherlands who visited Zurich in the 1520s noted in his correspondence that the churches felt like very clean barns. This was not entirely an insult, but it was not entirely a compliment either. Zwingli died in 1531 at the Battle of Kappel, the second of two military confrontations between the Reformed and Catholic cantons that demonstrated how quickly theological disagreement could become armed conflict, in a polity held together by alliances that had never been designed to accommodate internal religious division. He was not quite 47 years old. His death was a military casualty first and a symbolic 1 second, though the second meaning accumulated faster. In Geneva, the Reformation took a further turn under a Frenchman named Jean Calvin, who arrived in the city in 1536, and whose theology and organisational model would prove more exportable than any other version of Reformed Christianity. Calvin's Geneva became something close to a laboratory for the idea that a city could be governed according to explicitly theological principles, that civic law and religious duty could be aligned into a single coherent system. The results of this experiment were, depending on one's perspective, either an inspiring demonstration of principled community or an exhausting experience of living under perpetual moral supervision. Calvin himself was not a person who found ambiguity comfortable, and Geneva under his influence was not a city that encouraged it. The consistory, the body of clergy and lay elders that Calvin established to monitor the moral behaviour of Geneva's residents, concerned itself with a remarkable range of conduct. It heard cases involving missed church attendance, card playing, dancing, naming children after saints rather than biblical figures, and the wearing of what was considered inappropriate clothing. This last category covered a great deal of ground, since the consistory's views on appropriate clothing were both detailed and frequently updated. Visitors to Geneva in the 1540s and 1550s described a city that felt scrutinised in ways they were not used to. The physical appearance of the churches, stripped of their medieval furnishings, combined with the behavioural expectations of daily life to create an environment that some found spiritually invigorating and others found relentless. Geneva also attracted significant numbers of Protestant refugees from France, the Low Countries, England and Scotland, who came to the city as exiles and went back to their own countries carrying Calvin's theological and organisational ideas with them, which is how the Reformed tradition spread well beyond the Swiss borders. The religious fracture between Reformed and Catholic cantons created a new kind of internal tension in the Confederation that the original federal charter had not anticipated. The alliance had been built around shared political and military interests. It had not contemplated the possibility that half the members would conclude the other half were theologically incorrect in ways that touched the deepest questions of salvation and authority. The Peace of Kappel in 1531 established a pragmatic if uneasy settlement, with Catholic and Protestant cantons maintaining their respective confessional identities within the confederal framework. This required everyone involved to develop a tolerance for coexistence that was less a philosophical commitment than a practical acknowledgement that the alternative was continuous internal warfare, and that nobody could afford that. The religious divisions also ran along lines that roughly corresponded to economic and geographic differences, with the cities and more commercially developed regions tending toward Reformed Christianity, and the rural mountain cantons tending to remain Catholic. This was not a simple or universal pattern, but it was real enough to give the confessional map an economic and social texture that persisted well into the modern period. The mercenary trade continued through all of this, which is worth noting because it represents a kind of pragmatism that runs through Swiss history like a seam in old wood. The Confederation's cantons could disagree profoundly about the nature of the communion, and still agree that young men would go to France to fight for the French king's money. Commerce and theology occupied somewhat different rooms in the Swiss political imagination, and the doors between those rooms were kept firmly closed on most mornings. The Reformed churches that spread across the Swiss plateau during the 16th century also had a visible effect on literacy. The emphasis on reading scripture for oneself rather than receiving it, mediated through clerical authority, created practical pressure toward popular education in ways that reshaped the relationship between ordinary communities and the written word. The printing press, which arrived in Basel in the 1460s and made that city a major centre of European publishing, was part of the same cultural shift. By the middle of the 16th century, Basel was producing books for markets across Europe, with publishers and scholars working in a city that was simultaneously Catholic, then Reformed, and consistently printing. The late 16th and early 17th centuries brought continued religious tension across Europe, culminating in the 30 Years' War that devastated much of the continent between 1618 and 1648. The Swiss Confederation managed to remain outside the main theatre of conflict, not through any formal neutrality doctrine, but through a combination of military deterrence, diplomatic care, and the fact that occupying the Swiss plateau was an expensive military proposition that offered limited strategic advantages compared to the more open and contested territories to the north and east. The experience of watching neighbours burn through 2 generations of war while the Confederation maintained relative calm was educational. It produced a political culture with a deep instinct for staying out of things, not because the Swiss were indifferent to the wars around them, but because they could see clearly what those wars were costing the people who could not avoid them. The mountains had always offered a kind of perspective. From high enough up you can see a great deal of landscape at once, and you can notice, if you're paying attention, that the parts where people are fighting tend to look the same afterwards as before, except smaller. By the middle of the 17th century, the Swiss Confederation had developed something that was not quite a foreign policy, but was a consistent posture toward the outside world, built from experience and sustained by the understanding that small polities surrounded by large ones survive best by being useful to everyone and threatening to no one. The Peace of Westphalia in 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War, included an explicit recognition of Swiss independence from the Holy Roman Empire. This was less a change in practical reality, since the Confederation had been functionally independent for over a century, than a formal acknowledgement of what everyone already understood. The Swiss were now legally outside the imperial framework, and the document that confirmed this was, in the Swiss manner, very carefully worded. The century and a half that followed saw the Confederation settle into a political arrangement that its member communities found comfortable and resistant to change. Power was distributed among the cantonal oligarchies, wealthy merchant families and rural patricians who governed their territories with varying degrees of efficiency, and a consistent preference for arrangements that kept them in control. Reform movements found little purchase. The Confederation was stable in the way that things are stable when the people who benefit from the existing order are also the people with the authority to change it. This stability broke with extraordinary violence in 1798, when French revolutionary armies crossed into Swiss territory and dismantled the old Confederation in a matter of weeks. Napoleon Bonaparte, not yet the emperor he would become, but already the dominant figure in French military and political affairs, oversaw the replacement of the old Confederation with the Helvetic Republic, a centralised state modelled on French revolutionary principles that was intended to bring liberty, equality and fraternity to Switzerland, whether Switzerland wanted them or not. Switzerland, it turned out, had very mixed feelings. The Helvetic Republic was a genuinely radical transformation. The old cantonal privileges were abolished, feudal obligations were ended, legal equality across the Confederation was declared. These were not trivial changes, and in many respects they represented real improvements in the lives of people who had been ground beneath hereditary obligations for centuries. But the centralised administrative model conflicted with the deeply ingrained Swiss preference for local governance, and the Republic quickly became associated in popular memory less with its genuine reforms than with French occupation, requisitioned supplies, billeted troops, and the general experience of having foreigners tell you how your country should work. The Helvetic Republic collapsed and was revised, and collapsed again, and was revised again with a frequency that suggested it was not quite fitting the shape of the country it had been applied to. Napoleon, who had other things to worry about, eventually imposed the Act of Mediation in 1803, which restored a modified version of the cantonal structure while retaining some of the reforms from the Republic, and added 6 new cantons to the Confederation. The Congress of Vienna in 1815, which reshaped Europe after Napoleon's defeat, confirmed Swiss neutrality as a principle of international law, and established the boundaries of a now 19-canton confederation that would shortly become 22 with the addition of Geneva, Valais and Neuchâtel. Perpetual neutrality was now not just a Swiss preference, but a guarantee underwritten by the major European powers, who found it useful to have a stable, non-threatening presence in the middle of the continent. This arrangement suited everyone reasonably well, which in European diplomacy is rarer than one might expect. The decades following 1815 were not entirely peaceful internally, however. The old tensions between liberal and conservative cantons, between Protestant and Catholic communities, between those who wanted a more centralised federal state and those who wanted maximum cantonal independence, continued to generate friction. The friction sharpened into crisis in 1845 and 1847, with the formation of the Sonderbund, a defensive alliance of 7 Catholic conservative cantons that opposed liberal constitutional reforms. The Federal Diet, controlled by liberal Protestant cantons, declared the Sonderbund incompatible with the Federal Pact, and sent an army to dissolve it. The Sonderbund War lasted about 3 weeks, and produced fewer than 100 combat deaths, which in the context of 19th century warfare was remarkably restrained. The general who commanded the federal forces was Guillaume-Henri Dufour, a man whose military competence was matched by an unusual commitment to minimising casualties on both sides, and who gave instructions to his officers that the goal was to end the conflict as quickly as possible with as little bloodshed as the situation allowed. After the conflict, Dufour's treatment of the defeated cantons was also notably measured. He discouraged reprisals and advocated for conciliation, and this approach meant that the victors and the defeated could sit at the same table relatively quickly to write something that the Confederation had never had: a constitution. The Federal Constitution of 1848 created the modern Swiss state, a federal republic with a bicameral parliament, an executive federal council, and a distribution of powers between the Confederation and the cantons that preserved substantial local autonomy while creating genuinely national institutions. It was a document built by people who had just fought a small civil war and who had decided, with considerable practical wisdom, that the most important thing was to produce an arrangement everyone could live with rather than an arrangement that declared one side completely right. The constitutional drafters drew on examples from elsewhere, particularly the United States Constitution and the French constitutional tradition, and adapted what they found to Swiss conditions. The Federal Council, the 7-member executive body that runs the federal government, operates by consensus and collective responsibility in ways that have no real parallel in any other national system. No single member of the council is a prime minister in the usual sense. The chair of the council rotates annually. Decisions are made collectively and presented as collective decisions. This arrangement was designed by people who had specific memories of what concentrated executive power looked like, and who had decided collectively that they preferred the inefficiency of consensus to the risks of the alternative. The system is slower than most executive governments at making decisions. It is also more resistant to the sudden lurches of policy that concentrated authority tends to produce, which means it is slower in both directions. Switzerland was now a country in the full modern sense, with a postal service, a customs union, a currency, and a supreme court. It had taken 557 years from the Federal Charter of 1291 to get to this point, which either says something about the pace of Swiss institutional change or about how long it takes to build consensus among communities that all have opinions and none of them are shy about sharing. The Switzerland that emerged from 1848 was a functional new state, with an old instinct for watching the world carefully from the middle of it. The following decades brought changes that reshaped the landscape, the economy, and the daily texture of life across the Confederation, with a thoroughness that the original mountain communities of Uri and Schwyz would not have recognised. Industrialisation arrived later in Switzerland than in Britain, but advanced with notable intensity. The textile industry in eastern Switzerland had been developing since the 17th century, and by the mid-19th century the mechanical loom had transformed it into a factory enterprise. The watchmaking industry in the Jura region, which had begun as a winter cottage trade among farmers who needed something to do when the snow made fieldwork impossible, expanded into a precision manufacturing sector that supplied clocks and movements to markets across the world. The watch industry is worth pausing on because it tells you something about how Swiss industrialisation worked in texture as well as scale. The tradition began in the small valley communities of Neuchâtel and the Jura during the 17th century, partly through the influence of Huguenot craftspeople fleeing persecution in France, who brought metalworking skills and settled in a region where the long winter months created both the time and the incentive to develop fine work. What emerged over 2 centuries was an entire regional culture, organised around precision, patience, and the subdivision of a complex task into component skills. Each watchmaker in the cottage system mastered one part of the movement. A different person made the escapement, another finished the balance wheel, another assembled the case. The final product required a coordination across households and villages that produced in aggregate an output no single workshop could have matched. This was not assembly line production in the modern sense, but it was a distributed system of manufacturing that prefigured industrial organisation in ways that scholars of economic history continue to find interesting. The railways that spread across the Confederation after 1848 connected these industrial centres to markets and to each other, with a thoroughness that compressed what had previously been days of travel into hours. The St. Gotthard Tunnel, completed in 1882 after 11 years of construction, and the deaths of 200 workers, punched a 13-kilometre passage through the heart of the Alps and made Switzerland the primary rail corridor between northern Europe and Italy. Swiss engineering in this period also produced the rack railway, a system that used a toothed rail to allow trains to climb gradients far too steep for conventional adhesion railways to manage. This technology opened the high alpine terrain to tourist access in ways that transformed the Swiss economy over the following decades. The Mount Rigi Railway, completed in 1871, was the first rack railway in Europe, and it was followed by increasingly audacious ascents to mountain stations whose purpose was primarily to give visitors the experience of standing somewhere very high and looking at things. The hotel industry that developed around alpine tourism in the second half of the 19th century created an entirely new layer of Swiss economic life, attracting wealthy visitors from Britain, Germany, France, and eventually North America, who came to walk in summer and, with the development of winter sports, to slide down mountains in winter. The Swiss hotel school tradition, which trained generations of hospitality professionals and exported Swiss hotel management culture worldwide, has its roots in this period, when a small country in the centre of Europe discovered that letting people visit was as valuable as building things for them to take home. The opening of the Gotthard Tunnel was an engineering achievement celebrated across the continent, but it was also a political one. The route had required international financing and multinational negotiation over routes and rights. Managing the project and its aftermath had required Switzerland to demonstrate that it could function as a reliable neutral ground for interests that were, in the European politics of the 1880s, not naturally aligned. This is where the particular character of Swiss diplomacy began to find its modern expression. A neutral country at the centre of a continent of competing powers could provide things that no great power could provide for itself. A meeting place, a monitoring function, a venue where opposing sides could talk without the conversation implying an alliance. The founding of the Red Cross in Geneva in 1863 is the most significant institutional expression of this role. Henri Dunant was a Swiss businessman who had witnessed the Battle of Solferino in 1859 and came away from the experience permanently altered. Solferino was one of the largest battles of the 19th century, and the treatment of the wounded in its aftermath was catastrophic, in a way that struck Dunant not as a military failure but as a moral one. He wrote a book about what he had seen, called A Memory of Solferino, distributed it at his own expense, and then spent years advocating for an international organisation that would care for battlefield wounded regardless of their nationality. The Geneva Convention of 1864, which established the basic rules of protected medical treatment in war and created the emblem of a red cross on white background as its symbol, was the direct result of this campaign. The symbol was the Swiss flag with the colours reversed, a choice that acknowledged Geneva and Switzerland as the territory of origin, and also, since the Swiss flag is striking and easily recognised, a practical one. The International Committee of the Red Cross remains headquartered in Geneva, and Geneva has grown into one of the most significant sites of international diplomatic activity in the world, home to dozens of multilateral organisations and the venue for negotiations that have touched every major area of international affairs over the past century and a half. The two world wars of the 20th century tested Swiss neutrality in ways that were more complex than the simple image of a peaceful mountain country watching the fighting from above. During the First World War, Switzerland mobilised its army and maintained armed neutrality along borders that were suddenly surrounded by belligerents. The civilian population faced significant food shortages as both sides of the conflict controlled supply routes into the country. The economic strain produced genuine hardship and political tension, and the end of the war brought a general strike in 1918 that reflected how close the surface calm of neutral Switzerland had come to fracturing under the pressure. The Second World War was more acute still. By 1940, Switzerland was surrounded on all sides by Axis-controlled territory. Germany occupied France to the west and north. Italy, under Mussolini, held the south. Austria and the rest of German-controlled Central Europe pressed from the east and north. The Swiss response was built on several elements simultaneously. The army, under General Henri Guisan, adopted a strategy called the Reduit, concentrating defensive forces into the Alpine heartland and making the cost of invasion sufficiently high that Germany calculated the economic value of a cooperative neutral. Switzerland outweighed the military cost of conquering it. Guisan's famous assembly of his officer corps on the Rutli Meadow in July 1940, the same meadow where the 1291 oath was traditionally said to have been sworn, was a deliberate act of symbolic communication, both to his officers and to any German intelligence services paying attention, that the Swiss intended to fight if invaded. The Swiss Air Force, meanwhile, was shooting down both German and Allied aircraft that violated Swiss airspace, which required a degree of even-handedness that had real operational meaning. The Germans took note of the downed German planes. The Allies took note of the downed Allied planes. Both sides arrived at the conclusion that Switzerland was genuinely committed to its stated policy, which was the point. Switzerland continued trading with Germany throughout the war, a fact that has generated sustained historical and moral examination since 1945, and which Swiss historians, particularly after a government commission report in the late 1990s, have engaged with greater directness than earlier official accounts had managed. The war years were not the straightforward moral clarity that post-war Swiss national identity sometimes implied. Economic relationships continued with Nazi Germany. Jewish refugees were turned back at the border under policies that Swiss authorities later acknowledged as having caused deaths. The complexities have been argued and re-argued by historians, including those on the Bergier Commission, whose extensive report published between 1996 and 2002 added significant nuance to a national story that had, in the immediate post-war period, leaned rather heavily on the image of the peaceful neutral. Switzerland emerged from the Second World War intact and prosperous relative to its neighbours, which created both advantages and obligations. The banking secrecy laws that made Switzerland a destination for international capital had roots going back to the 18th century, but were formalised in 1934 and became, in the post-war decades, both a pillar of Swiss financial power and an ongoing international controversy. The Swiss political model also continued developing in ways that had no real equivalent elsewhere. Direct democracy, already embedded in the system through the referendum mechanism established in 1874, and the popular initiative mechanism of 1891, expanded into a participatory culture in which Swiss citizens vote several times per year on specific policy questions at the federal, cantonal and municipal levels simultaneously. This is a system that produces outcomes that do not fit easily onto a conventional political spectrum. Swiss voters have approved generous social welfare programs and rejected them. They have supported gun ownership and gun restrictions. They have voted for environmental protections and against them. The pattern, if there is one, suggests a population that takes each question on its own terms rather than voting a consistent ideological line, which may explain why Swiss politics frequently surprises analysts trained on systems where party affiliation predicts most of the outcome. Switzerland joined the United Nations only in 2002, a date that surprises many visitors who assume the country had been a member since the organisation's founding, given that Geneva hosts so much of the UN's operational work. The logic was that formal membership implied a kind of commitment to collective security arrangements that the Swiss neutrality doctrine did not easily accommodate. The eventual decision to join reflected a gradual reinterpretation of neutrality as compatible with participation in international institutions, a conclusion arrived at over decades of careful, committee-weighted, footnoted deliberation. Switzerland's official language situation merits its own quiet moment of appreciation. The country has 4 national languages. German is spoken by roughly 63% of the population. French is spoken by roughly 23%. Italian accounts for about 8%. And Romansh, the descendant of Vulgar Latin spoken in Graubünden, was recognised as a national language in 1938 and is preserved through educational and cultural programmes with the same careful commitment the Swiss bring to most things they have decided are worth keeping. The existence of 4 national languages in a country smaller than the state of West Virginia means that public signage, federal documents, and national broadcasting all operate in multiple languages simultaneously, which requires a degree of administrative patience that visitors from monolingual countries find either charming or exhausting, depending on their relationship to paperwork. The physical landscape of modern Switzerland still shows, if you look at it with historical attention, the layered accumulation of everything that came before. Roman road alignment still goes through contemporary street maps in certain cities. Medieval field patterns survive in the shape of agricultural land in the pre-alpine valleys. Monasteries that began as wooden structures in the 7th century stand in stone and plaster above communities that have been organised around them for 1300 years. The old lake settlements are gone, obviously, but the lakes themselves are there, and on very still mornings the water has the same quality of light that Bronze Age farmers would have recognised. Cold and translucent and older than any name given to it. Modern Switzerland sits in a position that is both comfortable and genuinely unusual. It is prosperous in a way that reflects centuries of accumulated institutional stability, precision manufacturing culture, and the advantages of sitting at a continental crossroads while avoiding its disadvantages. It is governed through a system of such distributed decision-making that no single figure is ever quite in charge of anything, which frustrates anyone expecting clear executive authority, and delights anyone who suspects that clear executive authority has historically caused most of the problems. The landscape has not changed its fundamental terms. The Alps are still there, still accumulating the snowpack that feeds the rivers of 6 countries, and still producing the particular quality of light on a late afternoon that makes you stop whatever you are doing and look up. The old tensions that shape this country, between the centre and the local, between the Catholic south and the Protestant north, between the commercial cities and the farming valleys, have not disappeared. They have been absorbed into the constitutional framework that was built, with great care and some hard experience to hold them. The framework works, not because everyone agrees, but because everyone agreed on the rules for disagreeing, which is a different and more durable thing. The lake you were standing beside at the beginning of this journey is still out there, somewhere in the dark. The water is still cold and clear. The stakes are still in the mud at the bottom, driven there 4,000 years ago by people who were building something they intended to last. They did not know they were building Switzerland. They were building a home above the water in a difficult and beautiful place. With the tools they had, and the skills they had spent years learning, and the stubborn intention of people who have decided that the place they are standing is worth the trouble of staying. The mountains are quiet tonight. The cantons are quiet. The long, complicated, frequently stubborn, occasionally very funny story of one small country at the centre of a very large continent has brought you to exactly here, which is warm and still and ready for sleep. If this corner of the Alps stayed with you, the next story is waiting whenever you are. Until then, the meadow at Rutli holds the dark, and the pass at St. Gotthard is closed for the night, and Switzerland is, for once, not planning anything. Sleep well. England, 1348. The Black Death has not yet reached your father's lands, and the castle hums with the ordinary rhythms of daily life. Prayers and meals, lessons and needlework, and the endless small ceremonies that mark time in a world measured by bells and seasons. You are 17, caught between childhood and whatever arrangement your father's council deems most advantageous, living in that peculiar space where you have all the restrictions of womanhood but few of its freedoms. The chapel bell cuts through your sleep like a blade through butter, though considerably less pleasant. Your eyes open to near total darkness, broken only by the faint glow of coals in the brazier across your chamber. Somewhere beyond the heavy tapestries covering the stone walls, a servant is already moving. You can hear the whisper of rushes under feet and the soft clink of a water ewer being set down. You lie still for a moment, wrapped in furs that smell faintly of the herbs your chambermaid stuffs between them. Lavender, you think, and something sharper. Rue, perhaps. The linen sheets beneath you are cool against your cheek, and you're acutely aware that the moment you move, the warmth you've cultivated through the night will escape, replaced by the bone-deep chill of a stone chamber in February. My lady, Agnes's voice comes soft through the bed curtains. She's been your chambermaid since you were 9, patient with your morning reluctance in a way your mother never was. The bells have rung. You make a sound that isn't quite agreement, isn't quite protest. Agnes, used to this performance, doesn't wait for more articulate consent. The bed curtains part and cold air rushes in like an unwelcome visitor. You sit up, and she's already there with your chamber robe, the wool one lined with rabbit fur that your aunt sent 2 winters ago. The floor is cold, even through the rush matting. Your feet find your slippers, soft leather, slightly too large, lined with wool that's beginning to pill. Agnes has already laid out your chemise on the clothing chest, and you slip it over your head while she turns to prod the brazier coals back to life. The linen settles against your skin like a whisper, fine enough that you can feel the cold through it. You move to the basin where she's poured water from the ewer. It's cold, of course. There's no heating water before prime, that small luxury reserved for evening ablutions. You splash it on your face anyway, the shock of it driving the last fog of sleep from your mind. The water smells faintly metallic, drawn from the well in the lower bailey. You dry your face on the linen towel Agnes offers, noting absently that it needs mending along one edge. The blue today, my lady. Agnes holds up your day kirtle, the one dyed with woad that your mother says brings out your eyes. You nod and she helps you into it, her fingers quick with the lacing up the side. The wool is heavy, good quality, and tightly woven enough to keep out drafts. Over it goes your sleeveless surcoat, the neckline embroidered with a pattern of roses you stitched yourself last summer under your mother's watchful eye. Your hair is still in its night braid, and Agnes begins the familiar process of undoing it. running her fingers through to work out the tangles before rebraiding it smoothly. Her hands are gentle but efficient. She's done this thousands of times, and there's something soothing about the rhythm of it. You close your eyes while she works, feeling the pull and release as she sections and weaves. Your circlet, my lady. She settles it over your veil, the thin band of silver that marks your rank without the ostentation of a crown. It sits just so, a gentle pressure above your brow that you've long since stopped noticing except when it's first placed. The walk to the chapel takes you through corridors barely touched by torchlight at this hour. Your soft-soled shoes make almost no sound on the stone floors. You can hear the castle waking around you, the clang of pots from the distant kitchen, the murmur of servants beginning their day, and the scrape of benches being moved in the great hall below. The chapel is cold enough that you can see your breath. Your mother is already in her place, her back perfectly straight, her prayer book open before her. She doesn't turn when you enter, but you know she's noted your arrival, probably measured it against whatever internal clock she keeps to judge such things. You settle onto your own kneeling cushion, the embroidered one your grandmother made, and bow your head. Father Benedict's voice rises in the familiar Latin, and you let it wash over you without trying to parse every word. Your mind has always wandered during these early offices, and you've long since given up feeling guilty about it. Instead, you focus on the way the words sound, the rhythm of them, like water over stones. The chapel smells of incense and old stone and the particular mustiness of prayer books that have been handled by countless fingers. Your knees begin to ache against the thin cushion. This is normal. You shift your weight slightly, a movement so small your mother probably doesn't notice, though you wouldn't bet your best salter on it. The cold seeps up through the floor, through the cushion, and into your bones. You think about breakfast. There will be bread, cheese, likely some of the smoked fish from the stores, and weak ale to wash it down. Your stomach makes a small sound of anticipation, and you pray it wasn't loud enough to carry. The service ends eventually, as all things do. You rise stiffly, your knees protesting. Your mother sweeps past with barely a glance, her mind already on the day's household management. You follow at a more measured pace, Agnes falling into step behind you. The breakfast chamber is marginally warmer than the chapel, thanks to a brazier someone had the wisdom to light before dawn. The table is already laid with bread, cheese, and a dish of pickled vegetables that makes your nose wrinkle slightly. Your father sits at the head, breaking his bread with decisive movements, while your younger brother picks at his portion with the sort of studied indifference only a 12-year-old can muster. You take your seat, and a servant immediately fills your cup with ale. It's thin stuff, barely worth the brewing, but it's warm, and that's what matters on a February morning. The bread is yesterday's, which means it's tough enough to require actual chewing, but it's good bread. Dark and dense, made from mixed rye and wheat. You spread it with butter that's been stored in the cool cellar, slightly harder than ideal, and take a bite that requires determination. Your father is discussing grain stores with the steward, his voice carrying that particular edge it gets when he's worried about something but refusing to admit it. The harvest was good last year, but not generous, and everyone's making calculations about how long supplies will hold if spring comes late. You listen while pretending not to, a skill you've perfected over years of being present, but officially uninterested in matters of estate management. The lower fields need draining, your father says, pointing at nothing with his bread. I'll not have another season of poor yield because we're growing more water than wheat. The steward makes agreeable sounds. Your brother yawns, not bothering to cover his mouth until your mother's sharp glance reminds him. You bite back a smile and take another drink of ale. Breakfast doesn't last long. Your father has estate business. Your mother has household matters, and your brother has weapons practice with the master at arms, which he approaches with considerably more enthusiasm than he shows for the Latin premiere his tutor makes him suffer through afterward. You, meanwhile, have lessons of your own. Your tutor, Brother Clement, is waiting in the solar, his books and writing materials already arranged on the table that catches the best light from the tall window. He's a patient man. round-faced and mild, with ink stains on his fingers that never quite wash away. He rises when you enter, bowing slightly. "Good morning, my lady. I thought we might continue with our Boethius today." You settle into your chair, grateful for the cushions someone remembered to place on it. The consolation of philosophy lies open on the table, the Latin text marching across the page in neat columns. Brother Clement has been working with you on translation for months now, and you've developed a peculiar fondness for Boethius and his prison cell philosophizing. There's something oddly comforting about reading a man who wrote about fate and fortune while awaiting execution. It puts your own minor frustrations in perspective. "Shall we begin with chapter 7, Brother Clement suggests, and you nod, scanning the text to find your place. The work is slow and careful. You read a sentence aloud in Latin, then attempt to render it into French, the language you actually speak when you're not struggling through ancient texts. Brother Clement listens, occasionally correcting your pronunciation, more often helping you untangle particularly knotty grammar. The Latin has a rhythm to it that you've learned to appreciate, even when the meaning slips away from you like fish in a stream. Nothing is miserable unless you think it so, you translate, working through the sentence word by word. And likewise, every fortune is blessed if it is born with equanimity. Very good, my lady. Though blessed might be a touch strong, perhaps favourable would serve better. You consider this, tracing the Latin word with your finger. Beata, but doesn't that have religious connotations? Blessed seems right. Ah, but Boethius is speaking philosophically here, not theologically. The distinction matters. You've had this sort of discussion before. Brother Clement takes great pleasure in these fine points of meaning, and you've learned that arguing with him is both expected and educational. You spend a pleasant quarter hour debating the nuances of Latin terminology before moving on to the next passage. The morning light shifts as you work, moving across the floor in that slow, inevitable way that marks time more reliably than any water clock. Your hand cramps slightly from writing. Brother Clement insists you copy out sections to improve your script, and your letters are still more enthusiastic than elegant. You pause to flex your fingers, and he takes the opportunity to discourse on the value of clear handwriting. A well-formed letter is a kind of courtesy to the reader, my lady. It says that you value their time and effort. You nod, trying not to think about how your aunt writes in a hand so cramped and crooked that reading her letters feels like deciphering some ancient code. Apparently courtesy has its limits. By the time the bells ring for terce, you've translated 3 more chapters and copied out one particularly relevant passage about the nature of good fortune. Your hand aches, your back is stiff from sitting, and your mind feels pleasantly full in the way it does after concentrated work. Brother Clement gathers his materials with the care of a man who values his books more than most value gold. "Tomorrow we might attempt some Ovid," he suggests, which makes you smile despite yourself. Brother Clement's idea of appropriate reading for a young woman stretches considerably beyond what your mother would approve, but she's never actually asked what you study, and you've never volunteered the information. Your mother is waiting in the ladies' solo when you arrive, her embroidery frame already set up near the window where the light is best. 2 of her ladies are with her, Lady Margaret, who's been your mother's companion since before you were born, and Eleanor, who's only a few years older than you and married to one of your father's minor knights. They look up when you enter, their needles pausing in their work. "Sit," your mother says, nodding toward your own frame. "We're working on the altar cloth." The altar cloth. You'd almost managed to forget about it. It's been in progress for what feels like your entire life. A massive piece of linen destined for the chapel, covered in an intricate pattern of vines and flowers and small birds that your mother designed with more ambition than mercy. Your section currently features a rose in various stages of completion, the petals worked in split stitch with silk thread so fine it makes your eyes ache. You settle onto your stool and examine your work from yesterday. The rose looks slightly lopsided, one petal bulging where your stitches pulled too tight. Your mother will notice, of course. She notices everything. But perhaps if you work on the leaves today, you can come back to fix it when she's distracted. The red silk first, your mother says, as if reading your attempt at strategic avoidance. That petal needs filling. So much for clever planning. You thread your needle, a process that takes longer than you'd like, given that the silk is approximately the width of a hair, and the needle's eye is apparently designed for someone with the vision of a hunting hawk. When you finally succeed, you take a breath and begin the small, careful stitches that embroidery demands. The work requires enough concentration that conversation happens in the pauses between stitches when someone's needle needs rethreading, or the light shifts and everyone adjusts position slightly. Lady Margaret is telling a story about the miller's wife, who apparently threw a bucket of wash water at the miller during an argument about something involving the grain measure. Right in the face, Lady Margaret says with evident satisfaction. And he was standing there dripping, too surprised to speak. Eleanor laughs, the sound bright in the quiet room. Your mother makes a sound that could be disapproval but might be suppressed amusement. It's hard to tell with her sometimes. The miller's wife always did have a temper, your mother observes, her needle moving in and out of the linen with mechanical precision. Though I suspect he deserved it. John has been measuring light since Michaelmas. You smile to yourself, keeping your eyes on your rose petal. The silk slides through the linen with a soft whisper. One stitch. Pull through. Another stitch. Pull through. The rhythm is soothing once you settle into it, almost meditative. Your mind wanders while your hands work. You think about Boethius and his prison cell, about whether he ever did needlework to pass the time, though probably not. That seems like the sort of thing they leave out of philosophical texts. Careful there, your mother says, and you realise you've let your stitches pull too tight again. You loosen your grip slightly, adjusting the tension. This is the eternal challenge of embroidery, keeping everything even, smooth and consistent. Rather like life, you suppose, though you keep that observation to yourself. Eleanor is talking about the new chaplain at her husband's manor, a young man apparently more enthusiastic about salvation than skilled in delivering sermons. He preached for 2 hours last Sunday, she says, her voice mixing awe and exhaustion. 2 hours? About locusts? The plague of locusts? Lady Margaret asks. No, just locusts in general, their habits, their diet. By the end I knew more about locusts than I ever wished to. Your mother's needle pauses. 2 hours is excessive. Someone should speak to the prior about suitable sermon length. You bite your lip to keep from laughing. The image of someone instructing a young priest on the appropriate duration for insect-related preaching strikes you as fundamentally absurd, and you focus very hard on your rose petal to avoid catching Eleanor's eye. The morning slides by in this fashion, small talk, gossip, the quiet sound of needles through linen, and the occasional frustrated sigh when someone's thread tangles. Your rose petal gradually fills in, the red silk building up layers of stitches until it begins to look almost dimensional. Not as perfect as your mother's work, but better than it was. Progress, you tell yourself, is still progress. By the time the bells ring for sext, your back aches from hunching over your frame, and you have a small knot between your shoulder blades that no amount of rolling your shoulders will shift. Your mother sets down her work with the air of someone satisfied with the morning's accomplishment. We'll continue after dinner, she says, which isn't a question. You nod, already thinking about the afternoon, and whether you can engineer some reason to take your needlework to the garden instead of staying in the solar. Fresh air seems suddenly very appealing. The great hall is filling by the time you arrive, the household gathering for the main meal of the day. The trestle tables are already laid, the bread trenchers set out, the air thick with the smell of roasted meat, and the particular human warmth of bodies packed into an enclosed space. You make your way to the high table, where your family sits slightly elevated above the general population, a physical manifestation of hierarchy that no one questions because it's simply how things are. Your father is already seated discussing something with the bailiff that involves much pointing at an absent field and frowning. Your mother arrives moments after you, her ladies trailing behind to take their places at the side tables. Your brother slouches into his seat with the particular gracelessness of 12-year-old boys who've just finished weapons practice and are mainly interested in food. The servants bring the first course, a thick pottage of beans and barley steaming in its bowl. You eat with your bread trencher, soaking up the broth, the warmth of it spreading through you. The pottage is good, hearty, and flavoured with onions and herbs and small bits of salt pork that add depth without overwhelming. You've had this same pottage countless times, but it never gets old. There's something comforting about familiar food. The next course arrives, roasted capon still on the bone, the skin crispy and gleaming with fat. Your father carves, the meat falling away in tender pieces. You take your portion along with some of the roasted turnips that have been cooking alongside the bird, their edges caramelised and sweet. The turnips are your favourite part, actually, though you'd never admit it. There's something undignified about preferring vegetables to meat. Around the hall, conversation rises and falls like waves. The lower tables are louder, voices mixing into a general hum punctuated by laughter and the occasional shout. Someone has brought in a dog, which is strictly forbidden, but happens anyway with reliable regularity. The dog wanders between tables hoping for scraps, and several people oblige despite the official rules against such things. Your father is telling a story now about a hunting trip last autumn when Sir Robert's horse threw him into a stream. Sir Robert, sitting 3 seats down, takes the ribbing with good grace, adding his own embellishments about the temperature of the water and the indignity of explaining wet clothes to his wife. The table laughs, and you find yourself smiling around your bread. And the deer, Sir Robert adds, stopped to watch. I swear it was laughing. Deer don't laugh, your brother objects, with the absolute certainty of someone who knows everything. This one did. I saw its face. Your brother looks ready to argue the point further, but your mother catches his eye and he subsides, returning to his capon with renewed focus. You hide your smile behind your cup. Your brother's faith in his own correctness is both endearing and occasionally exhausting. The meal continues through additional courses, fish and a cream sauce, more bread, and a dish of stewed apples that are probably the last of last year's store, wrinkled but still sweet. You eat slowly, savouring each bite, in no hurry to return to your embroidery. The hall is warm from the fire and the press of bodies, and you've achieved that pleasant state of being neither hungry nor uncomfortably full. Your father moves on to estate business, discussing the spring ploughing with the bailiff. When to start, which fields to plant with what crops, and how many oxen they'll need. It's the eternal agricultural calculus, balancing soil and seed and season, trying to wring enough from the land to feed everyone for another year. You've heard these same discussions your entire life, and you could probably make most of the decisions yourself by now, though no one's asking for your input. The North Field should rest this year, the bailiff is saying. We've worked it hard for 3 seasons, your father nods slowly, considering. Plant it with peas then, they'll fix the soil. This is where your mind tends to wander during these conversations, the endless practical details of running an estate. Important, certainly. Necessary, absolutely. But not precisely thrilling. You let their voices become background noise and focus on your apples, fishing out the best pieces from the syrup they're swimming in. By the time the meal winds down, the afternoon is well advanced. Your father rises, the signal that the meal is officially over. The household begins to disperse, servants clearing tables, men returning to work, and your mother gathering her ladies. You rise as well, your body slightly stiff from sitting, and prepare yourself for more needlework. But your mother surprises you. Take your sewing to the garden if you like, she says, already moving toward the stairs. The light is good this afternoon. You try not to look too eager as you thank her, but inside you're already planning your escape. The garden is your favourite place in the entire castle, a small square of cultivated earth tucked against the south wall, where the stone holds the sun's warmth. In summer, it's a riot of colour. Roses, lilies, herbs both medicinal and culinary, and even a small patch of strawberries that your mother guards jealously. Now, in February, it's mostly bare earth and dead stalks, but here and there you can see the green shoots of early bulbs pushing through, determined and optimistic. You settle on the stone bench near the rosemary, which somehow stays green year-round and fills the air with its sharp, clean scent when you brush against it. Agnes has brought your embroidery frame and a cushion, bless her, and she hovers uncertainly until you wave her off to whatever tasks she has waiting. You don't actually need supervision to sit in a garden and stab linen with a needle. The quiet is immediate and complete. The garden walls block most of the castle noise, leaving only the wind in the bare branches of the pear tree and the distant sound of someone chopping wood. You take a breath, feeling your shoulders drop, tension you didn't know you were carrying releasing into the afternoon air. You set up your frame, threading your needle more from muscle memory than conscious thought. The rose needs more work. It always needs more work, but now you can do it without your mother's watchful eye tracking every stitch. You settle into the rhythm of it, needle in and out, the silk catching the light. A robin lands on the wall nearby, regarding you with the suspicious interest robins always seem to have. It hops along the stones, head cocked, before deciding you're not interesting enough to investigate further and flying off. You watch it go, a small flash of russet against grey stone. The garden in winter has a particular quality of patience. Everything is waiting. The roses for spring pruning, the herbs for warmer days, and the fruit trees for whatever alchemy transforms bare branches into blossoms. You understand the feeling. You've been waiting yourself, in various ways, for years now. Waiting to be old enough for marriage negotiations. Waiting for your father to choose from among the various options his counsel presents. Waiting for your life to properly begin instead of existing in this strange preparatory state. You've mostly made peace with it. Mostly. There are days when the waiting feels less like patience and more like suspension, when you want to shake everyone and demand that something, anything, happen. But those days are rarer now. You've learned the same lesson the garden knows, that rushing the season doesn't make spring come faster. A bee appears from somewhere, drowsy and confused by the unseasonable warmth of the afternoon sun on the south wall. It bumbles past you, investigating the rosemary hopefully before moving on to check the dead lavender stalks. You wish it luck finding anything worth visiting. The spring flowers haven't opened yet, and the winter ones are long finished. Your stitches are better out here, you notice. More even, less anxious. Perhaps it's the lack of audience, or perhaps it's simply that the garden makes everything easier. You've always felt more yourself here, among the growing things, than you do in the formal rooms of the castle, where everything is about presentation and propriety. A shoot of something green catches your eye near the path, probably a crocus, judging by the shape of the leaves. You'll have to tell the gardener to be careful when he starts the spring digging. The crocuses were your grandmother's favourite, and your mother is sentimental about them in a way she isn't about much else. You make a mental note to mark the spot with a small stick so it doesn't get trampled. The afternoon light shifts, growing more golden as the sun moves west. Your rose petal is nearly finished now, the red silk dense and rich. You'll need to start on the leaves next, which means switching to green thread and a whole new set of decisions about shading and direction. But not today. Today you're content to finish what you started and call it progress. You hear the chapel bell ring for none, marking the afternoon office. You don't move. You're allowed this small rebellion, this choosing of garden over prayer, at least for now. Your mother will forgive it, or at least overlook it. The garden is one of the few places where the rules relax slightly, where you can be something other than perfectly dutiful. A cat appears from behind the lavender, one of the barn cats that hunt mice in the granary. It's a rangy tabby, more wild than tame, but it's learned that the garden sometimes means laps and warmth. It approaches cautiously, then jumps up onto the bench beside you, circling twice before settling into a compact loaf shape. You're supposed to be working, you tell it, but you're already reaching out to scratch behind its ears. It starts purring, a rusty engine sound that makes you smile. The two of you sit like that for a while. You stitching, the cat purring, the garden waiting patiently for spring. It's not exciting exactly. No one would write a song about it, but it's yours, this quiet afternoon moment, and that's enough. The afternoon brings you back inside, reluctantly leaving the garden's peace for the great hall, where your father holds what he calls his open court. the weekly session where tenants and townspeople can bring grievances, requests, and the general administrative chaos of managing an estate. You're not required to attend, but your father has recently decided you should learn the practical side of governance, which means sitting on a slightly uncomfortable chair at the side of his great carved seat and trying to look interested while people argue about boundary stones and water rights. The hall is already filling when you arrive. You recognise most of the faces. These are your father's people, farmers and craftsmen and merchants you've known your entire life. Old Thomas, who runs the mill, is near the front, looking aggrieved about something. The carpenter's wife stands with her arms crossed, her face set in determined lines that suggest she's not leaving without satisfaction. Your father enters with appropriate ceremony, settling into his chair with the weight of someone who knows he's about to spend several hours mediating disputes. The steward stands ready with his roll of parchment, ready to record decisions. You arrange your skirts and prepare to look attentive. The first petition is about pigs. Specifically about whether Walter's pigs have been rooting in Edmund's kitchen garden, and if so, what compensation is owed for destroyed cabbages. Both men present their cases with the passionate intensity usually reserved for matters of life and death. Your father listens, his face carefully neutral, asking occasional questions about fence maintenance and pig wandering patterns. In the end, he rules that Walter must pay for the cabbages and repair his fence to prevent future porcine invasions. Both men look moderately satisfied with this, which your father has explained is the hallmark of a good judgment. Everyone leaves slightly unhappy, which means it's probably fair. The next case involves a disputed property line, which requires bringing out a map and several elderly men who claim to remember where the boundary has always been. They don't agree, naturally. One swears the old oak marks the corner, while another insists it's the hawthorn hedge. A third claims both are wrong, and the true boundary is the drainage ditch, which hasn't existed in living memory, but his grandfather told him about it. Your father questions each man patiently, working to establish some sort of consensus. You watch the process with growing appreciation for his skill. He never dismisses anyone, never suggests their memories are faulty, and just gently guides them toward finding common ground. Eventually they agree to split the difference, with the boundary running between the oak and the hedge. The disputed strip will be common grazing. Everyone looks relieved to have it settled. The afternoon proceeds through a catalogue of minor dramas, a question about fishing rights in the stream, a complaint about the baker's weights, and a request to delay rent payment until after the spring planting. Each case requires listening, questioning, and sometimes consulting with the steward or bailiff before rendering judgment. You find yourself paying attention despite the mundane subject matter. There's something fascinating about the way people present their cases, the rhetoric they employ, and the appeals to tradition or fairness or common sense. The carpenter's wife, arguing for compensation after a tree from your father's land fell on her husband's workshop, speaks with controlled passion about justice and responsibility. Your father listens to her entire argument before pointing out gently that the tree fell in a storm that no one could have predicted, and while he sympathises with her loss, he cannot be held responsible for acts of God. However, he continues, he will provide timber from his own woods to repair the workshop as a gesture of goodwill. The carpenter's wife accepts this with grace, and you make a mental note of the strategy. Acknowledge the claim without accepting the premise, then offer something to soften the refusal. It's diplomacy in miniature. Old Thomas's complaint about the grain measures turns out to be less about the measures themselves, and more about a running dispute with the miller's wife, which everyone in the hall apparently knows about except your father. There's some suppressed laughter when the miller's wife is called forward, and immediately begins her own recitation of grievances, most of which involve Thomas's allegedly wandering hands during grain delivery. Your father cuts through the personal drama to the practical issue. Are the measures accurate or not? A test is conducted with standard weights, and the measures prove true. Case dismissed, though with a stern lecture to Thomas about appropriate behaviour that makes the old man shuffle his feet like a scolded child. By the time the last petition is heard, a straightforward request for permission to cut wood in the forest, easily granted. You're tired from sitting still for so long, but your mind feels pleasantly engaged. The petty details of estate management turn out to be more interesting than you expected, full of human nature and problem solving, and the eternal challenge of balancing competing interests. Your father rises, signalling the end of the session. The crowd disperses, some people lingering to speak with the steward or bailiff about details. You stand as well, stretching surreptitiously. "What did you think?" your father asks, surprising you. He rarely asks your opinion on anything. "I think the carpenter's wife made the best argument," you say honestly, "even though she didn't win." He nods slowly. "She presented her case well, but sometimes being right isn't the same as being entitled to compensation." He pauses. "Though the timber was a fair compromise, I think." "Very fair," you agree, and something that might be approval flickers across his face before he turns to confer with the steward. You leave the hall feeling oddly satisfied, as if you've learned something important without quite being able to articulate what it is. Evening approaches, bringing with it the hour your mother calls cultivation of the gentle arts, which is her way of saying it's time for music practice. You collect your lute from your chamber, the instrument that's been your companion since you were 10 and deemed old enough to learn proper playing. The lute is beautiful in its way. Polished wood inlaid with subtle patterning around the sound hole and strings that gleam in the candlelight. It's also temperamental, prone to going out of tune at the slightest provocation, and possessed of a personality that you've never quite managed to master. Your relationship with the instrument is one of mutual tolerance rather than harmony, which your music teacher finds endlessly disappointing. Brother Anselm is waiting in the small chamber off the solar, his own lute already tuned. He's a different sort of monk than Brother Clement, younger, more worldly, with an actual talent for music rather than the dutiful competence most brothers develop. He can make his lute sing in ways yours steadfastly refuses to, which is both inspiring and mildly irritating. "My lady," he greets you with a small bow, "shall we continue with the French air we began last week?" You settle onto your stool, adjusting the lute on your lap. "We can try, though it wasn't going well last time." "Music is patient with those who are patient with it," he says, which is the sort of thing music teachers say when you're not very good, but they're too polite to mention it directly. You begin tuning, adjusting the pegs with careful precision. The strings ping and stretch, gradually settling into something approaching correct pitch. Brother Anselm waits with the infinite patience of someone who's witnessed this process hundreds of times. "Better," he says when you finally play a tentative chord. Now remember, the fourth finger stays curved, like you're holding an egg. You've never understood why the posture for lute playing involves invisible eggs, but you adjust your hand accordingly. The air you're learning is called Belle Duet, a melancholy piece about waiting and longing that seems appropriate for a winter evening. You begin, fingers finding the familiar patterns. The first few measures go well, but then you hit the passage where the melody moves to the higher strings and everything falls apart. Your fourth finger refuses to curve properly, the notes come out muffled, and you lose the rhythm entirely. You stop, frustrated. "Again," Brother Anselm says, not unkindly. "Listen to the spaces between the notes. They're as important as the notes themselves." You try again. This time you focus on the pauses, the silence that gives shape to the sound. It's marginally better, though still far from the fluid beauty Brother Anselm achieves when he plays it. But you can hear the melody now, and can feel where it wants to go, even if your fingers don't quite take it there. "Good," he says when you finish. "You're thinking too much about technique and not enough about the music itself. Let your hands remember the pattern, while your mind follows the melody." This is easier said than done, rather like telling someone to think about not thinking. But you try again, attempting to relax into the music instead of attacking it. Your hands move through the pattern, stumbling in places but recovering. The melody emerges, hesitant but recognisable. "There," Brother Anselm says with satisfaction. "That's the difference. You were playing notes before. Now you're making music." You're not entirely sure you agree with this assessment. The stumbles were still stumbles, the muffled notes still muffled. but something did feel different, less forced. You play through it again, and this time it flows slightly better, the melody line becoming clearer. Brother Anselm picks up his own lute. Let me play with you this time. Listen to how the parts fit together. He begins, and you join in after the verse phrase. His playing is so much smoother than yours that it's almost embarrassing, but it also pulls you forward and gives you something to follow. Your part weaves around his, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes moving in contrary motion. When you stumble, his steady rhythm keeps you from losing your place entirely. By the time you finish, you're actually smiling. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but it was music, real music, two instruments speaking to each other in the language of melody and rhythm. Brother Anselm is smiling too, clearly pleased with the progress. Practice that this week, he says. Not for perfection, but for pleasure. Music should be enjoyed, not endured. You promise to try, though you suspect your practice sessions will continue to be more about grinding through difficult passages than joyful music making. Still, it's something to work toward. After Brother Anselm leaves, you sit for a moment with the lute still in your lap, plucking idle notes. The instrument feels slightly more friendly than usual, as if your brief success has softened its attitude. You play through a simpler melody, one you learned years ago, letting your fingers remember the pattern while your mind wanders. There's something meditative about music when you're alone with it, with no one listening or judging. The notes rise and fall, filling the chamber with sound that's just for you. Not performance, not practice, just music for the sake of making it. Eventually your fingers start to tire, and you carefully set the lute aside. The light is fading outside the window, the short February day already giving way to evening. You can hear the household settling into its evening rhythms, servants lighting candles, preparing for supper, and the general shift toward the day's end. You take a breath, feeling oddly peaceful. The day has been full of small things, embroidery and lessons, gardens and music, disputes about pigs and boundary stones. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would make a song or story, just life, ordinary and unremarkable, rolling forward one small moment at a time. After a light supper, bread and cheese and some of the preserves from summer, eaten quickly in the small chamber where your family takes informal meals, you retreat to your chamber for the evening. Agnes has already prepared your writing desk, setting out fresh parchment, your inkwell, and the quill she sharpened earlier. Letter writing is your favourite part of the day, the hour when you get to think beyond the castle walls. Your correspondence is limited, of course. Your aunt at court, a cousin married to a minor lord in the north, and occasionally your mother's sister, who lives in a convent and writes the most wonderfully acerbic letters about religious life. But these few connections are precious, threads linking you to a wider world you can only glimpse through written words. Tonight you're writing to your aunt, who sent a letter last week full of court gossip and political manoeuvring that was more entertaining than any minstrel's tale. She has a gift for description, bringing the great lords and ladies to life with a few sharp observations. Reading her letters makes you feel like you're there, watching the elaborate dance of influence and favour. You dip your quill carefully, letting the excess ink drip back into the well. The first words are always the hardest, the formal greeting that convention requires before you can settle into actual communication. You write it out carefully, your script more controlled than the rushed hand you use for copying Latin. My dearest aunt, I hope this letter finds you well and in good health. The formalities completed, you relax into the letter proper. You tell her about the garden, about the early bulbs pushing through despite the cold. She loves gardens, you know, though the court rarely allows her time to enjoy them. You describe Brother Anselm's music lessons, making a joke about your fourth finger's continued refusal to curve like an egg-holding implement. You mention your father's court session, the dispute about the pigs, and the carpenter's wife's eloquent argument. The quill scratches across the parchment, the sound rhythmic and satisfying. You pause occasionally to gather your thoughts, or let a particularly flowing phrase dry before continuing. Letter writing requires a different kind of composition than speaking. You have time to choose your words, to craft sentences that say exactly what you mean. It's a luxury, really. You ask after your aunt's health, and about the court ladies she's mentioned in previous letters. Is the young countess still carrying favour with the Queen? Did the Duke's marriage negotiation succeed? Has there been news from France where the war continues its endless grinding forward and back? Halfway through, you pause to sharpen your quill, the knife cutting away the worn tip to expose a fresh point. Agnes has taught you the trick of it, the angle of the cut, the slight curve that makes the quill flow smoothly. It's a small skill but satisfying in its usefulness. You continue writing, moving into more personal territory. You confess to feeling restless lately, caught between childhood and whatever comes next. You don't mention marriage negotiations directly. Your aunt is too clever not to have heard about them through her court connections, but you hint at it. The waiting and uncertainty. I sometimes feel like the garden, you write, waiting for a season that may or may not come when expected, though at least the bulbs know spring will eventually arrive, even if the timing is unclear. You read that back, considering whether it's too revealing, too vulnerable, but your aunt has always been kind about such admissions, never mocking your moments of uncertainty. You let it stand. The letter fills 2 sheets of parchment before you're satisfied you've said everything worth saying. You close with appropriate wishes for her health and happiness, sign your name with a flourish that would make Brother Clement wince at its lack of careful formation, and set it aside to dry. While the ink settles, you pull out another piece of parchment. You have a half-composed letter to your cousin in the north, started weeks ago and never finished. She's recently had her second child, and you should send congratulations even though the news is no longer precisely fresh. You read what you wrote before, wincing slightly at the stilted phrasing. Too formal, too careful. Your cousin deserves better than careful. You cross out most of it and start fresh, this time writing the way you'd talk to her if you could. Warm, slightly irreverent, and full of the small jokes and observations that make letters from friends rather than obligations. You ask about the baby, about her health, and about whether her husband has stopped his habit of bringing his hunting dogs into the Great Hall at mealtimes. You share news from your own life, the embroidery project, the music lessons, the garden's patient waiting. Ordinary things, but they're what friendship is built from, these ordinary sharings. The candles have burned down noticeably by the time you finish. Your hand aches slightly from writing, the familiar cramping of fingers held too long in the same position. You flex them, watching the ink dry on your final letter. Agnes appears quietly, as she always does when she senses you're finishing up. She'll collect the letters tomorrow and give them to the steward to include with the next messenger heading in the appropriate directions. Your words will travel roads you've never walked, arriving in places you've only imagined through other people's descriptions. You seal the letters with wax, pressing your ring into each blob of red. Your own small mark on the world, travelling farther than you ever will. The wax hardens quickly in the cool air, preserving your seal like a promise. "Ready for bed, my lady?" Agnes asks, and you nod, suddenly aware of how tired you are. The day has been long, full of small tasks and quiet moments, and you're ready for sleep. Your chamber is dim except for the candles. Agnes has lit 3, one by the bed, another on the clothing chest, and a third near the brazier where coals glow red and warm. She helps you out of your kirtle and surcoat, unlacing with practiced efficiency. The wool slides off, heavy and slightly musty from a day's wearing. You're down to your chemise now, and Agnes brings a bowl of warm water for washing. This evening water is a luxury, heated in the kitchen and carried up specially. You wash your face and hands, the warm cloth soothing against your skin. The water smells faintly of the herbs. Agnes adds lavender again and something else you can't quite identify. She takes down your hair next, undoing the careful braiding she did this morning. Your hair falls in waves, freed from the constraint. She runs her fingers through it gently, working out tangles, and you close your eyes at the familiar comfort of it. This is perhaps your favourite part of the day. this quiet ritual of becoming yourself again, shedding the layers of propriety and presentation. "Shall I braid it for sleeping, my lady?" You nod, and she begins the loose plait that keeps your hair manageable through the night. Her fingers work quickly, the rhythm soothing. You can feel the day's tension releasing, your shoulders dropping, and your breathing slowing. When she's done, you climb into bed, and Agnes pulls the heavy curtains partway closed, leaving them open enough for air to circulate. The bed is cold at first, the linen sheets like ice, but you know it will warm soon. She's placed a warming stone wrapped in cloth near your feet, and you curl your toes around it gratefully. "Will you need anything else, my lady?" "No, thank you, Agnes. Sleep well. And you, my lady?" She slips out quietly, taking one of the candles with her. The remaining light flickers against the bed curtains, casting moving shadows. You lie still, listening to the castle settling around you. Somewhere below, servants are finishing the day's tasks. In the guardhouse, men are changing watch. In the chapel, the monks are preparing for Compline, the final office before sleep. You think about your day, all the small moments that comprised it. The cold chapel, the stubborn rose petal, and the robin in the garden, the pigs and the boundary stones. Your lute fighting against beauty and occasionally surrendering. The letters are now waiting to travel, carrying your words into the world. Nothing extraordinary, nothing that would be remembered or remarked upon. Just a day, one of thousands, unremarkable and precious in its very ordinariness. You're alive in it, present in all the small details, the scratch of the quill, the smell of rosemary, the weight of the lute in your lap, the taste of apples stewed in honey, the feel of silk thread sliding through linen, and the sound of your father's measured judgments echoing in the great hall. This is your life, not waiting for it to begin, but actually living it, here in these moments that feel too small to matter, but somehow add up to everything. The garden knows this, you think drowsily. The bulbs pushing through frozen ground aren't waiting for spring to live. They're living now in the darkness and the cold, doing what they need to do to survive until warmth arrives. You shift slightly, pulling the furs up higher. The warming stone is doing its job, heat radiating through the cloth. Your feet are finally losing their chill. Outside, the night is full of sounds. Wind in the battlements, the distant cry of an owl, and the soft footsteps of guards on their rounds. Safe sounds, familiar sounds. The castle wrapped around you like another layer of blankets, keeping you warm and protected from the darkness beyond the walls. Your eyes are heavy now, the day's accumulation of small efforts pulling you towards sleep. You think about tomorrow, more embroidery, more lessons, more of the gentle rhythm that marks time in this place. The same, but not quite, because each day brings its small variations, a different passage in Boethius, a new section of the altar cloth, or perhaps different weather that will change what you can do in the garden. The candle flickers and dims. Agnes will come in later to blow it out once she's certain you're asleep, but for now, it burns steadily, a small point of light in the darkness. You think about your aunt at court, probably still awake, probably still navigating the complex social terrain that never seems to rest. About your cousin in the north, feeding her new baby, tired and content. About all the people in your father's lands, settling into sleep in their own beds, their own lives playing out in patterns both similar and entirely different from yours. The weight of the day presses down pleasantly, and you surrender to it. Your breathing slows and deepens, the flickering candlelight behind your closed eyelids, the warmth of the bed seeping into your bones, the soft darkness gathering around you like a familiar friend. Tomorrow will come, with its own small moments and quiet demands, but tonight, there's just this. The peace of a day well enough lived, the comfort of routine and ritual, and the simple satisfaction of being warm and safe and drifting towards sleep. Your last conscious thought is about the crocuses in the garden, waiting patiently under the cold earth. They know something you're learning, that life isn't always about the dramatic moments, the big changes, or the events that shake the world. Sometimes it's about the quiet persistence of pushing through frozen ground, about growing in darkness until the light finds you, about the patient accumulation of small days that somehow add up to a life worth living. The candle gutter's in a draught, and you're already too far gone to notice. Sleep takes you gently, the way it does when you've earned it through a day of small efforts and quiet accomplishments. Outside, the night continues its watch. Inside, the castle breathes with the rhythm of sleeping souls. Tomorrow you'll wake to bells again, to cold water and morning prayers and the endless round of duties and small pleasures that make up your days. But that's tomorrow, and tomorrow can wait. Tonight you sleep peacefully, my friends. Good evening, my tired dumplings. Tonight you're stepping into the quiet rhythms of colonial Virginia in the 1730s and 1740s, when a tall, red-haired boy named George Washington learned the habits that would shape a nation. This is not a story of battles or declarations. This is the story of mornings at Ferry Farm, lessons copied by candlelight, and the weight of a surveyor's chain across young shoulders. The Rappahannock River moves like liquid pewter in the early light. You watch it from the window of a modest house perched above the water, where the air smells of wood smoke and damp earth. This is Ferry Farm in King George County, Virginia, and you are 11 years old. Your name is George Washington, though nobody calls you that yet with any particular reverence. You're simply the eldest surviving son of Augustine Washington, a tobacco planter who died when you were 11, leaving you with more questions than inheritance. The rooster does not wait for your readiness. His voice cracks the silence at first light, and you swing your legs out of bed before your mind fully registers the cold. The floorboards are winter hard beneath your bare feet. February in Virginia means frost on the inside of the window panes, little continents of ice that will melt by mid-morning but reform each night like clockwork. You dress in the dim light without wasting candle tallow. Breeches first, then the linen shirt that your mother washed and pressed 3 days ago. The fabric still holds a faint scent of lye soap and the rosemary she grows near the kitchen door. Your stockings are wool, darned at the heel by your own hand because your mother believes idle fingers are the devil's playground. The stitching is crooked but functional. Nobody will see it inside your shoes anyway. The house is already stirring. You hear your mother's footsteps on the floor below, the particular rhythm of her morning routine. Betty Washington is awake before everyone else, always. She moves through the house like a general inspecting troops, though she would never use such language. She's a widow now, managing 400 acres and 6 children with the kind of determination that does not announce itself in grand speeches. You descend the narrow staircase, avoiding the third step that creaks. This is habit now, not stealth. You simply know the house the way you know your own breathing. The main room downstairs serves as kitchen, dining area and evening gathering space all at once. The fireplace dominates one wall, already crackling with the fire your mother built while you were still tangled in your quilt. She glances up as you enter. Her face is framed by a white cap, and her expression is neither warm nor cold. She simply sees you, registers your presence, and returns to slicing yesterday's bread. This is how mornings work at Ferry Farm. Affection is not performed. It lives in the bread she baked, the fire she built, the stockings she inspected for holes. You take your place at the long table. Your younger brothers will appear soon, drawn by the smell of cornmeal mush bubbling in the iron pot. Your sister Betty will help serve, moving with the efficient grace your mother has trained into all her daughters. But for now you have 3 minutes of quiet, and you use them to look out the window at the river. The Rappahannock is 400 yards wide here, too deep to ford except at specific crossings. Your father operated the ferry before he died, and now your half-brother Lawrence manages the business from his estate at Little Hunting Creek. The ferry itself is a flat-bottomed scow that hauls tobacco barrels, livestock and occasional travellers across the current. You know every plank of that vessel. You have caulked its seams with oakum and pine tar. You have poled it across in summer and watched ice floes scrape its hull in winter. The river teaches patience. It moves at its own speed, indifferent to human schedules. You cannot hurry water. You cannot negotiate with a current. These are facts you absorb without anyone speaking them aloud. Your mother sets a wooden bowl before you. Cornmeal mush with a small pat of butter melting into a golden pool at the centre. You eat slowly, making the warmth last. The mush is thick and slightly grainy, flavoured with salt and the faint sweetness of molasses. This is not a household that wastes sugar or spices on breakfast. Your brother Samuel appears, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He's 9 years old and still believes that mornings are negotiable. Your mother disabuses him of this notion with a single glance. He takes his seat without complaint. After breakfast, you have chores. This is not remarkable. Every boy in Virginia has chores, but your chores are specific, tailored to teach you something beyond the immediate task. Your mother does not explain this philosophy. She simply assigns work and expects completion. Today you are splitting kindling. The woodpile behind the house is your responsibility, and you approach it with the hatchet your father left behind. The handle is smooth from years of use, darker where hands gripped it most often. You set a length of pine on the chopping block and study the grain. Wood splits easiest along its natural lines. Force it against the grain, and you will exhaust yourself for nothing. You raise the hatchet and bring it down in one clean motion. The wood separates with a satisfying crack. You stack the pieces in the kindling basket, working with steady rhythm. There is something calming about repetitive work, the way your body finds its pattern and your mind drifts free. You think about the mathematics lesson your mother assigned yesterday. She's teaching you from a book called The Young Man's Companion, which contains practical instruction in arithmetic, geometry, and measurement. The problems are not abstract. They involve calculating acreage, converting currency, and determining the volume of grain storage. Your mother believes education should be useful, not ornamental. The kindling basket fills. You carry it inside and stack it neatly beside the hearth. Your mother nods approval without pausing her work at the spinning wheel. The wheel's hum is another constant sound at Ferry Farm, like the river's movement and the wind through the pines. You return outside. The morning is brightening now, the frost beginning its slow retreat. You can see your breath in the air, small clouds that vanish as quickly as they form. The chickens need feeding, so you scatter dried corn from the wooden bucket kept in the barn. The hens converge with their bobbing mechanical gait, pecking at the kernels with single-minded focus. One hen is broody, sitting on her nest with ruffled feathers and suspicious eyes. You leave her alone. Your mother says broody hens are like stubborn men. They cannot be reasoned with, only accommodated. The barn smells of hay and horse sweat and old leather. Your family owns 3 horses, which is modest for a planter household, but sufficient for necessary work. You check their water trough and find it crusted with ice. You break the surface with the wooden handle of the grain scoop, then refill the trough from the well bucket. The horses drink with long, slow pulls, their breath steaming in the cold air. You're tall for your age, already approaching 6 feet, and your hands are large enough to handle adult tools. This is both advantage and burden. People expect more from you because your body suggests capability. Your mother certainly does. She assigns you work that would normally fall to a grown man, and you complete it without complaint because complaining achieves nothing. By mid-morning, the sun has burned away the frost. You return to the house to find your mother laying out your lesson materials. She's not a formally educated woman, but she reads competently and calculates with precision. She teaches you the way she learned, through repetition and practical application. Today's lesson involves copying maxims from the rules of civility and decent behaviour in company and conversation. This book contains 110 rules for proper conduct, and your mother believes memorising them will shape your character. You're sceptical. Rules about where to place your hands during conversation seem irrelevant when you're splitting kindling and feeding chickens. But you copy them anyway, forming each letter with careful precision. Your handwriting is improving. It no longer looks like a spider fell in the inkwell and staggered across the page. Your mother says clear handwriting reflects clear thinking, which may or may not be true, but you have learned not to argue with her maxims. Rule number 1 states, every action done in company ought to be with some sign of respect to those that are present. You copy this in your neatest script, then pause to consider what it means. Respect in company. You think about the adults you encounter at church, at the ferry landing, in the tobacco fields. Respect seems to involve listening more than speaking, and standing straight, and not fidgeting with your hat. You copy 10 rules before your hand cramps. Your mother allows a brief rest, which you spend staring out the window at the river. A small boat is crossing, probably someone from Fredericksburg heading to the farms on this side. The ferryman poles with steady strokes, reading the current like you read handwriting, understanding where the water wants to go and working with it rather than against it. This is February of 1743. You're 11 years old, your father has been dead less than a year, and the shape of your future is still uncertain. Your half-brother Lawrence has suggested you might join the Royal Navy, which sounds adventurous until you learn that naval midshipmen sleep in hammocks and eat weevil-infested biscuits. Your mother opposes this plan with quiet ferocity. For now, your life is this: mornings at Ferry Farm, lessons in practical subjects, chores that teach responsibility, and the constant presence of the Rappahannock River, moving with patient inevitability toward the Chesapeake Bay. The parlour at Ferry Farm is not grand. It contains a table, several chairs, a small writing desk, and a shelf of books that your father accumulated over the years. The books are mostly practical volumes about agriculture, surveying, and legal matters. There is one volume of plays by Joseph Addison, which seems out of place among the utilitarian texts, but which your father apparently enjoyed. You sit at the writing desk with the afternoon light slanting through the window. Your mother has assigned you mathematical problems from the young man's companion, and you work through them with methodical focus. The problems involve calculating the area of irregular plots of land, which requires breaking complex shapes into triangles and rectangles, then adding the components. You draw diagrams in the margin of your paper, visualizing the plots as geometric forms. This kind of thinking comes naturally to you. You understand spatial relationships instinctively, the way some people understand music or language. When you look at a field, you can estimate its acreage with reasonable accuracy. When you observe a building, you can guess its dimensions. This skill will prove useful in ways you cannot yet imagine. But for now, it is simply how your mind works, nothing remarkable or special. Your younger brother, John Augustine, enters the parlour, looking for something to do. He is 7 years old and finds sitting still nearly impossible. Your mother calls him Jack to distinguish him from the numerous other Johns in the family network. He hovers near your desk, watching you draw triangles and write calculations. You ignore him at first, hoping he will lose interest. He does not. He begins humming a tuneless melody that makes concentration difficult. You set down your quill and turn to face him. He grins, knowing he has succeeded in gaining your attention. You consider several responses, then settle on the simplest. You hand him a spare piece of paper and a pencil stub. You show him how to draw a square, then a triangle, then a circle. He attempts each shape with varying degrees of success. His circle looks more like a potato, but he seems pleased with it. You return to your calculations. Jack continues drawing beside you, creating an entire landscape of irregular geometric forms. Your mother appears in the doorway, observes the scene for a moment, then retreats without comment. This is her way. She watches more than she speaks, correcting only when absolutely necessary. The mathematics lesson occupies 2 hours. By the time you complete the assigned problems, your fingers are stained with ink and your neck aches from bending over the desk. You stand and stretch, hearing your spine pop in 3 places. Growing tall has its disadvantages. You're forever bumping your head on low doorways and feeling cramped in small spaces. You walk outside to clear your mind. The afternoon is bright and cold, with high clouds streaming overhead like pulled cotton. The wind carries the scent of wood smoke from neighbouring farms. You can identify at least 3 separate fires by smell, each burning different wood. Oak produces a clean, sharp scent. Pine is sweeter. The Johnsons down the road burn mostly cedar, which has a distinct resinous quality. You walk down to the ferry landing, where the Rappahannock laps at the muddy bank. The water is chocolate brown today, thick with sediment from recent rains upstream. You can see Fredericksburg on the far side, its buildings clustered along the waterfront. The town is growing, adding new warehouses and shops to serve the tobacco trade. Your father had business interests in Fredericksburg. He owned shares in the Principio Iron Works, which operated furnaces in Maryland and Virginia. After his death, these shares passed to your older half-brothers, who managed the family's larger financial concerns. You receive a small allowance from the estate, enough for shoes and paper, but nothing that would be called wealth. This is fine. You're learning that wealth matters less than skill, and skill comes from practice. You practice mathematics, you practice handwriting, you practice splitting wood in clean, efficient strokes. Each skill builds on the previous one, creating a foundation you cannot yet see, but which exists nonetheless. You return to the house as the sun begins its descent. Evening comes early in February, and your mother likes the household settled before full dark. Your sisters are preparing supper, cutting vegetables and stirring the pot that hangs over the fire. The smell of cooking beans and salted pork fills the room. You take your place at the table. Your siblings gather in order of the age, which places you at one end and baby Charles at the other. Your mother serves from the iron pot, ladling portions into wooden bowls. The food is simple but sufficient. Nobody goes hungry at Ferry Farm, though nobody feasts either. After supper, there is a brief period of leisure. Your mother reads aloud from the Bible, choosing a passage from Proverbs. Her voice is steady and clear, and you half listen while whittling a small piece of pine into a rough whistle. The wood curls away from your knife in thin ribbons, gathering at your feet like miniature scrolls. The passage is about diligence and sloth, which seems to be your mother's favourite theme. She believes idleness breeds vice, and she structures the household to prevent any idle moments. Even this evening reading serves a purpose, combining moral instruction with literacy practice. You finish the whistle and test it. The sound is shrill and off-key, but it works. Jack immediately wants one, so you find another piece of pine and begin carving. Your hands know the work now, and you can shape the whistle while your mind wanders to other thoughts. You think about your half-brother Lawrence, who lives at his plantation called Epsosasson, later renamed Mount Vernon. Lawrence is 14 years older than you, educated in England, and carries himself with the confidence of someone who knows his place in the world. He served as a captain in the colonial forces during the War of Jenkins' Ear, which sounds more dramatic than it apparently was. Lawrence has suggested that you might pursue surveying as a profession. He knows several professional surveyors, including William Fairfax, whose son George. William is Lawrence's close friend. Surveying combines outdoor work with mathematical precision, which seems suited to your particular combination of skills. You're intrigued by this possibility. Surveying means travelling to wild lands, measuring boundaries, and creating maps that bring order to wilderness. It also pays well. A good surveyor can earn enough to purchase land, and land is the foundation of wealth in Virginia. But surveying requires training. You need to learn how to use specialised instruments like the circumferentor and the surveyor's chain. You need to understand how to calculate angles and distances, how to account for terrain variations, and how to keep accurate field notes. These are not skills you can teach yourself from books. Lawrence has promised to arrange an apprenticeship when you are older. For now, you continue your general education, building the mathematical foundation that will make surveying instruction easier to absorb. You finish Jack's whistle and hand it to him. He blows it enthusiastically, producing a sound that makes the dog's ears flatten. Your mother gives you a look that suggests this gift was perhaps not your wisest decision. You shrug with careful innocence. The evening ends with more copying. Your mother assigns another 10 maxims from the rules of civility, and you transcribe them by candlelight. The candle's flame wavers in draughts that slip through cracks in the walls. You shield the paper with one hand while writing with the other, forming letters that grow smaller and more cramped as your eyes tire. Rule 23 states, when you see a crime punished, you may be inwardly pleased, but always show pity to the suffering offender. You copy this mechanically, too tired to analyse its meaning. You will think about it later when your mind is fresher. Your mother finally releases you to bed. You climb the narrow stairs, grateful for the promise of sleep. Your room is cold, but you have extra quilts, and you burrow beneath them like an animal seeking hibernation. The last thing you hear before sleep claims you is the wind outside and the distant sound of the river, constant and indifferent, moving through the winter darkness toward morning. Spring arrives in increments. First comes the subtle warming of the air, then the greening of grass along the riverbank, then the explosive blooming of dogwoods that turn the forest edge into clouds of white. You are 13 now, taller than most grown men, and your mother has stopped trying to find clothes that fit properly. You wear your shirts with the sleeves rolled up and your breeches hemmed higher than fashion would prefer. Lawrence has made good on his promise. He has arranged for you to spend time with a surveyor named James Genn, who works in the northern neck of Virginia mapping property boundaries for Lord Fairfax. This is not formal apprenticeship yet, but it is observation, which is the first step toward learning. You meet Mr. Genn on a bright April morning. He is a compact man with sun-weathered skin and hands that are permanently stained with soil and ink. He carries his instruments in a wooden case strapped to his back and walks with the ground-covering stride of someone who measures distance in miles rather than yards. He looks you up and down with an appraising eye. You're conscious of your height, your overlarge hands, your general awkwardness. but he simply nods and gestures for you to follow. You walk together into the woods beyond Ferry Farm. The forest here is mixed hardwoods, mostly oak and hickory, with an understory of dogwood and redbud. The ground is soft with leaf mould and your boots sink slightly with each step. Gen moves through the terrain with practiced ease, reading the land like you read books. He stops at a property corner marked by a pile of stones. This is how boundaries are designated in the wilderness, with cairns or blazed trees or iron stakes driven deep into the earth. Gen kneels beside the marker and removes a notebook from his coat pocket. He makes a quick sketch of the location, noting nearby landmarks. You watch in silence. He has not spoken beyond the initial greeting, and you sense that questions would be unwelcome. So you simply observe, noting how he orients himself, how he counts paces between markers, how he uses the sun's position to determine direction. After an hour of walking and note-taking, he finally addresses you directly. He asks if you can calculate distance by counting steps. You admit you have never tried. He tells you to walk 100 paces, keeping your stride natural, while he measures the actual distance with his chain. You walk, counting carefully. Your legs are long, and your natural stride covers more ground than average. When you reach 100 paces, Gen checks his measurement. Your 100 steps have covered approximately 260 feet, which means each pace is roughly 2 feet 7 inches. He tells you to remember this number. Once you know your pace length, you can estimate distances by walking and counting. It is less precise than using a chain, but useful for rough calculations. You spend the rest of the morning walking property lines and counting paces. Gen moves with purpose, checking markers and updating his notes. You follow, absorbing the rhythm of the work. It is physically demanding but not unpleasant. You're outdoors, moving through varied terrain, using your mind to solve spatial problems. By midday your legs ache and your throat is dry. Gen leads you to a small creek where you both drink from cupped hands. The water is cold and tastes of minerals and leaf tannin. You splash some on your face, washing away the dust and sweat. Gen unwraps a packet of bread and dried meat, which he shares without ceremony. You eat sitting on a fallen log, listening to the creek's burble and the distant call of a crow. This is companionable silence, not awkward. Gen seems comfortable without constant conversation, and so are you. After lunch, he shows you his circumferentor. This is a compass mounted on a flat brass plate with sighting vanes that allow precise angle measurement. The device is beautiful in its simplicity, every component serving a clear function. Gen explains how it works, demonstrating the process of taking bearings between landmarks. You hold the instrument carefully, feeling its weight and balance. The compass needle quivers with each tiny movement, seeking magnetic north with patient insistence. You sight along the vanes toward a distinctive oak tree, then read the angle on the brass scale. Gen checks your reading and nods approval. The afternoon proceeds with more practical demonstrations. Gen shows you how to use the surveyor's chain, a 66-foot length of iron links used for precise distance measurement. The chain is heavy and cumbersome, requiring 2 people for efficient use. One person holds the forward end while the other keeps it taut and records the measurement. You practice on level ground first, learning how to keep the chain straight and avoid snagging it on undergrowth. Gen is patient but exacting. He corrects your technique without criticism, simply showing you the proper method and expecting you to replicate it. By late afternoon, your shoulders ache from carrying the chain, and your hands are marked with red impressions from the iron links. But you are learning. You can feel knowledge accumulating like sediment, layer upon layer, building a foundation for future understanding. Gen walks you back to Ferry Farm as the sun descends. He speaks little, but as you part he tells you that you have aptitude. This is high praise coming from a man who uses words sparingly. You thank him and watch as he continues down the road toward his next assignment. Your mother is waiting when you enter the house. She does not ask about your day. She simply observes your muddy boots and scratched hands and nods, satisfied that you have worked rather than idled. That night you copy more maxims from the rules of civility, but your mind keeps returning to the forest, the weight of the circumferentor, the satisfying precision of the surveyor's chain. You have found something that engages both your physical strength and your mental capabilities. This is rare. Most work requires one or the other, but surveying demands both. You blow out your candle and lie in the darkness, thinking about boundary lines running through wilderness, about the mathematical beauty of right angles and precise measurements, about the satisfaction of bringing order to unmapped land. Sleep comes easily. Your body is tired from walking miles through rough terrain. Your mind is tired from concentrating on new information. It is a good tired, the kind that comes from purposeful work rather than mere exhaustion. You're 15 now, and surveying has progressed from observation to participation. Lawrence has secured you more time with James Genn, and you have begun keeping your own field notes. Your handwriting has improved dramatically out of necessity. Field notes must be legible and precise, since they form the legal record of property boundaries. You carry a leather-bound notebook and a pencil in your coat pocket. The notebook is already filling with sketches and calculations, diagrams of property corners and notes about terrain features. You have developed your own shorthand for common observations, abbreviations that let you record information quickly while standing in muddy fields. Today you are surveying a tract of bottomland along a Coatink Creek. The property belongs to a planter who wants his boundaries formally documented before selling a portion to his neighbour. This is typical work for a surveyor in colonial Virginia. Land is constantly being bought, sold, divided and disputed. Clear boundaries prevent conflicts. Genn has brought you because the job requires 2 people to handle the chain efficiently. You are the chain bearer, responsible for keeping the forward end taut and marking each chain length with a wooden stake. Genn handles the rear end and keeps the official notes. The work is methodical. You start at a known corner marker, then run a line north according to the property deed. Genn takes a bearing with his circumferentor, sighting along the intended direction. You walk forward, pulling the chain taut, until you reach its full 66-foot length. You plant a stake, Genn records one chain in his notes, and you repeat the process. The ground is uneven, which complicates the measurement. A chain pulled over rising terrain will measure short, since the actual ground distance is longer than the straight line distance. Genn teaches you to account for this by taking slope measurements and applying correction factors. You learn by doing. Genn demonstrates a technique once, then expects you to replicate it. There is no coddling, no excessive explanation. If you make a mistake, he shows you the correct method and you try again. This suits your temperament. You prefer clear instruction over elaborate theory. By midday, you have run 3 property lines and planted dozens of stakes. Your arms ache from repeatedly pulling the heavy chain taut. Your legs are scratched from pushing through brambles, but the work is satisfying. You can see progress accumulating, each measured chain adding to the total. Genn allows a brief rest for lunch. You sit beside the creek and eat bread and cheese, while watching water striders skate across the surface. The insects move with impossible delicacy, their feet dimpling the water without breaking through. You wonder about the physics of this, the balance of weight and surface tension. Genn notices your attention and mentions that he once surveyed a mill pond and had to account for seasonal water level changes when mapping the shore. Boundaries that follow water lines are particularly tricky, since water moves. The legal boundary is typically the mean high water mark, but determining that requires observation over time. You file this information away for future reference. Every conversation with Genn contains some practical detail, some piece of knowledge earned through experience. He is teaching you by simply including you in his work, letting you absorb the accumulated wisdom of years in the field. The afternoon brings a complication. You reach a property corner that should be marked by an iron stake, but the stake is missing. Someone has removed it, either deliberately or accidentally. This creates a problem. Without the corner marker, you cannot verify that previous surveys were accurate. Genn examines the area carefully. He looks for disturbed soil, nearby reference trees, any evidence of the original marker's location. He checks the old survey notes, which describe the corner as being 7 chains from a particular white oak tree. You locate the oak, measure 7 chains in the specified direction, and Genn confirms this matches the property deed description. You plant a new iron stake at what should be the correct location, but Genn notes in his record that the original marker was missing, and this is a replacement based on deed measurements. This is important legal documentation. If a dispute arises later, the notes will show that proper procedure was followed. Surveying is not just about measuring land, it is about creating reliable records that will endure for decades. By late afternoon, the job is complete. You have measured all 4 boundaries, marked corners, and created a detailed plat showing the property's shape and acreage. Genn calculates the total area using geometric formulas, breaking the irregular plot into triangles and adding their areas. You watch him work following the calculations. The property contains 173 acres, give or take a few square chains. This precision matters. The owner is selling 60 acres, so knowing the exact total is essential for a fair division. Gen pays you for the day's work. It is not much, but it is your own money, earned through skill and effort. You fold the coins carefully into your pocket, feeling their weight against your leg as you walk home. That evening you transcribe the day's rough notes into clean format, creating a permanent record of the survey. This is painstaking work, requiring absolute accuracy. You check each number twice, compare your sketches to your measurements, and write in your neatest hand. Your mother observes this process with silent approval. She values precision and thorough record keeping. These are habits that extend beyond surveying into all aspects of life. A person who keeps accurate accounts, who documents decisions, who maintains clear records is a person who can be trusted. You finish the transcription and set your notebook aside. Your hands are cramped from writing, but the work is done properly. You have created something permanent, a record that could be referenced years from now by people you will never meet. This feels important, though you cannot articulate exactly why. You are 15 years old, measuring land in the Virginia wilderness, but you're also creating a foundation. Every chain pulled taut, every angle measured, every note transcribed is adding to a structure you cannot yet see, but which exists nonetheless. Winter returns, as it always does, bringing shortened days and long evenings. The surveying work slows during the coldest months, since frozen ground makes it difficult to plant stakes, and snow obscures boundary markers. You use this forced pause to deepen your theoretical knowledge. Your mother has obtained a copy of The Complete Surveyor by William Laybourne, a comprehensive text on surveying mathematics and techniques. The book is dense and technical, filled with geometric proofs and trigonometric calculations. You work through it systematically, one chapter at a time, solving the practice problems and checking your answers against the solutions provided. You study by candlelight in the parlour, while your siblings play quiet games near the fire. The house is never silent in the evenings. There is always the crackle of burning wood, the murmur of conversation, the occasional thump of a dropped toy. But you have learned to concentrate despite background noise. The mathematics in Laybourne's text is challenging but not impossible. You already understand basic geometry from your earlier studies. The surveying problems simply apply these principles to practical situations. How do you calculate the area of a pentagon-shaped field? Break it into triangles, calculate each triangle's area, and sum the results. How do you determine the height of a tree without climbing it? Use similar triangles and proportional reasoning. You work through problem after problem, filling pages with calculations and diagrams. Your pencil scratches across the paper in steady rhythm. When you reach a particularly difficult problem, you pause and think it through, sometimes for 10 or 15 minutes before attempting a solution. Your mother occasionally glances over your shoulder, though she cannot follow the mathematics. She simply checks that you are working, not daydreaming. Satisfied, she returns to her own tasks. Some evenings, you copy passages from surveying manuals into your notebook, creating your own reference text. This serves double purpose. It reinforces the information through repetition, and it gives you a personal resource to consult in the field. Your copied notes eventually fill an entire notebook, organised by topic with a careful index at the front. You also practice making fair copies of survey plats. A plat is a drawn map of a surveyed property, showing boundaries, corners, acreage, and important features. These must be clear and accurate since they become part of legal records. You practice drawing straight lines, perfect circles for compass roses, and neat lettering for labels. Your drafting skills improve through repetition. You learn to use a straight edge efficiently, to keep ink lines consistent in width, to space letters evenly. These are small details, but they accumulate into professional-looking work. On some evenings, Lawrence visits from Mount Vernon. He brings news from the wider world and discusses practical matters with your mother. You listen while continuing your work, absorbing information about tobacco prices, political developments, and social connections. Lawrence has become a member of the House of Burgesses, representing Fairfax County. He describes the legislative sessions with dry humour, noting the endless debates over minutiae and the theatrical posturing of certain delegates, but he also takes the work seriously. The House of Burgesses makes decisions that affect thousands of people. That responsibility deserves respect. You are struck by Lawrence's balance of cynicism and commitment. He sees the flaws in political systems but participates anyway, believing that engaged citizens can improve governance incrementally. This seems like a reasonable philosophy. Perfect systems do not exist, but functional ones can be built through patient effort. These evening conversations are your window into adult concerns. You learn about land speculation, colonial administration, relations with the mother country, and the complex web of family connections that structures Virginia society. The Washingtons are minor gentry, respectable, but not wealthy. Your advancement will depend on skill and connections rather than inherited fortune. This is fine. You are learning skills that are marketable. Good surveyors are always in demand, especially as settlement pushes westward into unmapped territory. The frontier needs boundaries, property lines, legal clarity. You can provide that. Some nights you practice with your circumferentor, taking bearings on various objects around the house and calculating angles. Your mother tolerates this activity as long as you do not disturb your siblings' sleep. You sight along the vanes toward the fireplace, then toward the window, then toward the door, carefully reading each bearing and recording it in your notebook. You are teaching yourself to visualize angles instinctively. When you look at a room, you can estimate its dimensions and orientation. When you walk through a field, you can guess the direction to true north within a few degrees. These are practical skills that will save time in the field. You also study Lord Fairfax's land grants and property descriptions, learning the legal language of deeds and surveys. The language is formulaic but precise. A typical description might read, beginning at a white oak marked with 3 chops on the north side, thence running north 45 degrees east for 20 chains to an iron stake, thence south 30 degrees east for 15 chains to a pile of stones. Each element is specific and verifiable. You practice writing similar descriptions based on imaginary surveys, developing fluency in the conventional language. This feels tedious sometimes, but you understand its importance. Clear legal descriptions prevent boundary disputes. Ambiguous language leads to conflict. The winter evenings pass in this manner. Study, practice, observation, and occasional conversation. Your mind is accumulating knowledge like a reservoir filling with runoff. Not all of it seems immediately useful, but you trust that it will prove valuable eventually. Your mother sometimes reads aloud while you work. She favours passages from the Bible, or from improving literature that emphasises moral development. You half listen while calculating triangular areas, your mind splitting attention between the text and your problems. One evening she reads from Proverbs chapter 22, verse 29. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. She pauses after this passage, letting it settle in the silence. You look up from your calculations. She's watching you with an expression you cannot quite read. Then she returns to her reading without comment. The message is clear enough. Diligence leads to opportunity. Skill earns recognition. These are not guarantees, but they are better than relying on luck or charm. You return to your mathematics, working through another problem about calculating irregular acreage. The candlelight flickers as a draft moves through the room. Outside, the winter wind rattles the shutters. But the house is warm, and your mind is engaged, and this is enough. Chapter 6. The Frost and the Compass. You're 16 now, and Lord Fairfax has commissioned a survey of his lands in the Shenandoah Valley. This is significant work. Fairfax owns more than 5 million acres in the northern neck, stretching from the Potomac to the Blue Ridge Mountains. Much of this territory has never been properly surveyed. Squatters occupy some tracts, boundaries are disputed, and the accurate extent of Fairfax's holdings is uncertain. George William Fairfax, Lawrence's friend and Lord Fairfax's cousin, has invited you to join the surveying party. This is partly courtesy to Lawrence and partly recognition of your developing skills. You will not lead the survey, but you will participate as an assistant, gaining invaluable experience in wilderness surveying. You prepare for the expedition with careful attention. You pack spare clothing, a bedroll, a notebook and pencils, your circumferentor and basic provisions. Your mother inspects your gear with critical eye, adding items you'd forgotten, extra stockings, a second shirt, a packet of needles and thread for repairs. She does not express worry about your safety, at least not aloud, but she packs your things with particular care, folding each item precisely. You understand what this means without discussion. The surveying party assembles at Belvoir, the Fairfax estate on the Potomac. Besides yourself, the group includes George William Fairfax, James Genn as chief surveyor, and several chain bearers and axemen to clear sightlines through dense forest. You set out on a cold March morning. The journey west crosses the Blue Ridge at Ashby's Gap. following Indian paths that wind through mountain passes. The terrain is dramatically different from the Tidewater region. Here the land heaves itself into ridges and valleys, covered with oak and hickory forests so dense that sunlight barely reaches the ground. You ride a borrowed horse, a sturdy mare accustomed to rough trails. Your long legs mean your feet nearly drag the ground, but the horse is patient with your inexpert riding. You have ridden before, but not extensively. This journey will provide practice. The first night you camp beside a creek in a narrow valley. The surveying party sets up tents and builds a large fire against the March chill. You help gather firewood, stacking logs near the flames to dry before burning. Green wood produces more smoke than heat, a fact you learned from experience at Ferry Farm. George William Fairfax proves to be good company. He is educated, well-travelled, and treats you as an equal despite the age difference. He asks about your surveying studies and listens to your responses with genuine interest. This is different from the condescension you sometimes encounter from gentlemen who view you as a backwoods boy with delusions of competence. The conversation around the fire ranges across various topics: politics, land speculation, agricultural techniques, and the chronic labour shortage that plagues Virginia planters. You listen more than you speak, absorbing information and perspectives. One of the axemen plays a fiddle poorly but enthusiastically. The music is more rhythm than melody, but it provides cheerful background noise. Someone produces a jug of rum which circulates among the adults. You decline when it reaches you. Alcohol impairs judgment, and you prefer to keep your wits sharp. The night is cold and clear. Stars blaze overhead in patterns you have learned from navigational texts. Polaris sits above the northern horizon, nearly motionless while other stars wheel around it. You could find north by the stars if necessary, though the compass is more reliable. You sleep fitfully, unused to sleeping on the ground despite your bedroll. Every small noise jerks you toward wakefulness. The forest at night is far from silent. Owls hunt with eerie calls. Small animals rustle through underbrush. The creek murmurs its constant song. Morning comes cold and grey. Frost coats every surface, turning the landscape into a temporary crystal palace. Your breath steams in the air as you help pack the camp. Your muscles are stiff from yesterday's riding and sleeping on hard ground. You move carefully, working out the soreness. The surveying begins in earnest. Gen leads the party to a marked corner of Fairfax's holdings, checking it against the deed description. From this known point you will run boundary lines according to the grant specifications, marking corners and noting terrain features. The work is demanding. The terrain is steep and rocky, covered with dense vegetation. Sight lines must be cleared by axemen before the chain can be run. This slows progress to perhaps 3 or 4 chains per hour when the land is particularly rough. You serve as forward chain bearer, which means pushing through undergrowth, climbing over fallen logs, and wading through icy streams while keeping the chain taut. Your hands grow numb despite leather gloves. Your legs are scratched by thorns and brambles, but you persist, understanding that this is simply the nature of the work. Gen takes regular compass bearings to maintain the correct direction. In dense forest, it is easy to drift offline. The compass provides constant correction, bringing the survey back to true north. At midday, you reach a ridge crest and pause for rest. The view westward is spectacular. Valley after valley recedes into blue distance, each ridge slightly paler than the one before. This is wilderness, barely touched by European settlement. Somewhere in those valleys, Indian hunting parties move silently through the forest, but you see no sign of human presence beyond your own party. George William Fairfax points toward a distant valley. That land is technically part of Lord Fairfax's grant, but no survey has ever mapped it. It could contain 100,000 acres or twice that. Nobody knows until someone measures it. This is why surveyors matter. Until land is measured and mapped, it exists in legal ambiguity. The survey transforms abstract space into property, wilderness into commodity. You are part of this transformation, though you do not think in such grand terms. You simply measure and record, chain by chain, creating clarity from confusion. The afternoon brings rain, cold and penetrating. You work through it, since stopping means wasted time. The rain makes the chain slippery and turns the ground into mud. Your boots sink with each step. Water runs down your neck despite your coat collar. By evening you are thoroughly soaked and deeply cold. The party makes camp early, building large fires to dry clothing and warm bodies. You stand close to the flames, steam rising from your wet coat. Gradually, feeling returns to your fingers and toes. Someone produces a pot and makes stew from dried meat and beans. The food is simple but warming. You eat 2 bowls, refueling after a day of hard physical work. That night, exhaustion overrides discomfort. You sleep deeply despite the hard ground and the intermittent rain that drips through the tent seams. The survey continues for 10 more days. Each day follows the same pattern. Rise cold, work hard, make incremental progress, camp exhausted. You learn to read terrain, anticipate difficulties, and work efficiently despite challenging conditions. You also learn to live in wilderness without amenities. You wash in freezing streams. You sleep in damp clothes. You accept discomfort as temporary and manageable. These are valuable lessons. Physical hardship is largely mental. If you can tolerate discomfort without complaint, you can accomplish tasks that break people who expect constant comfort. By the time the survey concludes, you have helped measure several thousand acres of mountain land. Your field notes document the work in detail, creating a record that will guide future surveys of the region. The return journey to Belvoir feels shorter, though the distance is identical. Familiarity makes any route seem less daunting. You recognize landmarks, remember campsites, and navigate with growing confidence. When you finally reach Ferry Farm again, your mother inspects you with clinical attention. You're thinner, scratched, and bear the weathered look of someone who has spent weeks outdoors. She nods satisfaction and directs you to wash and change clothes. That night, you transcribe your field notes into permanent records, working late by candlelight. The survey is not complete until the notes are properly documented. You write carefully, creating clear plats and accurate descriptions. When you finally close your notebook and extinguish the candle, you feel a quiet satisfaction. You have completed significant work under difficult conditions. You have proven yourself capable in ways that matter. This is progress. Chapter 7. The Young Man's Ledger. You are 17 years old and something has shifted. The awkward boy who split kindling at Ferry Farm has become a young man who commands surveying parties and negotiates fees with landowners. Your voice has deepened. Your height has stabilised at 6 feet 2 inches. Your hands are large and capable, marked with scars from chains and axes and brambles. You have established yourself as a professional surveyor. Lord Fairfax has appointed you official surveyor for Culpeper County, a position that brings both steady work and social standing. You earn fees for each survey, typically charging by the acre plus expenses. The income is substantial, especially for someone your age. You maintain careful financial records in a leather-bound ledger. Every fee received, every expense paid, every transaction is documented in your precise handwriting. The ledger is not just a record. It is a tool for understanding your business, tracking profitability, and planning future investment. Your entries are models of clarity. March 12th, 1749. Surveyed 400 acres for Mr. John Patterson. Fee received £2, 6 shillings. Nothing ambiguous or vague, just facts, dates and numbers. This attention to financial detail is unusual for someone your age, but it comes naturally. You understand that money represents accumulated work. Every shilling you earn corresponds to hours spent pulling chain through rough country. Wasting money means wasting the work that produced it. You have begun purchasing land with your surveying income. Small parcels at first, chosen for location and potential value rather than current productivity. You are building an estate piece by piece, transforming surveying fees into permanent assets. Your mother approves of this strategy without saying so explicitly. She simply observes your ledger entries and nods. Land is security. Land is legacy. Land cannot be easily stolen or lost. You continue living at Ferry Farm despite your professional success. This is partly economy and partly preference. You have no desire for independent living yet. Ferry Farm provides structure, family connection, and a base for your surveying work. But your relationship with the household has changed. You're no longer simply one of Betty Washington's children. You're a working professional who contributes financially and makes independent decisions. Your mother still manages the domestic sphere, but she does not presume to direct your professional choices. Some evenings you discuss business matters with her. She has sharp instincts about property values and local politics. Her advice is practical and unsentimental. She tells you which landowners pay promptly and which require repeated reminders. She notes when tobacco prices rise or fall, since this affects land values in agricultural regions. You listen and learn. Your mother is teaching you to see beyond immediate transactions to larger patterns. Economic activity moves in cycles. Understanding these cycles allows better timing for purchases and sales. Your surveying work takes you throughout northern Virginia and into the Shenandoah Valley. You have become familiar with wilderness travel, capable of navigating by compass and stars, comfortable camping in all weather. Your earlier discomfort with cold nights and rough ground has been replaced by simple acceptance. This is the nature of the work. You have developed a reputation for accuracy and honesty. Your surveys are trusted by land courts and property owners alike. This reputation is valuable, perhaps more valuable than your immediate income. People hire surveyors they trust, and they recommend trusted surveyors to others. You maintain this reputation through careful work and ethical conduct. You do not cut corners to save time. You do not accept bribes to adjust boundaries. You do not claim precision beyond your instrument's capabilities. These choices sometimes cost short-term income but build long-term credibility. Some surveyors fudge measurements or show favoritism to whichever party pays best. You have seen the results: disputed boundaries, legal conflicts, and ruined professional reputations. The temporary gain is not worth the permanent cost. Your field notebooks now number in the dozens, filled with surveys of properties across the region. Each notebook is dated and indexed. You can locate any previous survey within minutes, checking measurements or verifying descriptions. This systematic organization is not natural talent. It is learned discipline, developed through your mother's insistence on orderly record keeping and reinforced by professional necessity. Surveyors who lose notes or cannot reproduce previous work do not remain employed long. You have also developed physical capabilities that serve your work. You can walk 20 miles through rough terrain without excessive fatigue. You can sleep anywhere and wake refreshed. You can endure weather extremes with minimal complaint. These are practical skills, unglamorous but essential. Your younger brothers sometimes accompany you on surveys, serving as chain bearers or axemen. You teach them the same way James Genn taught you, through demonstration and expectation, rather than elaborate explanation. They learn, or they do not. Either outcome is their responsibility. Jack shows particular aptitude for the work. He is physically strong and mentally sharp, capable of holding complex calculations in his head while pulling chain. You make note of this. Family businesses benefit from competent relatives who can be trusted with significant responsibility. Your evenings at Ferry Farm now include correspondence. Landowners write requesting surveys. Officials send legal inquiries about boundary disputes. You respond to each letter promptly and professionally, maintaining the written equivalent of your verbal reputation. Your handwriting has evolved into a clear professional script. The awkward copying exercises your mother assigned years ago have transformed into fluent communication. You can draft a business letter quickly, expressing complex ideas with appropriate formality. You occasionally still copy maxims from the rules of civility, though now more from habit than assignment. Some of the rules have proven genuinely useful. Undertake not what you cannot perform, but be careful to keep your promise. This is not abstract morality. It is practical business advice. Your reputation depends on delivering promised services reliably. You think sometimes about your father, dead now for 6 years. You remember him only dimly, more as impression than detailed memory. But you understand that his property investments and business connections created opportunities for you. Lawrence's position, the Fairfax introductions, your access to surveying work, all of this traces back to Augustine Washington's careful cultivation of useful relationships. You are building similar foundations, though you cannot yet see what structure they will support. You accumulate land, develop skills, establish reputation, and maintain connections. These are investments in an uncertain future. The Rappahannock River still flows past Ferry Farm with the same patient inevitability. You have watched it for 17 years now, seen it freeze and thaw, flood and recede, carry debris downstream and deposit sediment on its banks. The river teaches through example. Steady pressure over time accomplishes more than sporadic bursts of energy. You apply this principle to your work. Consistent effort, methodical record-keeping, careful decision-making. Not dramatic or exciting, but effective over time. Some nights you stand at the window and watch moonlight on the river's surface, thinking about the distance between your current position and your imagined future. You want significant achievement, though you cannot define what form that achievement should take. wealth certainly, and respect, and perhaps some lasting contribution. But these are vague aspirations. More concrete is tomorrow's survey of a 200-acre tract near Fredericksburg. The landowner wants clear documentation before subdividing the property among his children. The work will take 3 days, accounting for terrain and necessary calculations. You have already reviewed the property deed and planned your approach. You will start at the southwest corner, run the southern boundary east, then work counterclockwise around the perimeter. Weather permitting, you should complete the work by Friday evening. This is the actual substance of your life. Not grand visions, but specific tasks, executed competently, documented carefully, compensated fairly. The accumulation of such tasks creates a career, and a career creates opportunity, and opportunity creates possibility. You close your ledger and prepare for bed. Tomorrow requires an early start. The river continues its patient flow through the darkness, indifferent to human ambition but somehow comforting in its constancy. Morning will come, the work will be there, and you will do it, chain by chain, acre by acre, building something you cannot yet see but which exists in the careful record of days well spent. Sleep comes easily. You have worked hard. Your body is tired but satisfied. Your mind is quiet, settled on the foundation of clear purpose and methodical execution. The last thing you hear is the wind in the pines outside, and the distant murmur of the Rappahannock, and the settling creak of the house preparing for night. This is enough. And that's where we'll leave young George Washington tonight, my tired dumplings. Standing at the window of Ferry Farm at 17, surveyor's ledger closed, tomorrow's work already planned in his methodical mind. If you found this gentle tour through his early years worth your time, you might wander over and subscribe to this humble channel. New historical escapes appear each week, and they're all built for sleeping. Pleasant dreams, and may your morning come gently. You are standing on the deck of a captured merchant vessel somewhere off the coast of Jamaica in 1715. The previous captain has stepped down. The crew is looking at you. Someone needs to make a decision about what happens next, and apparently that someone is you. This is not how you imagined becoming a captain. You did not inherit this position from your father. You did not graduate from a naval academy. You did not work your way up through years of loyal service to a shipping company. You became a pirate captain because 37 stubborn men just held an election, and you won by 4 votes. The democratic process among pirates was real, and documented extensively in trial records from the early 1700s. When a pirate crew needed a new captain, they voted. Every man got 1 vote. The candidate with the most votes became captain, and that position lasted exactly as long as the crew felt like keeping you around. You stand there trying to look confident while your brain scrambles to remember anything useful about navigation, or maritime law or leadership. You were a merchant sailor 3 months ago. You know how to tie knots and swab decks and stay out of the way when the actual sailors were working. Now you are responsible for keeping 37 men fed and functioning, while simultaneously figuring out how to find prizes without exhausting everyone. The ship rocks gently beneath your feet. The Caribbean sun beats down on your head. Someone hands you a hat that belonged to the previous captain. It still has his sweat stains in the band. You put it on because that seems like what a captain would do. It sits slightly crooked on your head because it was shaped to fit someone else's skull. Your first order of business is figuring out what to do with this merchant ship you just captured. The cargo hold contains barrels of salted pork, bolts of cloth, and 70 pounds of sugar. The crew wants to sell everything and divide the money. You want to keep some of the food because you know the ship's supplies are running low. This creates your first leadership crisis approximately 10 minutes into your captaincy. Pirates operated under a strict code that was written down and signed by every crew member. These codes survive in historical records, and they are surprisingly detailed. Captain Bartholomew Roberts had a code with 11 articles. Captain John Phillips had a code with 10 articles. The codes covered everything from how to divide treasure, to compensation for injuries in battle, to whether you could bring musicians aboard. Article 6 of Bartholomew Roberts's code stated that every man had an equal vote in affairs of the moment, and equal title to fresh provisions or strong liquors seized. This meant you could not just decide to keep the food. You had to convince 37 men that keeping the food was a good idea, and those 37 men really wanted the money from selling the food. You try to explain basic mathematics. The ship currently has enough food for maybe 2 more weeks if everyone eats carefully. If you sell this food and do not find another prize soon, everyone goes hungry. This argument works on approximately 12 people. The other 25 want their money now because they do not trust that you will find another prize. And frankly, they do not trust you at all because you have been captain for less than an hour. Someone suggests putting it to a vote. Everyone agrees this is fair. You spend the next 30 minutes watching your crew debate the relative merits of food versus money, while the captured merchant vessel sits dead in the water, and you pray that a British naval patrol does not come over the horizon. The vote goes 14 to 23 against you. You're keeping the salted pork whether the crew likes it or not, but you just lost your first democratic contest as captain. This does not bode well for your long-term survival in this position. The historical record shows that pirate captains had absolute authority during chase or battle, but during regular sailing, the crew voted on almost everything. The quartermaster held nearly as much power as the captain and served as a check on captain authority. If the crew did not like your decisions, they could vote you out and elect someone else. You make a mental note to be better at arguing your case next time. Then you realise there will be a next time. There will be hundreds of next times. Every decision you make will be scrutinised and debated and voted on by men who have very strong opinions about supply management. The sun is starting to set. You need to decide what to do with the captured crew. Pirates usually offered merchant sailors a choice. Join the pirate crew or get set adrift in a boat with some supplies. Harming captured sailors was bad business because it made other ships fight rather than surrender peacefully, and fighting meant your crew took injuries and damage. The merchant captain is sitting on the deck with his hands tied. He's about 50 years old with grey hair and sun-weathered skin. He has been sailing these waters for 30 years. He knows more about navigation than you will learn in your entire life. You briefly consider forcing him to join your crew as a navigator, but Article 11 of Robert's Code forbids forcing anyone to join against their will. Pirates had standards, apparently. You order the merchant sailors loaded into a longboat with enough food and water to reach the nearest island. The merchant captain looks at you with something between contempt and pity. He knows you have no idea what you're doing. You know he knows. Everyone on both ships knows. This is going to be a very long captaincy. The captured ship needs to be dealt with. You could sink it, but that wastes perfectly good materials. You could keep it and sail with 2 ships, but that requires splitting your crew, and you barely have enough men to sail one vessel properly. You could sell it at a pirate-friendly port, but getting there takes time, and every day you sail is another day the British Navy might find you. Your quartermaster makes a suggestion. Strip the ship of anything useful, then let it drift. Someone will find it eventually. This seems reasonable until you realise stripping a ship takes an entire day of work, and your crew wants to get moving toward a port where they can spend their money and drink themselves stupid. Another vote. This time you win by 3 votes. The crew spends the next day transferring supplies while you try to figure out how to navigate to the nearest safe harbour, without admitting you're not entirely sure where you are. The previous captain kept his charts in a locked chest in his cabin. That cabin is now your cabin, which sounds luxurious until you see it. The space is roughly 6 feet by 8 feet. There is a hammock, a small desk bolted to the floor, a chair that wobbles, and a bucket that serves a purpose you try not to think about. The chest sits in the corner, still locked. You do not have the key. The previous captain died with the key around his neck, and no one thought to take it off him before they threw his body overboard. This means you need to break open the chest, which means you need tools, which means you need to ask someone for tools, which means admitting you do not have access to the navigation charts. Pirates maintained detailed knowledge of Caribbean geography. They needed to know which islands had fresh water, which harbours were deep enough for their ships, which governors could be bribed, and which naval patrols operated in which areas. This information was usually kept in the captain's head, or written in personal logs that were carefully guarded. You find a carpenter and ask for a pry bar. The carpenter asks why you need it. You say you need to open a stuck chest. He looks at you like you're an idiot and points out that chests generally open when you have the key. You say the key is unavailable. He asks if you mean the captain's chest. You admit that yes, you mean the captain's chest, which is now your chest, but the previous captain took the key to the bottom of the ocean with him. The carpenter laughs and says he will get his tools. 10 minutes later, he is prying the lock off, while half your crew watches and makes jokes about the new captain, who does not have keys to his own furniture. You are learning that maintaining dignity is going to be extremely difficult in this job. The chest contains charts, a compass that might be broken, a journal filled with notes in handwriting you can barely read, 3 shirts that are too small for you, and a pistol with no ammunition. You take the charts and journal back to your desk and spend the next 3 hours trying to figure out where you are. The charts are hand-drawn and not particularly accurate. The journal contains notes about currents, wind patterns, and the locations of various hazards. The handwriting is terrible. The previous captain apparently spelled words however he felt like at the moment. You find references to locations you've never heard of and warnings about reefs that may or may not exist. Navigation in the early 1700s was part science and part guesswork. Captains used dead reckoning, which meant estimating your position based on your speed, direction, and time travelled. This worked fine until currents pushed you off course or storms blew you miles from where you thought you were. Accurate longitude calculation did not exist yet. The best maritime chronometer would not be invented until 1735. You're sailing approximately 2 decades too early for that convenience. You have a compass, and the sun and the stars, and a crew that expects you to get them somewhere profitable without running aground on a reef or sailing directly into a British naval squadron. You spread the charts across your desk and try to match what you see with what you remember of the coastline. The problem is that you have only been in these waters for 3 months. Before that, you were sailing between Bristol and Boston on merchant routes that stayed far from pirate-infested areas. You know the Caribbean exists, and that it contains numerous islands and at least 3 major colonial powers who would all be delighted to hang you. Beyond that, your geographical knowledge gets fuzzy. Your quartermaster knocks on the cabin door and asks if you have figured out where you're going. You say you're working on it. He says the crew wants to head to Nassau because they heard it is a safe port for pirates. You say Nassau sounds great and you will set a course immediately. He leaves. You have absolutely no idea where Nassau is. You spend another hour with the charts before you find a reference to New Providence Island and a note that says good harbour and friendly governor. You assume this is Nassau. You tried to calculate how long it will take to get there based on your current position, which you're only about 60% sure of. The wind is coming from the east. Your ship can make about 6 knots in good conditions. New Providence Island is somewhere northwest of your current estimated position. You guess maybe 3 days sailing if the wind holds and you do not hit any storms or currents or reefs or naval patrols. You write down your course heading and take it up to the helm. The pilot looks at your numbers and raises an eyebrow. He does not say anything, which is somehow worse than if he had just told you that you were wrong. You tell him to follow the heading. He says, "Aye, Captain," in a tone that suggests he's already planning what to say at your impeachment hearing. Night falls. You stand on deck and watch the stars come out. The crew settles into watch rotations. Someone starts singing a song about a woman in Tortuga. Someone else tells him to shut up because he cannot carry a tune. The ship creaks and sways as it cuts through the dark water. You are responsible for all of this. The ship, the crew, the navigation, the decisions about when to attack and when to run. You're responsible for keeping everyone fed and alive and 1 step ahead of the law. You have been captain for less than 24 hours and you already want to resign. But resignation is not really an option. Once you are elected captain, you stay captain until you die or get voted out. Getting voted out often meant getting marooned on an uninhabited island with a pistol and 1 shot. The pirate code was democratic but not particularly forgiving. You go back to your cabin and try to sleep. The hammock is uncomfortable. The ship makes alarming noises that you're not yet experienced enough to identify as normal or concerning. Every time you close your eyes, you see that merchant captain's face looking at you with pity. You wonder how long you can maintain this pretense of competence. You wonder if the crew has already figured out that you barely know what you're doing. You wonder if that pilot is right now telling everyone that your course heading is going to get them all lost. The historical Bartholomew Roberts became captain after the previous captain stepped down. Roberts had been aboard the pirate ship for only 6 weeks when he was elected. He went on to capture over 400 prizes and become one of the most successful pirates in history. But Roberts was a natural navigator and a charismatic leader. You are neither of those things. You're a man who became captain because someone had to be captain, and you seemed slightly less incompetent than the alternatives. You're a man who does not know where he is going or how to get there, or what to do when he arrives. You're a man who just realised that being a pirate captain is less about adventure and freedom, and more about trying to keep stubborn men organised enough to survive another week. The ship rolls in a long swell. Water slaps against the hull. Somewhere above deck, a rope creaks in a block. You lie in the hammock and stare at the dark ceiling and wonder if you will still be functioning in 3 days when you hopefully arrive at Nassau. Probably. But at least you will be wearing a hat that belonged to someone who actually knew what they were doing. You have been captain for 5 days, and you have already presided over 11 votes on various matters. Whether to chase a merchant sloop that turned out to be faster than your ship, whether to change course to investigate a potential prize, whether to reduce the rum ration, whether to increase the rum ration after everyone got angry about reducing the rum ration, whether to keel haul the man who stole someone else's boots, whether keel hauling was too severe and maybe just flog him instead, whether flogging was also too severe and maybe just make him give the boots back. Democracy is exhausting when your constituency consists of men who have very firm opinions about everything. The pirate code that governs your ship was written by the previous captain and signed by every crew member. You have a copy nailed to the main mast where everyone can see it. Article 1 states that every man has a vote in affairs of the moment. Affairs of the moment apparently includes everything from major tactical decisions to whether someone's snoring is loud enough to warrant moving him to a different part of the ship. You're learning that pirates took their voting rights very seriously, probably because most of them came from societies where they had no rights at all. British sailors in the Royal Navy had no say in where they went or what they did or how they were treated. Merchant sailors had slightly more freedom but still answered to captains who could have them flogged for minor infractions. Pirate ships offered something neither the Navy nor merchant vessels provided: a voice. The problem with everyone having a voice is that everyone uses their voice constantly and about everything. This morning's debate concerns the division of the last prize. You captured a small merchant vessel 3 days ago. The cargo was not particularly valuable. Some tobacco, some tools, some personal items from the passengers. The total value comes to maybe £300 if you can find someone to buy it all. According to the code, the captain gets 2 shares of any prize. The quartermaster gets 1.5 shares. Every regular crew member gets 1 share. Men who lost limbs in battle get extra compensation according to a detailed schedule. A missing right arm is worth 600 pieces of 8 or 6 slaves. A missing left arm is worth 500 pieces of 8 or 5 slaves. You find this pricing structure depressing and try not to think about what it says about your crewmates' value systems. The current argument is about whether the carpenter should get extra shares because he repaired damage to the ship that occurred during the capture. The carpenter argues that his work kept the ship seaworthy and therefore deserves extra compensation. Most of the crew argues that the carpenter already gets paid for carpentry work, and this is just part of his job. You're required to moderate this debate. You stand on deck and listen to both sides present their arguments. The carpenter is passionate and uses several examples of times he went above and beyond his regular duties. The crew spokesman is equally passionate and cites precedent from previous prizes where the carpenter did not receive extra shares. The argument goes on for 40 minutes. The sun climbs higher. The wind drops to almost nothing. Your ship sits basically motionless in the water while 37 grown men debate the fine points of carpenter compensation. You finally call for a vote. The result is 20-17 in favour of giving the carpenter an extra half share. This means recalculating everyone's portion of the prize, which means more arguments about math because half your crew cannot count past 20 without taking off their shoes. You spend another 30 minutes working out the new division. Each regular crew member will now receive slightly less than they expected. Several of them look unhappy about this. You can already see the seeds of the next argument forming in their heads. The quartermaster pulls you aside after the vote. His name is William, and he is probably the most competent person on the ship. He was a merchant sailor for 15 years before a brutal captain drove him to mutiny. He knows navigation, weather, ship handling and crew management. He should probably be captain instead of you, but he has no interest in the job. Too much responsibility, he says. Too much politics. William tells you that you should have sided with the crew on the carpenter issue. The carpenter is one man. The crew is many men. Making 20 people slightly unhappy is better than making 17 people very unhappy. You point out that the carpenter had a legitimate argument. William says legitimacy matters less than maintaining crew morale. You're learning that being a pirate captain requires a completely different skill set than you anticipated. You thought it would be about sailing and fighting and maybe looking intimidating. Instead, it is about vote counting and coalition building and figuring out how to keep dozens of stubborn men from turning on you. The historical records show that pirate crews were shockingly democratic compared to other maritime organisations of the era. Captain Charles Johnson's History of Pirates describes elaborate systems of checks and balances. The captain commanded during battle, but the quartermaster handled daily operations and represented the crew's interests. Major decisions required votes. Food and drink were shared equally. Discipline was administered according to written rules rather than captainly whim. This democracy was born from necessity. You cannot maintain an effective pirate crew through threats and intimidation alone. If the crew resents you, they will either mutiny or simply refuse to follow you into risky situations. Pirate captains needed their crews to actually want to work for them. This required treating them with a level of respect that was almost unheard of in other maritime contexts. But respect and democracy do not make your job easier. If anything, they make it harder. You cannot just order men to do things. You have to convince them. You have to build consensus. You have to make them believe that your decisions serve their interests. The day after the carpenter debate, a new crisis emerges. 2 crew members got into a fight over a dice game. One man claims the other was cheating. The accused man claims he won fairly. Both men are now demanding satisfaction according to the code. Article 5 of your ship's code states that all disputes between crew members should be settled on shore through pistol or sword. If disputes happen at sea, the quartermaster will settle the matter. This seems straightforward until you realise that William is sick with some kind of stomach ailment and cannot perform his duties today. The code does not specify what happens if the quartermaster is unavailable. You make an executive decision that you will settle the dispute in his absence. Both men immediately object. They do not trust you to be impartial. They want a vote on who should serve as temporary quartermaster. You call a vote. The crew elects a man named Thomas, who has been aboard for 6 months and seems reasonably level-headed. Thomas listens to both sides of the dice game argument. He examines the dice. He asks several witnesses what they saw. After about an hour of deliberation, he announces his judgment. The accused man was not cheating. The accuser is a sore loser. The accuser must publicly apologise and forfeit his next rum ration. Both men look dissatisfied but accept the judgment. Thomas returns to his regular duties. You return to pretending you have any control over this floating democracy. That afternoon you spot a sail on the horizon. The crew wants to give chase. You want to be cautious because the sail might belong to a naval vessel. This creates another vote. Article 6 states that every man has an equal voice in affairs of the moment. Chasing a potential prize definitely qualifies as an affair of the moment. You make your case for caution. You point out that naval vessels often disguise themselves as merchant ships to lure pirates into traps. You remind everyone that getting captured means serious consequences. Your argument convinces exactly 8 people. The other 29 want to chase the sail because they are bored and broke and tired of sailing around without taking prizes. The vote goes 29-8 in favour of pursuit. You give the order to change course. Your pilot adjusts the heading. The crew scrambles to adjust the sails. Your ship begins moving toward the distant vessel at the best speed it can manage, which is not particularly impressive because the hull badly needs scraping. As you get closer, you realise two things. First, the distant ship is flying British colours. Second, it has more guns than your ship. These observations do not fill you with confidence. You call another vote on whether to continue the chase or break off. This time the crew is split almost evenly. 16 want to continue, 15 want to break off, 6 are undecided. You spend 20 minutes listening to arguments from both sides while the gap between the ships slowly closes. The undecided faction finally breaks for continuing the chase by a margin of 4-2. You're now committed to attacking a vessel that is probably better armed than you are, and might be a naval ship in disguise. The crew begins preparing for battle. Weapons are distributed. Gunpowder is brought up from the magazine. The surgeon sets up his station below deck with his saws and needles, and leather strap for men to bite on. You try to project confidence while your stomach attempts to exit your body through your throat. As you close to within half a mile, the distant ship suddenly shows its true colours. It runs up a naval ensign and fires a warning shot across your bow. Your crew has just voted to attack a British naval patrol vessel. You immediately call for another vote on whether to continue the attack or run. This vote takes approximately 12 seconds. The result is unanimous for running. Your ship comes about and flees in the opposite direction while the naval vessel gives chase. Your ship is slower than the British vessel. This is a problem. Your crew is now frantically throwing everything overboard that might weigh you down. Barrels, crates, spare timber, 2 cannons. You watch hundreds of pounds worth of supplies sink into the ocean, while the naval vessel gains on you steadily. The chase lasts 4 hours. The wind shifts in your favour just as the British ship gets within cannon range. You manage to slip into a narrow channel between 2 small islands. The naval vessel is too large to follow. You escape by pure luck and favourable geography. The crew celebrates like they just won a great victory rather than nearly getting everyone captured through democratic stupidity. You go to your cabin and drink the previous captain's rum while trying not to think about how close you came to disaster today. William recovers from his stomach ailment the next morning. You tell him about the chase and the votes and the near disaster. He nods sympathetically and says this is why he did not want to be captain. Every decision gets debated and voted on and second-guessed. Every choice you make can be overruled by popular opinion. You are simultaneously responsible for everything and in control of nothing. You ask him how the previous captain handled this. William says the previous captain was better at persuasion. He knew how to frame arguments in ways that made the crew think his ideas were their ideas. He knew when to push for votes and when to wait. He knew which crew members were influential and which ones would follow the crowd. You do not have those skills yet. You're still learning which men hold sway over the others. You're still figuring out how to present your case in ways that appeal to pirates, rather than reasonable people. You're still discovering that leading through democracy requires just as much manipulation as leading through authority, just with extra steps. The next few days pass without major incidents. You sail toward Nassau while trying to avoid additional naval patrols and merchant vessels that might be too well armed. The crew settles into a routine of watches and maintenance and endless debates about minor issues. Someone proposes changing the rum ration from once per day to twice per day. This gets voted down 25-12. Someone proposes allowing musicians to play during evening watch. This gets voted up 19-18. Someone proposes instituting a punishment for men who do not maintain their weapons properly. This gets debated for 90 minutes before being tabled for future consideration. You realise that your life as captain consists largely of facilitating discussions among opinionated men about mundane topics. You're less a commander and more a meeting moderator with occasional navigation duties. The historical pirate Henry Avery supposedly inspired his crew through speeches and leadership. The pirate Edward Teach, known as Blackbeard, maintain discipline through reputation and theatrical displays. Bartholomew Roberts relied on competence and fair dealing. Every successful pirate captain found their own way to manage the democratic chaos. You have not yet found your way. You're still figuring out how to survive from one vote to the next. You're still learning that democracy at sea is complicated and messy and requires constant political manoeuvring. You're still discovering that the romance of pirate freedom comes with the exhausting reality of pirate bureaucracy. A week into your captaincy, you finally understand why the previous captain always looked so tired. It was not from the sailing or the fighting or the navigation. It was from spending every waking hour managing the opinions and grievances and demands of 36 men who could vote you out of power at any moment. You wonder how long you can maintain this balancing act. You wonder when the crew will decide you're not worth keeping around. You wonder if you will see it coming, or if it will happen suddenly during some vote you thought was routine. The ship sails on through blue water under white sails. The crew goes about their duties. Democracy continues whether you like it or not. You have been staring at the same chart for 3 hours and you are still not entirely sure where you are. The chart shows what you think is the current coastline. The coastline you can actually see through your telescope does not quite match. Either the chart is wrong or you are wrong, or the coastline has changed since someone drew this map 20 years ago. Navigation in 1715 is part art and part prayer. You have a compass that works most of the time. You have a cross star for measuring the angle of the sun, which gives you latitude if you remember how to do the math correctly, and the sun cooperates by actually being visible. You have several charts of varying accuracy, all hand-drawn by people who may or may not have known what they were doing. What you do not have is any reliable way to calculate longitude. The problem of determining east-west position at sea will not be solved for another 2 decades. Until someone invents an accurate marine chronometer, you're stuck with dead reckoning and guesswork. Dead reckoning means estimating your position based on speed, time and direction. You measure your speed by dropping a log tied to a knotted rope overboard and counting how many knots pass through your hands in a certain time period. This gives you speed in knots, assuming the rope is knotted at correct intervals, and you count accurately and the log does not hit seaweed or a random piece of driftwood. You measure direction with your compass, assuming magnetic north is where you think it is, and your compass has not been affected by iron objects stored nearby or mysterious magnetic anomalies that apparently exist in certain parts of the Caribbean. You measure time with an hourglass that needs to be turned over regularly by whoever is on watch, assuming they actually remember to turn it over and not get distracted by dolphins or argument about dice games. All of these measurements combine to give you an estimated position. Then you adjust for currents, which flow in different directions at different speeds depending on location and season and the phase of the moon for all you know. Then you adjust for wind drift, which pushes your ship sideways even when you're trying to sail straight. Then you adjust for the fact that all your previous estimates were probably slightly wrong, which means your current position is based on a chain of slightly wrong estimates stretching back days or weeks. After 3 hours of calculation, you determine that you're probably somewhere between 2 possible locations that are about 30 miles apart. This is not particularly helpful when you're trying to navigate through a region filled with reefs and small islands and colonial harbours with trigger-happy gunners. Your pilot comes to check on your progress. His name is James, and he has been sailing these waters for 7 years. He looks at your calculations and makes a face that suggests you have just failed a basic mathematics test. James takes your chart and points to a small notation in the corner. The chart is based on a survey from 1694. That was 21 years ago. Hurricanes have reshaped some islands. Sandbars have shifted. Reefs have grown or broken apart. This chart is a suggestion at best. He pulls out his own personal chart, which is covered in notes and corrections and small drawings of landmarks. This is what experienced Caribbean sailors did. They maintained their own charts based on personal observation and stories from other sailors. They noted the depth of various harbours and the location of reefs, and which beaches had fresh water and which colonial governors were likely to offer shelter for a price. James shows you several discrepancies between the official chart and his personal knowledge. That island is actually 2 miles further south. That reef extends further than shown. That harbour is too shallow for your ship at low tide. This information exists nowhere except in the memories and personal charts of men who have survived by paying attention. You ask James why he has not been helping with navigation earlier. He says you did not ask. You point out that you're the captain and you need help. He shrugs and says the previous captain never asked for help either, until he ran aground on a reef near Tortuga and had to spend 3 days making repairs, while hoping a naval patrol did not show up. This is when you realise that pride is going to get you killed. You swallow your dignity and ask James to navigate. He agrees on the condition that he gets an extra quarter share of the next prize for serving as navigator in addition to pilot. You agree because accurate navigation is worth more than money you do not have yet. James takes over the charts and immediately changes course by about 15 degrees. He explains that the current in this area flows northwest, and you need to compensate, or you will end up miles off target. He also points out that you should sail further from the coast to avoid Spanish patrol boats that operate in the shallow waters. You realise you have been doing navigation completely wrong for the past week. You also realise that you have been lucky not to run into a reef, or patrol boat, or any of the other numerous hazards that kill pirates who do not know what they're doing. The weather decides to make your life harder that afternoon. Clouds roll in from the east. The wind picks up. The sea develops long swells that make the ship roll in a corkscrewing motion that turns your stomach inside out. This is not a hurricane. This is just normal Caribbean weather being normal. But normal weather can still kill you if you are not prepared. The wind shifts direction 3 times in an hour. The rain comes in sheets that cut visibility to maybe 20 feet. The waves grow large enough that water breaks over the bow and floods across the deck. Your crew knows what to do. They have been through storms before. They reef the sails to reduce strain on the masts. They secure everything loose on deck. They close the hatches and gun ports. They do all of this efficiently without needing orders from you, which is fortunate because you are trying very hard not to vomit in front of everyone. The storm lasts 6 hours. During that time you have no idea where you are or which direction you're going. The compass swings wildly as the ship pitches and rolls. The rain is too heavy to see any landmarks. You could be heading straight for a reef and you would not know until you hit it. James stands at the helm and steers by feel. He adjusts the wheel constantly to keep the ship angled properly into the waves. When you ask him how he knows which way to steer, he says he just knows. This is not particularly reassuring. The storm finally passes around midnight. The clouds break apart. The stars come out. You can see the North Star, which gives you direction. James immediately changes course by about 40 degrees. The storm pushed you miles off your intended path. He explains that the best you can do now is sail north until you hit the larger islands, then figure out where you are based on which island you hit. This navigation strategy essentially amounts to wandering around until you recognise something. It works because the Caribbean is full of islands and eventually you hit one. It fails when you hit the wrong island and end up sailing directly into a colonial port or running aground. The next morning you discover another navigation problem. The storm damaged your compass. The glass cover cracked and water got inside. The needle now sticks intermittently and gives readings that drift by several degrees. This is very bad. A broken compass means you cannot maintain accurate headings. You can still navigate by the sun during the day and stars at night, but clouds make that impossible. You need a working compass. The nearest place to get a replacement is Nassau, which is still several days away, assuming you can find it without a reliable compass. James suggests a temporary solution. He pulls out a needle and a piece of cork. He magnetises the needle by stroking it repeatedly against a lodestone he keeps in his personal kit. Then he floats the cork in a cup of water and balances the needle on top. This creates a makeshift compass that actually works reasonably well as long as no one bumps the cup. You spend the next 3 days navigating with a needle floating in a cup of water. This is both ingenious and terrifying. Every time the ship rocks in a wave, you worry the compass will spill and you will lose the only directional reference you have. The makeshift compass gets you close enough to New Providence Island that you can navigate by landmarks. James recognises the shape of the coast. He guides the ship into Nassau Harbour, which is filled with perhaps 20 other vessels in various states of repair. Some are merchant ships, some are clearly pirate ships. Some might be either, depending on who you ask and what they were doing last week. Nassau in 1715 is a pirate haven. The governor is friendly to pirates because pirates bring money and trade goods. The British government is not particularly happy about this arrangement, but Nassau is remote enough that enforcing the law is difficult and expensive. You anchor in the harbour and immediately face a new navigation problem. Where exactly do you dock? The harbour has no organised docking system. Ships anchor wherever there is space. Getting to shore requires rowing a small boat through a maze of anchored vessels, while trying not to accidentally ram into anyone. Your quartermaster William handles the shore logistics. He knows which merchants will buy stolen tobacco without asking questions. He knows which taverns are safe and which ones are run by people who will rob you. He knows which boarding houses have rooms and which ones have bed bugs. This knowledge comes from experience you do not have yet. While William arranges supplies and sails, you meet with other captains to gather information. Where have naval patrols been spotted? Which shipping routes are currently active? Are there any merchant convoys worth chasing? Has anyone seen Spanish treasure ships recently? This information sharing happens in taverns and boarding houses and on the beach. Pirate captains trade knowledge like currency. You learn that a British naval squadron is operating near Jamaica. You learn that a Spanish merchant fleet recently left Havana. You learn that a French privateer is hunting pirates near Martinique and has already captured 2 ships. You also learn that reputation matters enormously in the pirate world. Other captains judge you based on your prizes, your crew's loyalty and your navigation skills. Your reputation right now is approximately 0. You are a new captain who has taken exactly 1 small prize and nearly got caught by a naval patrol. This makes you either inexperienced or incompetent or both. An older captain named Davis offers some advice. He has been pirating for 8 years and survived by being careful and smart. He tells you that the key to staying alive is knowing when to fight and when to run. He also tells you that good navigation means knowing every harbour and reef and current in your operating area. Charts help, but local knowledge matters more. Davis shows you his personal chart, which is a work of art. It contains detailed notes about dozens of locations, water depths, beach compositions, prevailing winds, locations of freshwater sources, which colonial governors can be bribed and for how much. This chart represents 8 years of accumulated knowledge. Your chart represents 3 weeks of guessing. You ask Davis if he would share some of his knowledge. He agrees to mark several key locations on your chart in exchange for a small payment and a promise that you will share your own knowledge when you gain some. This is how pirate cartography works. Information flows between captains who trust each other enough to trade. You spend 2 days in Nassau getting supplies, making repairs, and trying to learn as much as possible about Caribbean navigation from people who actually know what they're doing. James gets drunk and wins money gambling. William negotiates prices and arranges for hull repairs. You attend captain meetings and try to look like you belong there. On the 3rd day, your crew votes to leave Nassau and go hunting for prizes. The vote passes 23 to 14. You're now responsible for navigating back out of the harbour without running into any of the 24 ships currently anchored there. This proves more difficult than entering. The tide is wrong. The wind is wrong. You have to tack back and forth between anchored vessels, while your crew hauls on lines and adjusts sails. At one point you pass within maybe 10 feet of another pirate ship, and the crews exchange shouted insults and suggestions about your navigation skills. You eventually make it out of the harbour and into open water. James sets a course for a merchant shipping route that supposedly sees regular traffic. You have a working compass again, better charts, and slightly more knowledge than when you arrived. This feels like progress until you realise you still do not actually know what you're doing. Navigation is not getting easier. If anything, the more you learn, the more you realise how much you do not know. Every chart is incomplete. Every direction is approximate. Every estimate compounds previous errors. You're piloting a ship through dangerous waters with tools and knowledge that are barely adequate, and a crew that assumes you know what you're doing. You stand on deck and watch the coast of New Providence Island disappear behind you. Ahead lies open water and uncertainty, and the constant low-grade terror that you're going to get everyone lost or stranded. James notices your expression and laughs. He says this is just how navigation works in 1715. Everyone is making educated guesses and hoping for the best. The difference between good navigators and failed navigators is that good navigators guess better and get lucky more often. You're not sure if this is supposed to be comforting. It is not comforting. You're sitting in your cabin doing mathematics you learned to hate in school, and the numbers are telling you something you do not want to hear. Your ship has 37 crew members. Each man needs approximately 1 gallon of water per day to survive in the Caribbean heat. Each man needs roughly 1.5 pounds of food per day to maintain working strength. This means your ship consumes 37 gallons of water and about 56 pounds of food every single day. The current water supply will last approximately 14 days if nobody gets extra rations and the barrels have not leaked. The food supply will last maybe 12 days if you stretch everything and nobody complains too loudly about reduced portions. You need to take a prize within 12 days or everyone starts starving. If you do not find fresh water within 14 days, everyone starts dying of thirst. These are not abstract concerns. These are mathematical facts that will kill you. The previous captain kept detailed supply logs. You've been reading them and learning about the constant calculations required to keep a pirate ship operating. How much gunpowder for the cannons versus how much weight you can spare. How many cannonballs to carry versus how much food storage space they occupy. How many weapons to maintain versus how many spare parts to keep for ship repairs. Every item on the ship represents a trade-off. More weapons mean more fighting capability but more weight and less room for supplies. More food means longer range but more weight and slower sailing. More water means survival, but water barrels are heavy and take up enormous amounts of space. Your quartermaster William brings you the latest inventory. The numbers are worse than you thought. Someone has been stealing from the food stores. About 30 pounds of salted pork have disappeared over the past week. This theft represents roughly half a day of rations for the entire crew. You call a meeting to address the theft. The crew gathers on deck while you explain the supply situation. You show them the calculations. You explain that stealing food from the communal stores means someone else goes hungry. This is not a moral argument. This is mathematics. Nobody confesses. This does not surprise you. You call for a vote on how to handle the situation. Should you search everyone's personal belongings? Should you post a guard on the food stores? Should you reduce everyone's rations until the thief confesses? The debate lasts an hour. Some men want harsh punishment for the thief if caught. Others point out that you cannot punish someone you cannot identify. A few suggest that maybe the food was not stolen but miscounted. You know the food was not miscounted because you counted it yourself 3 times. The final vote establishes a watch on the food stores and a warning that anyone caught stealing will be marooned at the next island. This seems reasonable until you realise it requires pulling men from other duties to guard food, which means fewer men available for sailing or fighting. The next day brings a different supply crisis. The water casks are leaking. Not catastrophically, but enough that you are losing maybe 3 or 4 gallons per day to evaporation and seepage through old wood. This pushes your water crisis forward by about a day. You now have maybe 13 days of water instead of 14. James suggests stopping at a small island he knows about to refill the water casks. The island is about 2 days off your current course. Going there means delaying your hunt for prizes, but not going there means possibly running out of water before you find a prize that has water aboard. You call another vote. This one is closer than you would like. 18 men want to stop for water. 19 men want to continue hunting. The crew is split almost perfectly down the middle on whether immediate water security is more important than potential prize money. You make an executive decision and override the vote. You're stopping for water because dead men cannot spend prize money. This creates some grumbling, but nobody challenges you directly. The captain has absolute authority during affairs of navigation and safety. Running out of water definitely qualifies as a safety issue. The island James knows about turns out to be a tiny piece of land with a small spring and not much else. The water is drinkable but tastes slightly brackish. You spend 8 hours ferrying empty casks to shore, filling them and bringing them back to the ship. This is exhausting work in tropical heat, and the crew complains constantly. While filling casks, one of your men finds fruit trees growing wild on the island. This is unexpected good fortune. Fresh fruit prevents scurvy, which is the slow death sentence that kills more sailors than combat or storms. Your crew spends an additional 4 hours gathering every piece of fruit they can find and loading it aboard. The fruit changes your supply calculations in a positive direction. You now have fresh food that will last maybe 5 days if rationed carefully. This is not much, but it extends your operational range slightly. You make notes in your log about the location of this island for future reference. 2 days later, you spot a merchant vessel. The crew wants to attack immediately. You want to observe the vessel first to determine if it is worth the risk. This requires being patient, which pirates are not naturally good at. You watch the merchant ship for 3 hours. It appears to be travelling alone. It has maybe 10 crew visible on deck. It has 4 cannons showing, which suggests modest defences. The cargo appears to be barrels and crates, which could be anything from valuable trade goods to worthless ballast. The crew votes to attack. The vote passes 32-5. You give the order to raise the black flag and begin pursuit. The merchant ship sees you coming and tries to run. Your ship is faster. This is good news because it means you will catch them before they can reach port or find help. The chase lasts 90 minutes. The merchant ship finally realises it cannot outrun you and heaves to. This means they are surrendering without a fight. This is the best possible outcome because fighting means casualties. And casualties mean more mouths to feed with limited supplies plus injured men who cannot work. You board the merchant vessel with a dozen armed men. The merchant captain is a tired-looking man in his 40s who seems more annoyed than frightened. He hands over the cargo manifest without being asked. This is a man who has been through this before. The cargo is disappointing, mostly textiles and some tool shipments. The food supplies are minimal. There is almost no water aboard because the merchant ship was only 2 days from port when you captured it. The total value of the prize is maybe £400 if you can sell everything. Your crew is disappointed but takes the textiles and tools aboard anyway. You offer the merchant crew the standard choice. Join your crew or take a boat and row to the nearest land. All of them choose the boat. None of them want to be pirates. You provide them with enough food and water to reach shore and send them on their way. The captured ship itself is in poor condition. The hull needs work, the sails are old. It is not worth keeping or selling. You strip it of anything useful and let it drift. Within a few hours it will be miles away and someone else's problem. You sail away from the drifting ship with slightly more supplies than you had before, but not enough to significantly extend your operating time. The mathematics of survival have improved by maybe 2 days. You still need to find a substantial prize within the next 10 days or face serious supply problems. That night William sits down with you to review the accounts. The previous prize divided among 37 shares, minus the carpenter's extra portion, and your captain's double share, comes to about £8 per man. This is not nothing, but it is also not the fortune everyone was hoping for. Several crew members are already talking about heading back to Nassau to spend their money. You point out that Nassau is a week away, and going there means burning supplies for no gain. William says the crew does not care about logistics. They have money, and they want to spend it on drink and entertainment. You call a meeting the next morning to discuss the Nassau proposal. You present the mathematics clearly. Sailing to Nassau takes 7 days. During those 7 days you will consume supplies but not gain anything. Those supplies could instead be used to hunt for more prizes. More prizes mean more money for everyone. Your argument convinces about half the crew. The other half wants immediate gratification. The vote comes down to a tie at 18-18. with one man abstaining because he is too hungover to understand the question. You break the tie by voting to continue hunting. This is technically allowed under the code, but it creates resentment among the men who wanted to go to Nassau. You can feel the crew's mood shifting slightly against you. You're making practical decisions, but unpopular ones. The next few days pass without sighting any promising targets. You see several ships, but they are either too well armed or too fast, or heading in directions that would require you to chase them for days. The crew becomes increasingly restless and irritable. Food supplies continue to dwindle. You're down to about 6 days of food at current ration levels. William suggests reducing rations to stretch supplies further. You suggest this to the crew and they vote it down 29-8. Nobody wants smaller portions even when the alternative is running out of food entirely. This is the fundamental problem with democratic piracy. The crew can vote for whatever they want, but they cannot vote away mathematical reality. You can vote to keep eating full rations, but you cannot vote food into existence. Eventually the mathematics wins, no matter what the popular opinion says. You are learning that a significant part of being a pirate captain involves managing the gap between what the crew wants and what reality allows. You cannot make prizes appear out of an empty ocean. You cannot make food last longer through wishful thinking. You cannot make water casks stop leaking through majority vote. A week into your supply crisis, you finally spot a promising target. A large merchant vessel sailing alone with substantial cargo visible on deck. The crew votes unanimously to attack. Even the men who are still annoyed about not going to Nassau agree that this prize looks worth taking. The chase begins in late afternoon. The merchant ship is slower than yours, but it has a head start. You pursue through the evening and into the night, navigating by moonlight and hope. By dawn, you're close enough to fire a warning shot across their bow. The merchant ship does not surrender. Instead, it returns fire. This is unexpected and unwelcome. Your crew scrambles to battle stations while cannonballs splash in the water around you. You realise this merchant vessel is better armed than you thought. The battle lasts about 40 minutes. Your crew fires the cannons as fast as they can reload. The merchant ship fires back. Most shots miss on both sides because aiming cannons from a moving ship at another moving ship is extremely difficult, but enough shots connect to damage both vessels. Your ship takes a hit that splinters part of the railing and wounds 2 men. The merchant ship takes several hits that damage their rigging. Finally, they strike their colours and surrender. You have won, but at a cost. The cost becomes clear when you board the merchant vessel. Your 2 wounded men need medical attention. The surgeon does what he can, but one man loses 3 fingers, and the other has a nasty splinter wound in his leg that might become infected. According to the pirate code, the man who lost his fingers gets compensation of 300 pieces of 8, because a missing finger is worth 100 pieces of 8 each. The cargo makes the fight almost worthwhile. The merchant ship was carrying sugar, rum, and a surprising amount of cash. The total value is maybe £1,800. This is a real prize. This is what everyone was hoping for. Your crew spends the next day transferring cargo to your ship and tending to the wounded. The man with the leg wound develops a fever. The surgeon says it might be infection. He applies hot tar to the wound and gives the man rum for the pain. There is nothing else to do except wait and hope. You divide the prize according to the code. After compensation for the wounded men, and your captain's shares, and the quartermaster's shares and various other allocations, each regular crew member receives about £32. This is real money. This is enough to make the trip worthwhile. The crew's mood improves dramatically. Suddenly everyone thinks you're a brilliant captain who makes excellent decisions. The same men who were grumbling about supply management 3 days ago are now talking about what a successful voyage this has been. You know this positive mood is temporary. The captured supplies extend your operating time by maybe 3 weeks. The money will last until it gets spent. Then you will be back to the same mathematical problems of keeping 37 men fed and watered while searching for prizes in an ocean full of naval patrols. The wounded man with the leg infection dies on the 3rd day after the battle. This reduces your crew to 36 men and creates a sombre mood aboard ship. Pirates die regularly from violence and disease and accidents, but each death reminds everyone that this lifestyle has serious consequences. You preside over a simple burial at sea. The dead man's possessions are auctioned to the crew according to the code. The money goes to his shore wife back in Port Royal, if anyone bothers to deliver it, which probably nobody will. The mathematics of survival have shifted again. 36 men instead of 37. Slightly less water and food consumed per day. One fewer working man if you need to take another prize. You make notes in your log and adjust your calculations and continue trying to keep everyone fed for another week. This is pirate captaincy. Not adventure or freedom or treasure, but endless mathematical balancing acts between limited resources and unlimited human needs. You do arithmetic in your head constantly. Water consumption, food rations, gunpowder reserves, spare rope, medical supplies, every item tracked and calculated and worried about. You wonder if the romantic stories about pirate captains ever mentioned the mathematics. Probably not. Stories about supply management do not sell books or inspire dreams of adventure. But the mathematics determine success or failure. The mathematics is reality, and reality does not care about adventure stories. You have been a pirate captain for 6 weeks, and you have spent at least half that time feeling miserably sick. Not dramatically sick. Not adventure story sick where you collapse heroically and someone nurses you back to health. Just the grinding, constant, undignified sick that comes from living on a wooden ship in tropical heat while eating food that is 1 day away from being completely inedible. The problem with piracy is that nobody tells you about the seasickness. You assumed you would get used to it after a few days. You were a merchant sailor for 3 months before becoming a pirate, and you thought that counted as experience. It turns out 3 months of coastal sailing does not prepare you for weeks at sea in a ship that rolls and pitches in ways that make your stomach revolt constantly. You have learned to function while nauseated. You can navigate and give orders and moderate crew debates while fighting the urge to vomit. This is not a skill you wanted to develop, but it is the skill that pirate captaincy has demanded. The crew does not suffer from seasickness the same way you do. Most of them have been sailing for years and their bodies adapted long ago. They watch you turn green during rough weather and make sympathetic noises that sound suspiciously like suppressed laughter. William tells you it will get better eventually. Eventually is not arriving fast enough. The seasickness is just the beginning of the medical miseries. Last week 3 men came down with fever. Not the dramatic kind of fever that ends in death or miraculous recovery within days. The slow, burning kind that makes men useless for work but not sick enough to justify using precious medical supplies on them. Your surgeon is a man named Harris, who learned medicine by apprenticing to a barber in Bristol. His medical knowledge consists of bloodletting, amputation, and hoping for the best. When the fever cases appeared, he recommended bloodletting. You vetoed this because removing blood from men who were already weak seemed counterproductive. Harris shrugged and said they would probably get better on their own or they would not. 2 of the men recovered after 5 days of lying in their hammocks and moaning. The 3rd man is still feverish and starting to develop a cough that sounds alarming. Harris says it might be consumption or it might just be a bad cough. His diagnostic skills are not precise. The problem is that you cannot afford to lose men to illness. Your crew is already understaffed for a ship this size. Every man who cannot work means more work for everyone else. This creates resentment among the healthy crew members who have to cover extra watches and do extra maintenance while the sick men recover. You call a vote on whether to reduce rations for sick men who cannot work. This seems reasonable until you realise it means sick men will take longer to recover because they are getting less food. The crew votes in favour of reduced rations anyway because fairness matters more than practicality in a democracy of hungry pirates. The food situation is its own special kind of misery. You're currently eating salted pork that has been in barrels for approximately 6 months. The salt prevents the pork from rotting, but it does not make the pork good. It just makes it not actively poisonous. The pork has a texture that can charitably be described as leathery. It has a taste that can charitably be described as salty leather. You have to soak it in water before cooking to remove some of the salt, but this leaves you with bland leather instead of salty leather. The crew complains constantly about the food, but the alternative is starvation, so everyone keeps eating the terrible pork. The ship's biscuits are even worse. They started out hard. Months at sea have made them harder and also introduced weevils. You have learned to tap your biscuit against the table before eating to dislodge the weevils. Sometimes this works. Sometimes you end up eating weevils anyway because removing all of them is impossible and protein is protein. The fresh fruit you gathered at that island 2 weeks ago is gone. It lasted exactly 5 days before spoiling in the tropical heat. For those 5 days you felt almost human. Now you're back to salty leather and weevil biscuits and the constant vitamin deficiency that makes your gums hurt. William warns you that scurvy is coming if you do not find fresh food soon. Scurvy starts with sore gums and fatigue. It progresses to skin problems and loosening teeth, and eventually death if left untreated. The only cure is fresh fruits and vegetables. You do not have fresh fruits and vegetables. This is a problem that mathematics cannot solve. You make a note to stop at every island you pass to gather fruit. This seems smart until you realise that stopping at islands takes time and uses supplies, and delays your hunt for prizes. Everything is a trade-off. Fresh food now means less time hunting later. More time hunting means less fresh food. The calculations never work out in your favour. The ship itself is falling apart in small ways that compound into large problems. Last week the main mast developed a crack, not a dramatic splitting crack that brings the mast down in a shower of splinters. Just a small crack that will probably get worse and eventually become a major structural failure. Your carpenter examines the crack and says it needs to be reinforced. This requires materials you do not have and time you cannot spare. You end up wrapping rope around the crack and hoping this temporary solution lasts long enough to get you to a port where you can make proper repairs. 3 days after the mast situation, the water pump breaks. The pump is essential for removing water that leaks into the bilge through hundreds of tiny gaps in the hull. Without the pump, you need men manually bailing water around the clock. This is exhausting work that nobody wants to do, and everyone has to do in rotation. You call a vote on whether to stop sailing and fix the pump immediately, or continue to the next port while manually bailing. The vote splits along lines of men who are currently assigned to bailing duty versus men who are not. The bailing crew wants to stop and fix it. Everyone else wants to keep sailing. You end up with a compromise where you reduce sailing speed to give the carpenter time to work on repairs, while also reducing the amount of water coming in. The compromise satisfies nobody, but that seems to be the nature of pirate democracy. A week into your captaincy, a storm arrives. Not a hurricane, just a normal Caribbean storm with high winds and heavy rain, and waves that make your already questionable stomach situation much worse. The storm lasts 18 hours. During that time you cannot cook because lighting a fire in high winds is impossible. You cannot sleep because the ship pitches and rolls so violently that staying in your hammock requires constant effort. You cannot navigate because you cannot see anything through the rain. You just have to wait and hope the ship does not break apart or run into something hard. Your crew handles the storm with practiced efficiency. They secure everything loose on deck. They take in most of the sails to reduce strain on the masts. They rotate through watches so nobody gets too exhausted. They do all of this without needing orders from you, which is fortunate because you spend most of the storm feeling too sick to give coherent orders. The storm finally passes. You emerge on deck to assess the damage. 2 sails are torn and need repair. The chicken coop washed overboard, taking your only source of fresh eggs with it. The forward railing is damaged. One of the water barrels broke loose during the storm and is now empty after rolling around the deck and losing all its contents. This single storm just cost you approximately 4 days worth of water and your egg supply, and 2 sails that will take days to repair properly. Your crew is exhausted and demoralised. Several men are injured from being thrown around during the storm, and you still have not taken a prize in 10 days. You call a meeting to discuss priorities. Should you focus on repairs first, or try to take a prize to restore morale and supplies? The crew debates this for 2 hours. Half want to repair everything before attempting any more captures. Half want to capture something immediately to make the storm losses worthwhile. You eventually call a vote that ends in a tie, which means you as captain have to break the tie and make someone unhappy. You vote for repairs first. This is practical but unpopular. The crew grumbles about wasting time on maintenance when they could be making money. You try to explain that taking prizes with torn sails and damaged rigging is difficult. This argument convinces approximately nobody. The next 3 days are spent on repairs. Your carpenter works on the railing and the pump. Your sailmaker patches the torn sails. Your crew complains about hard work with no immediate payoff. You do paperwork and try to maintain the fiction that you are in control of any of this. The sailmaker discovers that the spare sailcloth is starting to rot from moisture and salt exposure. This means your emergency supplies are degrading and will eventually become useless. You add new sailcloth to the list of things you need to buy at the next port, right below fresh food, water barrels, rope, tar, candles, gunpowder, and approximately 30 other items your ship desperately needs. Pirate captaincy, you are learning, is less about adventure and more about managing an endless list of things that are broken, breaking, or about to break. The cramped living conditions make everything worse. Your cabin is 6 feet by 8 feet. This sounds like reasonable space until you realise you also need to store charts, logs, navigational equipment, spare clothes, the previous captain's possessions you have not gotten rid of yet, and everything else a captain theoretically needs. The result is a space so cluttered you can barely move. The crew has even less space. They sleep in hammocks strung so close together that men are basically touching while they sleep. Personal possessions are kept in small chests that serve double duty as seats. Privacy does not exist. Private conversations do not exist. Personal space does not exist. This crowding creates constant friction. Men get on each other's nerves. Small annoyances become major grievances. Someone's snoring keeps everyone awake. Someone's feet smell terrible in the confined space. Someone takes more than their fair share of room. The complaints are endless and petty and completely justified, because living in these conditions would make anyone irritable. You try to mediate disputes about hammock spacing and personal hygiene, and who gets to sit where during meals. This is not leadership. This is being a referee for grown men who are slowly losing their minds from lack of personal space. The heat makes everything worse. The Caribbean sun turns the deck into a surface hot enough to burn bare feet. Below deck, the air is thick and stifling with poor circulation. Men sweat constantly. Everything smells like sweat and salt and the various stages of food decay happening in the storage areas. You have learned that you can get used to the smell after a few weeks. This is not an improvement. It just means you have stopped noticing how terrible everything smells. When you go ashore and encounter normal air, you realise how bad the ship actually smells, and you have to readjust all over again when you return. The sleep deprivation adds another layer of misery. Watch rotations mean nobody gets uninterrupted sleep. You're woken multiple times every night for decisions or emergencies, or just because someone thought you should know about something that could probably have waited until morning. You're constantly tired. Everyone is constantly tired. Exhausted men make mistakes. Mistakes on ships can be dangerous. You spend increasing amounts of mental energy trying to prevent tired men from doing something stupid that will create more problems. A week after the storm, one of your perpetually exhausted crew members falls asleep on watch. Nothing dramatic happens. No ships attack. No reefs appear suddenly. But the man fell asleep at his post, which violates the code. Now you have to decide on punishment. The code specifies punishment for sleeping on watch but does not specify how severe. You have to navigate between being harsh enough to maintain discipline and lenient enough to not seem tyrannical for punishing a man who is exhausted from covering extra watches because other men are sick. You settle on docking the man's rum ration for 3 days. This seems moderate. The crew thinks you're being too soft. The punished man thinks you're being too harsh. You have somehow managed to satisfy absolutely nobody with your compromise solution. This is pirate leadership, making decision after decision while feeling sick and tired and knowing that every choice will make someone angry. The isolation does not help. You cannot complain about feeling sick because captains are supposed to be strong. You cannot admit you're exhausted because captains are supposed to be capable. You cannot express frustration about the constant problems because captains are supposed to handle problems without complaint. So you keep it all inside and maintain the performance of competent leadership while your body falls apart and your ship falls apart and everything feels like it is held together with rope and hope and mathematical calculations that never quite add up. William notices your deteriorating condition and pulls you aside one evening. He says, "You look terrible." You say thank you, that is very kind. He says seriously, you need to take better care of yourself, or you will not last long enough to fail at captaincy for actually important reasons. You ask him how you're supposed to take better care of yourself when you're constantly needed for decisions and there is no time for rest and the food is terrible, and you still feel nauseated half the time. William says all captains struggle with this. The job is designed to break you slowly. The ones who survive are the ones who learn to take care of themselves, even when it seems impossible. He recommends forcing yourself to eat even when nauseated because starvation is worse than nausea. He recommends stealing short naps whenever possible, because some sleep is better than no sleep. He recommends accepting that you cannot solve every problem, and some things just have to stay broken for a while. This advice is depressing but practical. You try to follow it. You force down the terrible food. You take brief naps in your cabin between crises. You accept that the water pump will remain partially broken, and the sailcloth will continue rotting, and the mast crack will get gradually worse until you can afford to fix it properly. You learn that pirate captaincy is not about perfect solutions. It is about managing slow decay and hoping nothing fails catastrophically before you can find the resources to make proper repairs. 2 weeks after the storm, you finally spot a merchant vessel worth pursuing. The crew is excited. You're excited despite feeling exhausted and slightly feverish and generally terrible. A successful prize means supplies and money, and maybe a few days where you do not have to worry about everything falling apart. The chase goes well. The merchant ship surrenders without a fight. The cargo is decent. You take food supplies that are fresher than what you have been eating, some basic materials for ship repairs, and enough value in goods to make everyone's shares worthwhile. For approximately 3 days, morale improves. The food is better. The immediate repair needs are addressed. People stop complaining quite as much. You feel almost competent. Then the third man with the cough dies. The fever turned into consumption and Harris's treatments did nothing. You preside over another burial at sea. The crew's improved mood evaporates. You're back to managing decline and hoping you can find the next prize before the next crisis emerges. This is what being a pirate captain actually means. Not dramatic battles or treasure hunts or adventure, just endless maintenance of a deteriorating ship while trying to keep sick, exhausted, irritable men organised enough to capture the occasional merchant vessel. You wonder how long you can maintain this before something breaks permanently. You wonder if the previous captain felt this way. You wonder if this grinding misery is just what leadership looks like when stripped of all the romantic mythology. The ship sails on. The pump still does not work properly. The mast crack is still there. You still feel vaguely nauseated most of the time. The food is still terrible. Everything still smells bad. And you still have to pretend you have everything under control. This is pirate captaincy. Not the myth, but the reality. Not adventure, but attrition. Not freedom, but endless responsibility for things that are slowly falling apart while you watch. You're standing in your cabin at midnight, and you have not spoken to anyone except William in 3 days. This is not because you are avoiding the crew. This is because you have learned that anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of crew opinion. The previous captain's journal has an entry from his 3rd month in command. It says simply, "You cannot trust anyone and everyone is watching." You did not understand that entry when you first read it. You understand it now. Being a pirate captain means being simultaneously responsible for everyone and unable to rely on anyone. The crew needs you to lead them, but they will vote you out if they disagree with your leadership. They need you to make decisions, but they reserve the right to overrule any decision through democratic process. They need you to be strong, but they interpret any display of weakness or doubt as a reason to find a new captain. This creates a strange psychological isolation. You cannot show fear because fear suggests incompetence. You cannot admit uncertainty because uncertainty suggests you do not know what you're doing. You cannot ask for help because asking for help suggests weakness. You have to project confidence constantly, even when you have no idea what is happening or what to do next. The isolation is worse because you cannot form genuine friendships with your crew. Every man aboard is both your subordinate and your potential replacement. Every conversation is part negotiation, part political manoeuvring, part careful management of perception. You can never just relax and talk to someone without calculating how your words might be interpreted or repeated. William is the closest thing you have to a friend, but even that relationship is complicated. He is your quartermaster, which means he represents the crew's interests and often disagrees with you. He could easily be elected captain if you get voted out. He knows things about navigation and crew management that you need, which gives him leverage over you. Your conversations are genuine, but never entirely without political subtext. You tried to befriend a few regular crew members early in your captaincy. This did not work. The men you tried to befriend assumed you were playing favourites, or trying to build a voting bloc. The men you did not befriend assumed you did not like them. Everyone interpreted your social attempts through a political lens because everything a captain does is political. So you stopped trying. You maintain professional relationships with everyone. You're friendly, but not friends with anyone. You make decisions and give orders and attend crew meetings, but you do not socialise. You spend evenings alone in your cabin writing in the log and reviewing charts and trying to convince yourself that this isolation is necessary rather than just lonely. The historical record suggests that successful pirate captains either embraced this isolation or found ways to cope with it. Bartholomew Roberts reportedly kept his own counsel and maintained strict personal discipline. Edward Teach cultivated a fearsome image that created distance between himself and his crew. Henry Avery supposedly had a small group of trusted officers, but remained emotionally separate from the regular crew. You have not figured out your coping strategy yet. Mostly you just feel tired and alone and unsure if you're doing anything correctly. The loneliness is compounded by the fact that you cannot show vulnerability. 2 weeks ago you nearly ran the ship onto a reef because you misread the charts. You caught the error at the last moment and adjusted course. But the close call shook you badly. You wanted to talk to someone about it. You wanted to admit that you made a mistake, and you are scared you will make a bigger mistake next time. You could not say any of that. Instead, you acted like the near miss was intentional, and you were just testing the crew's readiness. Several crew members knew this was nonsense, but nobody called you out on it. They understood that maintaining the fiction of captainly competence is part of the job. This performance exhausts you. You're constantly pretending to know more than you do, and be more confident than you feel. You're always performing the role of captain rather than actually being a person who happens to be captain. The isolation gets worse during difficult decisions. 3 days ago you had to decide whether to attack a well-armed merchant vessel or bypass it and look for easier prey. The potential reward was high, but so was the risk. You needed someone to talk through the decision with you, but talking it through would reveal your uncertainty. You made the decision alone in your cabin after an hour of internal debate. You chose to bypass the vessel. This turned out to be smart because the merchant ship was apparently a disguised naval vessel meant to trap pirates. You only learned this later from other captains in port. Your caution saved the crew from walking into a trap, but you could not tell anyone that you were being cautious rather than smart, because that would reveal you were not certain of your decision. The crew thinks you're brilliant for avoiding the trap. You know you were just scared and lucky. This gap between perception and reality creates another layer of isolation. Everyone thinks they know you, but nobody actually knows you. The paranoia does not help. Every conversation you overhear might be about replacing you. Every small group of crew members talking quietly might be planning a mutiny. Every disagreement might be the start of a campaign to vote you out. You're constantly scanning for threats to your position, which makes you more isolated and suspicious. This paranoia is not entirely irrational. Pirate captains did get voted out regularly. Captain Charles Vane was removed from command by his crew for refusing to attack a French man of war. Captain John Rackham took over a ship by convincing the crew to mutiny against their previous captain. The democratic process could turn on you at any moment if enough crew members decided they wanted someone else in charge. William notices your increasing isolation and tries to address it. He sits down with you one evening and suggests that you are overthinking the politics. He points out that the crew generally respects you and appreciates that you have kept them alive and reasonably profitable. He says you do not need to be perfect, just competent enough and fair enough. You want to believe him. But you know that crew opinion can shift quickly. One bad decision can undo weeks of good leadership. One perceived slight can turn allies into opponents. The margins are thin, and the tolerance for error is low. The isolation creates strange psychological effects. You find yourself talking to yourself in your cabin. You have imaginary conversations with the previous captain, asking his ghost for advice. You rehearse arguments you might need to make at future crew meetings. You analyse past conversations looking for hidden meanings or subtle threats. You wonder if you are becoming paranoid or if this level of vigilance is just what the job requires. You cannot tell the difference anymore. The loneliness is worst at night. During the day you have duties and decisions and the constant performance of captaincy. But at night you lie in your hammock and stare at the ceiling and think about how no one aboard this ship actually cares about you as a person. They care about what you can do for them. They care about your leadership and your decisions and your ability to keep them fed and profitable. But you as a human being with fears and doubts and needs, that person does not exist to them. You think about your life before piracy. You were a merchant sailor with friends and simple duties and no responsibility beyond following orders. You were poor, but you were not isolated. You could talk to your watchmates during long evenings. You could share frustrations without worrying about political consequences. You were part of a crew, rather than separate from one. You chose to become a pirate for the promise of freedom and wealth. You did not realise that captaincy would mean trading one kind of poverty for another. Financial poverty for emotional poverty. The wealth you might gain cannot compensate for the human connection you have lost. William tells you that all captains feel this way eventually. The job isolates you because the job requires you to be apart from everyone else. You cannot lead from within the group. You have to lead from above it, and being above means being alone. You ask William if the previous captain seemed lonely. William thinks about it and says yes, but he hid it well. He maintained a facade of confidence and control until the day he made a fatal mistake and got himself killed. William does not know if the isolation contributed to that fatal mistake, but he suspects it did. Lonely people make different decisions than connected people. This does not comfort you. You try to find meaning in the isolation. You tell yourself that leadership requires sacrifice, and this loneliness is just the price of command. You tell yourself that you are serving the crew by bearing this burden alone. You tell yourself that someone has to make hard decisions and that someone is you, and isolation is just part of the job. These rationalizations help slightly. They give you a framework for understanding why you feel so separate from everyone around you. But they do not make the loneliness go away. They just make it more bearable by giving it purpose. You wonder how long you can sustain this. You wonder if there is a time limit on how long someone can function in this state of isolation and performance and constant vigilance. You wonder if all pirate captains eventually break under the psychological pressure, or if some of them find ways to genuinely cope. The historical record does not answer these questions. History records the prizes taken and battles fought and eventual fates of famous pirates. History does not record the internal struggles, or the loneliness, or the mental toll of command. Those experiences died with the captains who experienced them. You write in your log about the latest prize and the crew's status and the ship's condition. You do not write about the loneliness, because that would be admitting weakness even to yourself. The log is an official record. It needs to show competence and control. but sometimes late at night you add small notes in the margins, one-word entries that acknowledge reality, tired, uncertain, alone. These margin notes are the only honest writing in the entire log. They are your only admission that being a pirate captain is harder than you ever imagined and not in the ways you expected. You blow out the candle and lie in the hammock. The ship rocks gently. You can hear men talking on deck above you. Their voices are distant and muffled. They might be talking about navigation or dice games or who stole whose tobacco. They are probably not talking about you, but you will never know for sure. This is your life now. Command and isolation. Authority and loneliness. Power without connection. You're responsible for 36 men, and you have never felt more alone. You have been a pirate captain for 3 months. In stories, 3 months of piracy would involve dramatic sword fights and treasure hunts and adventures that make you rich and famous. Your 3 months have involved supply management, democratic debates about rations, navigation anxiety, and constant calculations about whether you have enough water to make it to the next port. The myth of piracy is compelling. Freedom from authority, wealth from daring raids, adventure on the high seas, brotherhood among outcasts. The reality is that you spend most of your time doing arithmetic and politics while trying to avoid disease and British naval patrols. You think about this disconnect while sitting in a Nassau tavern. Around you are other pirates telling stories that make their careers sound exciting and romantic. You hear tales of narrow escapes and massive prizes and beautiful women in every port. You know most of these stories are exaggerated or completely fabricated, but nobody cares because the myth is more interesting than reality. Your own story is objectively terrible as entertainment. You became captain through a lucky vote. You have taken perhaps a dozen prizes of moderate value. You have avoided major disasters through caution and luck rather than skill. You have spent more time worried about food supplies than sword fighting. You have not personally harmed anyone, and your biggest accomplishment is keeping your crew functioning for 3 months without serious incidents. This would be a boring book. But it is your actual life. The myth says pirate captains are decisive leaders who inspire loyalty through charisma and courage. The reality is that you inspire loyalty by splitting prize money fairly and not getting people into trouble through incompetent navigation. Your crew follows you because you are moderately competent, and they have not thought of anyone better to replace you yet. The myth says pirate ships are tight-knit brotherhoods, bound by shared danger and mutual respect. The reality is that your crew is a collection of stubborn men who argue constantly, and would probably fight constantly if the code did not forbid it. They cooperate because cooperation increases survival and profit, not because they particularly like each other. The myth says pirate life is freedom from the restrictions of normal society. The reality is that pirate society has just as many rules as regular society, just different rules. You have codes and voting procedures and democratic processes and compensation schedules for various injuries. You have replaced one set of restrictions with another set that is arguably more complicated. The myth says pirates are wealthy from their plunder. The reality is that most pirates end up broke. The money comes in irregular amounts and gets spent quickly on supplies and repairs and bribes to colonial officials who might otherwise arrest you. After 3 months you have taken prizes worth maybe £3,000 total. After dividing that among 36 crew members and deducting compensation for wounded men and accounting for supplies purchased, you personally have about £200. This is decent money, but not the fortune you imagined when you joined. The myth says pirates choose this life for adventure. The reality is that most men become pirates because their alternative options are worse. British naval service with brutal discipline and no pay. Merchant sailing with slightly less brutal discipline and barely any pay. Poverty on land with no prospects. Piracy offers the possibility of actual money and slightly more personal freedom, but it is still a choice made from limited options rather than pure desire for adventure. You look around the tavern and recognise the same calculation in other men's eyes. Nobody here is living a romantic adventure. Everyone is just trying to survive and maybe get rich enough to stop doing this extremely dangerous job. A young sailor approaches your table. He recognizes you as a captain and asks if you're hiring. You look at his eager face and realize he believes the myth completely. He thinks joining a pirate crew will be exciting and profitable and glorious. He has no idea that mostly it involves being hungry and scared and bored in rotating intervals. You tell him the truth. Piracy is hard work and constant worry, and you will probably end up poor and exhausted. The pay is irregular. The food is terrible. The leadership is democratic, which means endless arguments about everything. Most of your time is spent on tedious ship maintenance rather than dramatic battles. The young sailor looks disappointed. He thanks you and walks away to find a captain who will tell him what he wants to hear. Someone else will recruit him with promises of adventure and wealth. He will join a crew and learn the reality the hard way. This is how the cycle continues. William sits down with his drink and asks why you told the kid the truth. You say because someone should. William says the truth does not help anyone. The kid needs the myth to have courage to leave port. Reality will teach him soon enough. Taking away his dreams before he even starts is just cruelty. You suppose William is right. The myth serves a purpose. It recruits new pirates. It maintains morale during difficult times. It gives meaning to a hard and often short life. The myth is necessary even if it is not true. But you cannot make yourself sell the myth to others when you know the reality so clearly. You cannot tell eager young men that piracy is glorious when you spend most of your time doing supply calculations and trying not to run aground on reefs. You cannot promise adventure when your biggest concern is whether the water casks will last until the next port. The gap between myth and reality creates a strange double consciousness. You live in the reality while everyone around you discusses the myth. You know what piracy actually involves, but you have to maintain the performance that matches what people expect. You are simultaneously the real person struggling with logistics, and the mythical figure making bold decisions and living dramatically. This performance exhausts you as much as the actual work. You are constantly translating reality into mythical terms for crew consumption. That careful navigation through unclear waters becomes a dramatic chase through dangerous reefs in the retelling. That democratic debate about rations becomes you making a stirring speech about shared sacrifice. That time you got lost becomes a clever tactical maneuver to avoid naval patrols. You reshape your reality to fit the myth because the myth is what maintains crew morale and attracts new recruits and keeps colonial governors from hunting you too aggressively. The myth is propaganda, and you are both its creator and its prisoner. 3 months ago you thought becoming a pirate captain would solve your problems. You were poor and powerless as a merchant sailor. You thought captaincy would give you wealth and authority and respect. Instead, it gave you different problems that are harder to solve and constant anxiety about failing at everything simultaneously. You're not poor anymore, but you're not rich either. You have authority, but it is contingent and democratic and can be revoked at any time. You have respect, but it is based on performance and perception rather than genuine regard. You traded one set of limitations for another set that is arguably worse, because now the limitations come with responsibility. If you could go back 3 months and warn your younger self about what captaincy actually involves, what would you say? Would you tell yourself not to accept the position? Would you explain all the difficulties and anxieties and isolation? Would that change anything? Probably not. Your younger self was desperate enough to try anything that seemed better than merchant sailing. The myth was compelling enough to overcome any warnings about reality. You would have become captain anyway because the alternative was staying in a position you hated. This is perhaps the real function of myths. They get people to do difficult things that they would not do if they knew the full truth in advance. The myth of piracy gets men to take enormous risks for small rewards. The myth of captaincy gets people to accept crushing responsibility for minimal authority. The myths are necessary lies that enable the reality to function. You finish your drink and prepare to return to your ship. Tomorrow you sail again. More navigation, more supply calculations. more democratic debates about minor issues, more trying to keep stubborn men organised enough to capture prizes without serious problems, more performing the role of mythical pirate captain while living the reality of anxious bureaucrat. This is your life now. Not the adventure you imagined, but the grinding daily struggle you actually experience. Not treasure and glory, but survival and supply management. Not freedom, but different constraints that come with higher stakes. You walk through Nassau's streets back toward the harbour. The sun is setting over the water. Your ship sits at anchor with 36 men aboard, waiting for their captain to return and lead them somewhere that might have prizes and hopefully does not have naval patrols. You're responsible for all of them. You're isolated from all of them. You're simultaneously in command and powerless, authoritative and anxious, mythical and mundane. This is what it actually means to be a pirate captain. Not the story people tell, but the life people live. Not the legend, but the reality behind the legend. Not the adventure, but the work of making adventure look easy from the outside while struggling constantly on the inside. You climb into the longboat that will take you back to your ship. The crew rows through the harbour water as the sun disappears behind the horizon. Another day survived. Another night of sleep before tomorrow's struggles begin again. At tomorrow you will perform the myth while living the reality. You will project confidence while feeling uncertainty. You will make decisions that might be wrong and live with consequences you cannot fully control. You will keep doing this for as long as you survive the mathematics and exhaustion and isolation and democratic chaos that define actual pirate captaincy. The stories will never capture this. The myths will never acknowledge it. But this is the truth that every pirate captain learns eventually. It sucked to be you, because leadership is hard and piracy is harder, and combining them creates a job that tests every limit you have, while offering no guarantee of success or respect from the people you're trying to lead. So if you find yourself drifting off now, my tired brittatos, maybe think about this. The next time someone makes piracy sound romantic or exciting, or full of adventure and freedom, remember that real pirate captains spent most of their time doing logistics and politics, while trying to avoid the numerous problems that could ruin them on any given Tuesday. Remember that the myth exists to hide the reality, and the reality involves much more mathematics and much less sword fighting than anyone wants to admit. The golden age of piracy ended not because the British Navy won, but because being a pirate captain was so difficult and exhausting and unrewarding that eventually not enough people wanted to do it anymore. That might be the most honest epitaph of the entire era. Sleep well. At least you're not trying to navigate through Caribbean reefs with a broken compass, while managing a democracy of stubborn pirates who might vote you out tomorrow. The year 1791 arrives with a peculiar silence in the mountain hollows of western Pennsylvania. You stand outside a log cabin as autumn light filters through oak trees that have watched these hills since before anyone drew borders across them. The air carries wood smoke and the earthy bite of fermenting grain. Somewhere down the valley a copper still drips its slow rhythm. This sound matters more than you might think. In these mountains, whiskey is not simply a drink. It is currency, medicine, and the only practical way to move grain across brutal distances to eastern markets. A pack horse can carry 4 bushels of grain or 24 bushels worth of whiskey in the same space. The mathematics of survival writes itself in copper and corn. Spring arrives late in 1791 along the Monongahela River. You watch ice break apart in brown water, while men gather outside a rough-hewn trading post. They speak in low voices about news from Philadelphia. The federal government has passed an excise tax on distilled spirits, 7 cents per gallon for large distilleries, 9 cents for small ones. The numbers sound modest until you calculate what they mean for a farmer with a 20-gallon still tucked behind his barn. Alexander Hamilton sits in an office hundreds of miles east, working through columns of figures by candlelight. The Secretary of the Treasury faces a problem that keeps him awake past midnight. The new federal government owes staggering debts from the Revolutionary War. States owe more. The whole structure threatens to collapse under the weight of unpaid obligations. Hamilton's solution involves assuming state debts, creating a national bank and finding reliable revenue streams. An excise tax on whiskey seems logical. Europeans have used such taxes for centuries. The wealthy drink imported spirits and can afford the burden. Small farmers can simply sell their grain instead of distilling it, except Hamilton has never stood in a mountain hollow 300 miles from the nearest decent road. He has never tried to move a harvest across the Alleghenies when a single wagon wheel can sink to its axle in spring mud. He has not calculated the cost of spoilage when grain sits waiting for passable routes that might not come for months. These details exist beyond the neat columns in his ledger books. You walk through Pittsburgh in late summer of 1791. The town holds perhaps 1,500 souls clustered where the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers meet to form the Ohio. Wooden buildings lean against each other along muddy streets. A printed notice flutters on a post outside the courthouse. The notice explains the new tax structure. It describes how revenue officers will register stills and collect duties. It uses language crafted for merchants and lawyers in coastal cities. A farmer named Herman Husband reads the notice slowly, lips moving slightly. He served in the North Carolina regulation movement decades earlier, fighting against corrupt officials and distant governments that ignored frontier needs. He knows what happens when Eastern powers impose rules without understanding Western realities. The pattern feels familiar and unwelcome. Husband will spend the next 3 years writing pamphlets and attending meetings. He will become an old man trying to prevent younger men from choosing violence. He will mostly fail. The first revenue officer arrives in Washington County in September. Robert Johnson accepts his commission with serious purpose. The government promises him a percentage of collected revenues. He brings printed forms and a leather-bound record book. He also brings assumptions about law and order that do not quite fit the landscape. Johnson visits farmsteads scattered across valleys and hillsides. He explains the registration process. He emphasizes that compliance is mandatory under federal law. Most farmers listen politely. Some register their stills. Others nod and say nothing. A few ask pointed questions about representation and taxation. Johnson notes their names carefully. He writes reports describing the territory as potentially difficult but manageable with proper enforcement. His optimism reflects inexperience rather than accurate assessment. You sit in a cabin during the first October frost. The family owns a 30-gallon copper still purchased from a tinker 3 years earlier. The still paid for itself within 2 seasons. Corn grown in rocky soil brings almost nothing at market in its raw form. A bushel might fetch 25 cents if you can find a buyer and transport it successfully. The same bushel fermented and distilled becomes 3 gallons of whiskey worth at least $1.50. The whiskey travels easier, it keeps indefinitely. Local merchants accept it as payment for salt, gunpowder, fabric and tools. The still represents not luxury but survival mathematics. Now the government demands 9 cents per gallon. On a typical season's production of 200 gallons, the tax totals $18. This sum equals 3 months of hard labour for a hired hand. It exceeds what most frontier families see in cash money during an entire year. Worse, the tax must be paid in coin, not barter. Finding 18 actual dollars in silver or copper requires selling something substantial. Maybe a pig, maybe stored grain at terrible prices, maybe the still itself. Winter settles into the mountains with particular weight. You hear stories from neighbouring counties. A revenue officer named Robert Wilson arrives at a farm near Pigeon Creek. He carries his record book and an attitude of official authority. The farmer asks Wilson how he expects payment in cash, when cash barely exists in these parts. Wilson suggests the farmer register his still now and work out payment arrangements later. The farmer agrees reluctantly. 3 days later, men in hunting shirts arrive at Wilson's rented room. They drag him to a blacksmith's forge. They strip him, shave his head, and coat him with hot tar kept ready for waterproofing boats. They add feathers from slaughtered chickens. Wilson staggers back to Pittsburgh in agony. The tar burns his skin deeply. He will carry scars for the rest of his life. No one is arrested. No witnesses step forward. Philadelphia receives Wilson's written testimony in January of 1792. President George Washington reads the account with mounting concern. He discusses the matter with his cabinet. Hamilton argues for firm enforcement. Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson suggests patience and negotiation. Attorney General Edmund Randolph proposes sending commissioners to investigate conditions and seek compromise. Washington decides on a proclamation. He issues a statement in September 1792, warning against interference with federal officers. The proclamation uses stern language about the rule of law. It promises prosecution for those who resist legitimate authority. It changes essentially nothing on the ground. You attend a meeting in a barn outside Washington, Pennsylvania, in March 1793. About 40 men gather in dim lantern light. They sit on rough benches and upturned barrels. Herman Husband speaks first, advocating for petitions and peaceful resistance. He believes the tax can be repealed through proper political channels if enough citizens make their voices heard. A younger man named David Bradford stands to respond. Bradford practices law and owns slaves. He speaks with authority born from education and social position. He argues that petitions achieve nothing when Eastern politicians ignore Western interests. He suggests more direct methods. The men vote on resolutions. They agree to encourage non-cooperation with revenue officers. They stop short of endorsing violence, but the room holds an edge that makes Husband visibly nervous. Spring brings green to the hillsides and fresh confrontations to the valleys. Revenue Officer Benjamin Wells attempts to serve legal papers on distillers who refuse registration. A group of men stops him on a forest road. They take his papers and his horse. They tell him to walk back to Pittsburgh and not return. Wells reports the incident. The government issues warrants for arrest. The warrants cannot be executed because local sheriffs sympathize with the resistors. Federal authority exists on paper, but not in practice across large sections of western Pennsylvania, western Virginia, western Maryland and Kentucky. You watch patterns emerge through that summer. Revenue officers who persist receive warnings. Warnings escalate to threats. Threats sometimes become violence. The violence follows a script developed during the Revolution. Tar and feathering, property destruction, public humiliation. The methods intend to drive officials away without necessarily killing them, though the line between brutal assault and murder grows thin when hot tar meets human skin. Eastern newspapers print shocked accounts. Western communities meet the accounts with grim satisfaction. The conflict hardens positions on both sides. Hamilton reads reports and sees insurrection. Jefferson reads the same reports and sees legitimate grievances poorly addressed. Washington reads everything and sees his worst fear taking shape. The question is simple and terrible. Can the federal government actually govern? If citizens in one region can nullify federal law through organized resistance, what prevents the same elsewhere? What prevents the whole experiment from fracturing into competing factions? The Revolutionary War was fought partly to escape distant authority that ignored local realities. Now that same tension reproduces itself with the Republic barely 10 years old. The problem has no easy solution. Force might work or might trigger wider rebellion. Negotiation might succeed, or might signal fatal weakness. Washington knows that either choice could destroy what the Revolution built. Picture western Pennsylvania as it exists in 1793. You stand on a ridge looking east toward Philadelphia. The distance measures roughly 300 miles. That distance might as well be 3,000 for all the connection it represents. A letter takes 2 weeks in good weather, longer when rain turns roads to soup. A wagon carrying goods requires a month if nothing breaks. The Appalachian Mountains stand between, not as scenic backdrop, but as genuine barrier that shapes everything about life in this region. The land here rolled out grants to Revolutionary War veterans and speculators who never saw what they purchased. Settlers arrive hoping for better lives than they left behind. They find dense forest, rocky soil, and isolation that weighs on spirits. The nearest courthouse sits a full day's ride from many farms. Travelling to Philadelphia means abandoning crops and livestock for weeks. Voting in elections requires similar sacrifice. Representation in Congress comes through districts so large that a single representative might cover 30,000 square miles of rough terrain. Democracy sounds fine in theory, but in practice it means decisions get made by men who have never walked these mountains. You help a neighbour repair a gristmill in April of 1793. The work involves hauling stones and fitting wooden gears. Between tasks, the neighbour explains his situation. He arrived 5 years earlier with his wife, 3 children, and high hopes. He cleared 12 acres of forest by hand. He built a cabin, barn, and smokehouse. He planted corn, kept pigs, and established a small orchard. He purchased a 20-gallon still on credit. The still let him convert surplus corn into tradable value. Last year he paid off the still. This year the tax appeared. He now owes more to the federal government annually than he paid for the still itself. He cannot see how the numbers work. More important, He cannot see why distant politicians care more about tax revenue than frontier survival. The economics cut deep. A bushel of corn weighs 56 pounds. A pack horse carries about 160 pounds comfortably across mountain trails. That means 3 bushels per horse. The corn might sell for 20 to 30 cents per bushel in eastern markets if it arrives unspoiled. So one pack horse trip generates perhaps 90 cents in revenue, before deducting transportation costs that likely eat half that amount. Now convert the same 3 bushels into whiskey. They yield 9 gallons. Whiskey sells for at least 50 cents per gallon. That same pack horse now carries value worth $4.50. The transportation cost remains similar, but the profit margin becomes survivable. The still transforms agriculture into viable commerce. The tax transforms viable commerce into punishing burden. You ride through Washington County in June, stopping at farmsteads to visit distant acquaintances. The pattern repeats with minor variations. Most families own between 50 and 200 acres. Perhaps a quarter of that gets cleared for cultivation. The rest stays forest for hunting, firewood, and future expansion. Families raise corn, wheat, rye, and oats. They keep cattle, pigs, chickens, and sometimes sheep. They produce most of what they consume. What little surplus emerges must travel across those mountains to find markets willing to buy it. Cash money remains peculiar and scarce. You might go months without seeing actual coins. Instead, people trade. A day of labour equals a bushel of corn or 2 gallons of whiskey. A new pair of boots costs 4 days of work or 8 gallons of whiskey. A rifle might run to 30 gallons. Complex transactions involve written notes promising future delivery of goods. The whole economy operates on trust, reputation, and barter. Into this system drops a federal tax demanding payment in the very thing that barely exists. The government might as well demand payment in unicorn horns. Pittsburgh offers the closest thing to urban life within 200 miles. You walk through the muddy streets on a July afternoon. The town supports several taverns, 2 churches, a courthouse, various shops, and a steady stream of river traffic. Flatboats arrive carrying families and possessions heading west into Ohio territory. Keelboats head east when the current allows, loaded with furs, ginseng, and whiskey. The whiskey trade flows through Pittsburgh like blood through a beating heart. Distillers large and small send their product here for further distribution. Merchants buy it, resell it, and ship it downriver to Louisville or New Orleans. Remove whiskey from this economy, and the whole structure wobbles dangerously. Large distillers in Pittsburgh face different mathematics than small frontier farmers. Operations producing hundreds of gallons weekly can absorb the 7-cent per gallon tax by raising prices slightly. They have access to capital, credit, and established distribution networks. They view the tax as nuisance rather than existential threat. This creates resentment among small producers who see the tax as favouring wealthy interests over common farmers. The perception matters more than whether the intention exists. People who fought a revolution against perceived favouritism toward the rich and connected now face policies that seem to repeat the same pattern. Herman Husband writes another pamphlet in August. His prose rambles and mixes biblical prophecy with political economy in ways that modern readers would find strange. But his message carries weight in these communities. Husband argues that the whiskey tax represents the first step toward tyranny. He suggests that once the government establishes the precedent of taxing the poor to pay the rich, nothing prevents expansion of such policies. He predicts increasing taxes, standing armies, and the loss of freedoms the revolution supposedly secured. His predictions sound extreme until you consider that many of his readers watched British policies follow exactly this trajectory in the 1760s and 70s. Pattern recognition suggests caution. You attend a church service in a small settlement near the Virginia border. The minister reads from the book of Exodus about Egyptian oppression and liberation. The sermon makes pointed connections to present circumstances. After the service, men gather outside to talk politics. They discuss the tax, the revenue officers, and rumours of possible military action. One man argues for patience. Another insists that patience means surrender. A third suggests gathering militia forces to resist any federal troops that might appear. The conversation grows heated, but not quite violent. Everyone present knows that neighbours hold different views. Maintaining social fabric across political divides requires careful navigation. Respect gets strained, but mostly holds. The French Revolution sends ripples across the Atlantic through these years. News arrives slowly, but with impact. Reports describe common people overthrowing aristocratic authority. American reactions split along predictable lines. Jeffersonian Republicans see validation of popular sovereignty. Hamiltonian Federalists see dangerous mob rule. Western Pennsylvania farmers see people like themselves refusing to accept oppression from distant elites. The parallels seem obvious even if the details differ dramatically. When revenue officers in Pennsylvania get tarred and feathered, some locals genuinely believe they act in the same tradition that brought down the Bastille. This belief does not make the violence justified, but it explains the mindset that allows ordinary farmers to become attackers. You help with harvest in September. The work involves cutting grain, bundling sheaves, and hauling loads to barns for threshing. The labour goes from dawn until dark. Your hands blister despite calluses, your back aches from constant bending, but the work feels honest, and the harvest looks decent. 3 weeks of good effort secures food for the coming winter. This same effort repeated across thousands of farms feeds the frontier and generates the surplus that becomes whiskey. Remove whiskey's value, and the incentive for producing surplus weakens significantly. Remove the surplus and the whole economy contracts. Contract the economy and families abandon the frontier in search of better opportunities elsewhere. The government's tax policy makes abstract sense in Philadelphia counting houses. On the ground, it threatens the viability of Western settlement itself. David Bradford grows more prominent through autumn. He drafts resolutions and organises meetings. He corresponds with sympathisers in other counties. He begins talking about an assembly to coordinate resistance across the region. Bradford's language becomes increasingly militant. He frames the struggle in revolutionary terms, suggesting that 1794 might become 1776 all over again. Some people find his rhetoric inspiring, others find it dangerous. Herman Husband finds it heartbreaking. The old man can see where this leads. He has watched similar situations deteriorate before. He knows that once violence starts in earnest, controlling it becomes nearly impossible. Winter settles in with cold that makes bones ache. You spend long evenings by the fire, mending tools and making plans for spring. Outside, snow drifts against the cabin walls. Inside, lamp oil and wood smoke create a warm haze. These quiet hours offer space for reflection. The question everyone faces has no clear answer. Comply with the tax and face financial ruin? Resist and risk confrontation with federal authority? Compromise seems impossible when both sides have dug into opposing positions. The coming year will force choices nobody wants to make. May arrives in 1794 with unseasonable heat. You notice tension in every interaction. Conversations stop when strangers approach. Travellers get questioned carefully about their business and loyalties. The region feels like a pot simmering just below boiling point. Small incidents cascade into larger confrontations. A revenue officer named John Neville becomes the focal point for growing anger. Neville owns a large distillery and serves as regional inspector. He collects substantial fees for his work. He also happens to own slaves, live in a fine house, and represent exactly the sort of established wealth that frontier farmers resent. Neville follows his duties conscientiously. This makes him both respected by federal authorities and hated by those who see him as a traitor to Western interests. You hear about the first serious confrontation through travellers' reports. A deputy federal marshal named David Lennox arrives in western Pennsylvania with arrest warrants for distillers who refuse to appear in federal court in Philadelphia. Lennox partners with John Neville to serve the papers. They understand the risk but believe official authority will provide protection. On July 15th, they ride to the farm of William Miller near Mingo Creek. Miller operates a small still and has ignored all attempts at registration. Lennox knocks on the door and presents the warrant. Miller reads it slowly, his face darkening. The warrant demands appearance in Philadelphia in August. The trip would cost more than Miller earns in 6 months. It would require abandoning his farm during critical harvest season. Miller tells Lennox the warrant is impossible to obey and unjust to demand. Lennox insists on official duty. The conversation grows heated. Miller's sons hear the commotion and come running from the barn. Neighbours working a nearby field also approach. Within minutes, a dozen armed men surround Lennox and Neville. Someone fires a shot. Later accounts differ on who fired and why. Neville returns fire, wounding one of Miller's sons. The crowd surges forward. Lennox and Neville sprint for their horses and ride hard toward Neville's house 7 miles away. Shots follow them but miss. The two men reach Bower Hill, Neville's substantial estate, and barricade themselves inside. A servant begins loading muskets. Neville sends a message to Pittsburgh requesting military support. News of the shooting spreads through the valleys like fire in dry grass. By next morning, groups of armed men gather at meeting points across the region. David Bradford drafts letters calling for militia muster. He describes the shooting as an attack on innocent citizens by tyrannical officials. He demands that Neville surrender himself for justice. The language Bradford uses echoes revolutionary rhetoric from 20 years earlier. He speaks of liberty, tyranny, and the right of free men to resist oppression. The words carry power precisely because they connect to shared memory of fighting British authority. You join a group gathering near Couch's Fort on July 16th. About 30 men cluster in morning sun, checking rifles and discussing plans. Most wear hunting shirts and broad hats. Some bring whiskey jugs that pass from hand to hand. The mood mixes excitement with nervousness. These men are farmers and artisans, not soldiers. But many served in the revolution or militia actions against native forces. They know basic tactics and small unit operations. A man named James McFarlane takes informal command. McFarlane fought with distinction during the Revolution. He survived brutal combat and earned respect that still holds. When McFarlane speaks, people listen. He suggests approaching Bower Hill and demanding Neville's surrender. He emphasises that this is about justice, not murder. Several men nod agreement. A few voices suggest burning Neville's house as statement. McFarlane shuts down that talk firmly. The march to Bower Hill takes about 3 hours. You walk through forest trails, the column stretching out over half a mile. Men talk quietly, weapons carried casually but ready. As the group approaches the estate, you see why Neville chose this location. Bower Hill sits on high ground with clear sight lines in all directions. The house is built solid with thick walls and small windows. A dozen armed men are visible on the grounds. These are soldiers from Pittsburgh's garrison who responded to Neville's call for help. Their presence changes everything. This is no longer citizens confronting an official. This is militia facing federal troops. McFarlane halts the column about 100 yards from the house. He sends 2 men forward under a white flag to demand Neville's surrender. The envoys reach the front gate and call out their message. A window opens on the second floor. Major Abraham Kirkpatrick appears. Kirkpatrick is Neville's son-in-law and a federal officer. He shouts back that Neville has already left for Pittsburgh, but the house will be defended. McFarlane's envoys insist on searching the premises. Kirkpatrick refuses. The standoff stretches for several tense minutes, then someone fires. Later investigations never determine who fired first or whether the shot was deliberate or accidental. The distinction becomes irrelevant as both sides begin shooting in earnest. The battle lasts about 20 minutes. The militia spreads out and fires from cover. The Federal soldiers return fire from windows and roofline. Smoke drifts across the hillside, making aim difficult. You crouch behind a tree, loading and firing with mechanical focus. The sounds are thunderous and terrifying. Musket balls thwack into wood and whistle past heads. Someone near you takes a round in the leg and falls screaming. 2 men drag him to cover. The firing gradually slows as both sides realise stalemate. McFarlane calls for cease fire. He stands to signal his men. A musket ball from the house catches him in the chest. McFarlane drops instantly. Men rush to him, but he dies within minutes. The battle is over. The militia withdraws, carrying McFarlane's body. Federal soldiers remain in control of Bower Hill, but decide that defending the position is untenable. They abandon the house after dark and return to Pittsburgh. The militia returns the next day with reinforcements. Finding the house empty, they set fire to it. Bower Hill burns to the ground along with Neville's barns, slave quarters, and outbuildings. The destruction goes beyond military necessity into deliberate statement. The message reads clear. Officials who enforce the whiskey tax will lose everything. Pittsburgh responds by barricading itself. Local authorities fear the militia will march on the town next. Federal officials hole up in fortified buildings. Merchants hide their goods. The garrison of 100 soldiers prepares defensive positions, but the expected attack never comes. The militia has no clear plan beyond expressing rage. Bradford drafts more letters calling for a general assembly. He wants to unite the scattered resistance into organised movement. Herman Husband pleads for reason and negotiation. Nobody listens to Husband anymore. Events have moved past the point where peaceful resolution seems possible. You return to your farm after 3 days away. The crops need tending and life must continue despite larger turmoil. But you cannot shake the memory of McFarlane dying. He was a good man trying to pursue what he saw as justice. Now he is gone and his children are fatherless. The rightness of the cause feels less certain when measured against such cost. Yet backing down means accepting the tax and the financial ruin it represents. The choices all lead to bad places. You work through the days, trying not to think too hard about what comes next. August 1st brings the assembly David Bradford demanded. You ride to Braddock's Field, a meadow east of Pittsburgh where thousands of men gather. Estimates later put the crowd between 5,000 and 7,000. This represents the largest armed gathering in the region since the Revolutionary War. Men arrive from Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, and even Kentucky. Some come in organized militia companies with drums and flags. Others arrive in small groups or alone. The gathering looks like an army without quite being one. Weapons range from military muskets to hunting rifles to farm implements. Some men wear Revolutionary War uniforms kept stored in trunks for 20 years. Others wear everyday work clothes. The mood combines festival atmosphere with underlying menace. Bradford addresses the assembly from horseback. His voice carries across the field through remarkable projection. He describes the burning of Bower Hill as justifiable response to tyranny. He calls for march on Pittsburgh to seize federal property and drive out officials. He frames the struggle as continuation of revolutionary principles. The crowd roars approval. Several other speakers follow with similar rhetoric. Herman Husband attempts to speak for moderation but gets shouted down. The momentum belongs entirely to the militants. The march to Pittsburgh begins that afternoon. You walk in a column stretching over 2 miles. The sound of thousands of boots and hooves creates rhythmic thunder. Flags snap in hot wind. Dust rises in choking clouds. The spectacle is impressive and frightening in equal measure. Pittsburgh's residents watch from windows as the army approaches. Some flee across the river, others barricade themselves indoors. The garrison withdraws to fortified positions. The town feels like occupied territory. But the expected violence does not materialize. Bradford and other leaders negotiate with Pittsburgh's officials. They demand that certain federal officers leave the region. They ransack the house of Major Kirkpatrick, destroying furniture and stealing property. They confiscate some military supplies. But there is no massacre, no widespread burning, no complete destruction. The restraint seems partly strategic and partly uncertain. Many in the crowd came to make a point, not to start wholesale war. After several hours, Bradford orders the army to disperse. The men drift away in groups, heading home to farms and families. The demonstration achieves its purpose of showing strength without crossing into outright rebellion. At least not yet. Philadelphia receives news of the Braddock's Field gathering with alarm. Reports describe an army of rebels seizing control of western Pennsylvania. The language used in dispatches emphasizes insurrection, treason, and imminent danger to federal authority. Alexander Hamilton argues forcefully for military response. He drafts a proclamation for Washington's signature ordering insurgents to disperse by September 1st or face consequences. Washington signs reluctantly. He still hopes for peaceful resolution, but cannot ignore what appears to be open rebellion. The administration also dispatches a commission to negotiate. The commissioners include Pennsylvania Attorney General William Bradford, U.S., Senator James Ross, and Pennsylvania Supreme Court Justice Jasper Yates. These men receive instructions to offer amnesty to rebels who submit to federal authority. They carry authority to negotiate details of tax collection. But they cannot offer repeal of the tax itself. Congress passed the law, and only Congress can unmake it. The commissioners travel west in mid-August, knowing their mission might fail and trigger armed conflict. You attend meetings through August as the commissioners hold hearings in various locations. The commissioners present their terms clearly, submit to federal authority, agree to obey the whiskey tax, and receive full pardon for past actions. Continue resistance and face military action. The choice is binary and immediate. Some communities accept the terms eagerly, relieved to find a path away from confrontation. Others reject the offer angrily. David Bradford speaks against acceptance. He argues that submission means betraying the cause and inviting future oppression. He threatens anyone who signs the amnesty agreement. The threats are not idle. Several prominent citizens who favour compliance receive midnight visits from armed men who destroy property and deliver beatings. Herman Husband watches the disintegration of community bonds with profound sadness. Neighbours who worked together for years now refuse to speak. Families split between those supporting resistance and those seeking peace. Violence becomes casual and frequent. Tar and feathers remain the favoured punishment, but beatings and property destruction also occur regularly. The rule of law has essentially collapsed in several counties. Whoever controls the most armed men makes the rules. This state of affairs cannot continue indefinitely. The commissioners submit their report in early September. They describe a region in active rebellion with federal authority completely nullified. They note that substantial numbers of citizens desire peace but fear retaliation from militants. They conclude that force will be necessary to restore order. Washington reads the report with heavy heart. He has delayed as long as possible. Now the decision point arrives. Either enforce federal law through military action or accept that the government cannot govern. The second option is unacceptable. Washington orders mobilization of militia forces from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. The call goes out for nearly 13,000 troops. The number deserves emphasis. 13,000 represents a larger force than Washington commanded during most of the Revolutionary War. It exceeds the size of the standing federal army by a factor of 20. This is not a police action. This is full military campaign designed to overwhelm resistance decisively. The message is unmistakable. The federal government will enforce its authority regardless of cost. You hear about the mobilization in mid-September. The news arrives through travellers and hastily scribbled messages. An army larger than anything seen in the region is marching west. They will arrive in October. They carry orders to suppress rebellion and arrest ringleaders. The prospect terrifies most people. Memories of wartime destruction remain vivid. The thought of Pennsylvania turning into a battlefield again fills everyone with dread. The militants who spoke bravely in August suddenly find fewer supporters in September. David Bradford recognizes that his position has become untenable. He flees to Louisiana. Herman Husband remains, hoping to act as mediator. Other prominent resistors scatter or go into hiding. The movement collapses almost overnight once the scale of federal response becomes clear. George Washington sits in his study at Mount Vernon during September 1794. He has retired from public life in his mind many times but keeps getting pulled back by duty. At 62 years old, he feels every year. His joints ache. His teeth cause constant pain. He wants nothing more than to manage his plantation and fade into peaceful obscurity. Instead, he faces the prospect of leading troops into combat against American citizens. The irony cuts deep. He spent 8 years fighting to create this nation. Now he must fight to hold it together against internal fracturing. The decision weighs on him like physical burden. The cabinet meets in Philadelphia to discuss strategy. Hamilton pushes for decisive action. He views the Whiskey Rebellion as test case for federal power. If the government cannot enforce a simple excise tax, what authority does it actually possess? Jefferson argues that military force will create martyrs and harden resistance. He suggests more commissioners, more negotiation, more time. Washington listens to both positions. He respects Jefferson's caution but agrees with Hamilton's logic. A government that cannot govern is not a government. The time for patience has ended. Washington makes his decision in late September. He will personally lead the Federal Militia Army West. This marks the only time in American history that a sitting president commands troops in the field. The symbolism matters enormously. Washington's presence transforms military expedition into statement about constitutional authority. He is not sending troops to crush dissent. He is going himself to restore order and uphold the law. The distinction is subtle, but significant. Washington understands theatre and knows that his actions will be remembered and interpreted. He chooses to be present precisely because it makes the government's position clear beyond any misunderstanding. The mobilization proceeds through October. You hear reports of troops gathering across multiple states. Pennsylvania sends 5,000 militia. New Jersey sends 2,000. Maryland sends 2,000. Virginia sends 4,000. The numbers keep increasing. Equipment arrives by wagon train. Artillery pieces make slow progress along muddy roads. Officers drill recruits who haven't held muskets in years. The entire operation cost nearly $1 million, a staggering sum for a government barely managing its existing debts. But Washington insists that expense cannot determine policy when constitutional principles are at stake. The army begins its westward march in early October. Washington joins them at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. He arrives in a plain blue coat, mounted on a good horse, looking like the general he was 20 years earlier. The troops respond with genuine enthusiasm. Many are veterans who served under Washington during the Revolution. They trust him completely. His presence transforms a collection of state militias into something approaching a real army. Discipline improves, organisation tightens, the march gains purpose and direction. You watch the army pass through western Pennsylvania in late October. The column stretches for miles. Infantry, cavalry and artillery move with impressive coordination. Supply wagons carry food, ammunition and medical equipment. The spectacle demonstrates power that dwarfs anything the rebels assembled at Braddock's Field. The message requires no explanation. Resistance is futile. Submission is the only option. Most people get the message clearly. Washington establishes headquarters in Bedford, Pennsylvania. He issues proclamations offering amnesty to anyone who submits peacefully. He also authorizes arrest of ringleaders who refuse to surrender. Federal agents begin compiling lists of names. The lists include David Bradford, Herman Husband, and dozens of others. Some fled the region already. Others hide with sympathetic neighbors. A few surrender voluntarily, hoping for mercy. The situation becomes fluid and complex. Loyalty shifts day by day as people assess their options and calculate survival strategies. Alexander Hamilton accompanies the expedition as civilian advisor. His presence irritates many observers who see him as architect of the hated tax. Hamilton ignores the criticism. He wants to witness firsthand the restoration of federal authority. He also wants to ensure that the military response sends the correct message. Too lenient and it invites future rebellion. Too harsh and it creates permanent resentment. The balance requires careful navigation. Hamilton drafts letters and proclamations attempting to strike the right tone. His prose sounds legalistic and cold to Western ears accustomed to plainer speech. But the substance is clear enough. Submit or suffer consequences. Thomas McKean, Pennsylvania's Chief Justice, travels with the army as well. McKean brings judicial authority to accompany military force. The plan calls for trials once arrests are made. The government wants to demonstrate that law, not arbitrary power, guides its actions. McKean understands that convictions will be difficult to obtain. Local juries might refuse to convict neighbours regardless of evidence. But the attempt matters symbolically. The federal government must be seen as acting through proper legal channels, even when using military force to create conditions for those channels to function. Washington reviews troops on a cold November morning. You stand among civilians watching from a distance. The president sits straight in his saddle despite the chill wind. He inspects each unit personally, offering brief words of encouragement. The ceremony is formal and impressive. But you notice something beneath the pageantry. Washington looks tired and sad. His expression suggests a man doing necessary duty rather than pursuing glory. He does not want to be here, leading an army against his own citizens, but he sees no alternative that preserves the nation he helped create. The weight of that burden shows clearly on his lined face. The army moves deeper into western Pennsylvania in early November. The rebels who threatened rebellion in August have disappeared like morning fog. No organised resistance materialises. No battles occur. The great confrontation everyone anticipated never happens. Instead, federal troops find frightened farmers who insist they were never really rebels. They blame David Bradford and other leaders for misleading them. They sign loyalty oaths and accept amnesty. The army occupies the region but finds no enemy to fight. The anticlimax is almost comical, except for the families whose members get arrested and hauled east to face treason charges. Washington remains with the army through November. He wants his presence to continue sending its message. But he also recognises that the military phase is essentially complete. The rebellion has collapsed without serious combat. Federal authority is restored without bloodshed. In late November, Washington returns to Philadelphia, leaving General Henry Lee in command of remaining forces. Washington writes in private letters that the expedition succeeded in its goals. The government proved it can enforce laws throughout its territory. The precedent is established. Future challengers will know what awaits organised resistance. Whether this represents wise policy or dangerous precedent, Washington leaves for history to judge. The army divides into two wings for the final occupation phase. The Eastern Division under General Henry Lee advances through Bedford and Somerset counties. The Western Division under Virginia Governor Henry Lee moves through Washington and Allegheny counties. You live in Washington County and watch the Western Wing arrive in mid-November. Thousands of troops establish camps across the countryside. Smoke from hundreds of cooking fires darkens the sky. The soldiers requisition food and shelter from local farms. Most citizens comply without protest, knowing resistance would be suicidal. Henry Lee commands with firm authority. He orders immediate arrests of suspected rebel leaders. Federal agents fan out with lists of names. They knock on doors in the middle of the night. They search barns and cellars. Over 3 weeks they arrest about 150 men. The prisoners include wealthy landowners and poor farmers, educated professionals and illiterate labourers. The common thread is suspected participation in resistance activities. Evidence ranges from eyewitness accounts to anonymous accusations. Legal protections are minimal. Lee operates under martial law provisions that suspend normal judicial procedures. Herman Husband is arrested on November 13th. Federal troops surround his cabin before dawn. Husband, now 73 years old, offers no resistance. He asks permission to gather a few belongings. The soldiers agree. Husband packs a Bible, some writing materials and an extra shirt. He bids goodbye to his wife and grandchildren. Then he walks out to begin a journey that will end with his death. Husband and other prisoners are marched east in bitter November weather. Many prisoners lack adequate clothing. Several are ill. The march covers 15 to 20 miles per day through mountain passes where snow already blocks trails. Guards show little sympathy. These are traitors receiving their due. Complaints are ignored or met with harsh discipline. The prisoners reach Philadelphia in December. They are held in crude facilities without heat. Conditions are miserable even by 18th century standards. Herman Husband develops pneumonia within days of arrival. He dies on June 15th, 1795, still awaiting trial. His death receives little notice. The federal government files treason charges against 20 of the prisoners. These cases represent the government's attempt to establish legal precedent. Conviction for treason requires testimony from 2 witnesses to the same overt act. The standard is deliberately high. Many cases collapse due to insufficient evidence or contradictory testimony. In the end, only 2 men receive convictions. Both are pardoned by Washington in 1795. The legal proceedings accomplish little beyond demonstrating that the government takes rule of law seriously, even when it proves inconvenient. The occupation of western Pennsylvania continues through winter of 1794 into spring of 1795. Troop levels gradually decrease as the region stabilizes. Federal revenue officers return to their duties under military protection. Registration of stills proceeds slowly but steadily. Collection of tax revenue remains spotty. Many small distillers shut down their operations rather than pay the tax. Others move their stills deeper into the mountains where enforcement is impractical. The whiskey trade continues but shifts toward larger operations that can absorb the tax burden. Small-scale farmer distillers, the very people who most needed whiskey as economic tool, are squeezed out. This represents exactly the outcome they feared and resisted. You visit Pittsburgh in April 1795. The town has returned to something approaching normalcy. Merchants conduct business. River traffic flows normally. Federal officers move about without fear of attack, but the atmosphere feels strained. People are polite but cold. The splits created by the rebellion have not healed. Those who supported resistance view those who accepted amnesty as traitors. Those who favoured compliance view resistors as dangerous fools. The divisions will persist for years. Some families remain estranged for generations. The wounds go deep and scar tissue takes time to form. The federal government maintains garrison troops in western Pennsylvania until 1796. The present serves as a reminder of federal power and deterrent to renewed resistance. Eventually the troops withdraw as the situation returns fully to civilian control. Revenue collection becomes routine, though never popular. The whiskey tax remains law until its repeal in 1802, when Thomas Jefferson becomes president. Jefferson views the tax as unnecessary and divisive. Its removal is one of his first policy priorities. But by 1802, the precedent has been established. The federal government can enforce its laws throughout the nation using military force if necessary. This principle will be tested again in future crises, most devastatingly in 1861. The financial cost of suppressing the Whiskey Rebellion totals nearly $1 million. This sum dwarfs the revenue collected from the whiskey tax in western Pennsylvania during the entire period of resistance. The government spent far more enforcing the tax than the tax generated. In purely economic terms, the expedition is absurdly inefficient. But economics was never the point. Alexander Hamilton understood that federal authority cannot be priced in dollars. Either the government can enforce its laws or it cannot govern. The $1 million bought proof that the Constitution is more than paper and words. It bought the precedent that federal law supersedes local preferences when the two conflict. Whether that principle represents wise governance or dangerous centralization remains subject to debate more than 2 centuries later. The Whiskey Rebellion ends without the dramatic climax that participants on both sides anticipated. There are no great battles, no heroic last stands, no martyrs dying for liberty with inspirational final words. Instead, the rebellion dissolves into arrests, trials, and grudging acceptance of federal authority. The anticlimax frustrates those seeking clear narratives of good versus evil. Reality proves messier than myth. You work your farm in the spring of 1795, planting corn in fields you have cleared by hand. The still sits idle in the barn. You have not registered it and do not intend to. Running it would require paying the tax. Paying the tax would bankrupt you, so the still collects dust while you find other ways to generate small amounts of cash. You sell firewood to Pittsburgh merchants. You hire out for labour on wealthier farms. You trap furs and trade them for necessities. The economics are brutal and margins razor thin, but you survive. Survival is what frontier life has always demanded. This year simply demands it more strenuously than most. The precedent established by Washington's response echoes through American history. When South Carolina threatens nullification in 1832, President Andrew Jackson cites the Whiskey Rebellion as proof that states cannot refuse federal law. Jackson threatens to lead troops south, just as Washington led them west. South Carolina backs down. When southern states secede in 1860 and 1861, Lincoln cites the same precedent. The federal union is not voluntary. States cannot leave simply because they dislike federal policies. The resulting civil war kills 600,000 people and settles the question definitively. The seeds of that conflict trace back in part to 1794 and the principle that federal authority is supreme within its constitutional bounds. But the Whiskey Rebellion also reveals tensions that never fully resolve. The conflict between local autonomy and central authority appears repeatedly in American political life. States' rights arguments appear in debates about slavery, civil rights, environmental regulation, healthcare policy, and countless other issues. The fundamental question remains constant. Who decides when local preferences conflict with national policy? The Whiskey Rebellion answered that federal law wins when push comes to shove. But it did not answer whether federal law should win in every case, or whether some issues belong more properly to local control. Americans still argue about these questions today because the underlying tension is built into the structure of federalism itself. Alexander Hamilton views the rebellion's suppression as vindication of his vision for strong federal government. He continues pushing for national banks, protective tariffs, an active federal role in economic development. His policies shaped the early republic profoundly, but Hamilton dies in 1804, killed in a duel with Aaron Burr. His vision for America eventually triumphs, but he does not live to see it fully realized. The irony is bitter. Hamilton risks his political career and physical safety to establish federal authority in 1794. 10 years later, he dies in a private dispute that had nothing to do with policy or principle. History remembers him as architect of American financial system, but not as the man who marched west with Washington to suppress rebellion. Thomas Jefferson takes the opposite lesson from the Whiskey Rebellion. He views it as an example of federal overreach and unnecessary provocation. When he becomes president in 1801, he systematically dismantles Hamiltonian policies. He repeals the whiskey tax, he reduces the national debt, he shrinks the federal government, he emphasizes states' rights and local control. Jefferson's vision also shapes American development profoundly. The tension between Hamiltonian centralization and Jeffersonian decentralization becomes a defining feature of American politics. Neither vision wins permanently. Instead, the balance shifts back and forth depending on circumstances and political coalitions. The Whiskey Rebellion is early battle in a longer war that continues indefinitely. George Washington retires to Mount Vernon in 1797 and dies in 1799. His final years bring him the peace and privacy he craved but rarely achieved. He never speaks publicly about the Whiskey Rebellion after the crisis ends, but private letters suggest he views it as necessary action that pained him deeply. Washington believed in Republican government and popular sovereignty, but he also believed in rule of law and constitutional order. When those principles conflict, Washington sides with law and order. This choice defines his presidency and sets precedent for successors. The office of president includes responsibility to enforce laws even when doing so is unpopular or politically costly. Washington establishes that principle at personal cost. He dies knowing he preserved the Union but uncertain whether future generations will maintain what he helped create. David Bradford never returns from Louisiana. He lives as fugitive and exile, watching from distance as the new nation develops without him. He dies in 1808, still officially a wanted man, though no one actively pursues him by then. Bradford represents the path not taken. If Washington had hesitated or the federal response had been weaker, Bradford's vision of localized resistance to central authority might have prevailed. The United States might have fractured into competing regional powers. Whether that would have been better or worse for the people involved is impossible to know. History records what happened, not what might have been. Herman Husband's death in a Philadelphia jail marks the rebellion's saddest casualty. He sought peaceful resolution and got prison and pneumonia. His writings survive and are occasionally rediscovered by historians looking for authentic frontier voices. Husband wrote with passion and conviction about justice, equality, and the rights of common people against entrenched power. His prose is unpolished and his ideas sometimes muddled, but his sincerity shines through every page. He believed ordinary people deserved respect and fair treatment from their government. He spent his life advocating for those principles. He died in custody of a government that viewed him as traitor rather than patriot. The injustice is sharp and enduring. The farmers and labourers who formed the bulk of the rebel movement mostly disappear from historical record. A few move west into Ohio or Kentucky, seeking better prospects beyond federal reach. Others remain on their land, paying the hated tax until its repeal in 1802. They live quiet lives, raise families, and gradually become ancestors whose struggles are forgotten by descendants. The whiskey tax seems quaint and distant now, but for people living through it, the tax represented existential threat. Their resistance was neither foolish nor evil. It was a desperate attempt to protect livelihoods and communities against policy that seemed designed without understanding their circumstances. That their resistance failed does not make their grievances invalid. You sit on your porch on a summer evening in 1802, watching lightning bugs drift through the darkness. News arrived last week that the whiskey tax has been repealed. Jefferson's administration fulfilled its promise. The burden is lifted. You could restart the still and resume production. But somehow the moment feels hollow. The tax is gone, but so are 7 years. Herman Husband is dead. David Bradford is exile. James McFarland died at Bower Hill. Neighbours who were friends became enemies. The social fabric tore and never fully repaired. The victory tastes of ashes mixed with relief. You survived, which is more than some can say. But survival came at a price that still tallies up in quiet moments like this. The long-term impact of the Whiskey Rebellion extends far beyond its immediate participants. The precedent of federal military force to suppress internal resistance becomes bedrock principle of American governance. Future presidents cite it to justify actions from the Reconstruction South to Little Rock school integration to federal enforcement of civil rights laws. The principle cuts both ways. It protects minority rights against hostile local majorities. It also enables federal overreach into areas that might be better left to local control. Sorting out which applications are justified and which are not requires constant vigilance and debate. The Whiskey Rebellion does not answer these questions. It simply establishes that the federal government has the power to enforce its will when necessary. How that power should be used remains eternally contested. The story ends not with resolution, but with continuation. The tensions that sparked the Whiskey Rebellion persist in different forms. Americans still argue about taxation, representation, federal authority, and local autonomy. They still disagree about when resistance becomes justified and when it crosses into rebellion. They still struggle to balance competing visions of what the nation should be. The Whiskey Rebellion was early chapter in an ongoing story that has no final chapter. Each generation inherits the questions and must answer them anew based on contemporary circumstances. You close your eyes and listen to crickets singing their endless summer song. Tomorrow brings more work. Fields need tending. Fences need mending. Life continues regardless of political upheavals or historical significance. The grand sweeps of history matter less in the moment than the immediate tasks of survival, and perhaps small measures of contentment. You survived the Whiskey Rebellion. That will have to be enough. Sleep comes easier these days now that the threat of midnight arrests has passed. The nightmares fade slowly. The memories remain. They will be there when you wake tomorrow and every day after until memory itself ends. So there we have it, my tired dumplings. Attacks on whiskey nearly tore apart the nation that the Revolutionary War created. A president led troops against his own citizens to establish that federal law means something real and enforceable. Farmers resisted, leaders fled or died, and ultimately the government prevailed. The precedent matters still. The questions raised remain unresolved. And somewhere in the hills of western Pennsylvania, old stills sit rusting in barns, silent witnesses to a conflict that shaped American history in ways we still grapple with more than 2 centuries later. If this story helped you drift towards sleep, consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that notification bell so you never miss a new episode. Until next time, sleep well, my tired potatoes. Imagine yourself seated at your kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in October 1929, perhaps enjoying coffee from your beloved mug, the one that hasn't yet developed a chip in its handle. You're flipping through the newspaper, probably complaining about something perfectly mundane, like how the neighbour's dog keeps digging up your petunias. Life feels predictable, even a little boring. Then the phone rings, or maybe you hear it on the radio. The stock market has crashed. The stock market has not merely faltered or experienced a difficult day, but it has plummeted completely and catastrophically. Within hours, everything you thought you knew about your comfortable little world starts shifting beneath your feet like sand. Now you might be thinking, what does Wall Street have to do with my dinner table? Get ready to learn that everything is connected in ways that will make your head spin. Before the crash, American kitchens were experiencing a period of prosperity. Electric refrigerators replaced the old ice boxes that required actual blocks of ice. Consider how you might explain that to someone today. Yes, dear. A man came by twice a week with frozen water. No, we couldn't make our own. Cooking became easier with the newfangled appliances, and grocery stores brimmed with an abundance of options that would have left your grandmother dizzy. Families were eating beef roasts on Sundays, fresh vegetables from local farms, and desserts that didn't require a mathematical equation to figure out sugar ratios. Bread was white and fluffy, not because it was healthier, but because it felt fancy and modern. The poor ate brown bread, but America was far from impoverished. But here's the thing about prosperity. It's often built on a foundation that's more wobbly than anyone wants to admit. Banks were lending money recklessly, individuals were purchasing stocks with funds they lacked, and farmers were producing more food than the nation could consume. It was like a giant game of Jenga and someone was about to pull out the wrong block. When that crash came, it wasn't just rich investors in fancy suits who felt it. The ripple effect spread faster than gossip in a small town. Banks closed their doors, taking people's savings with them. Factories shut down, sending workers home with empty pockets. Suddenly, the cosy middle-class way of life you'd been relishing vanished. The concept vanished as swiftly as ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The cruel irony was that there was still ample food available for cultivation. Farms across America were still producing wheat, corn, vegetables, and livestock. The problem wasn't that food had disappeared, it was that nobody had money to buy it. It's like being locked outside your house with the keys sitting right there on the kitchen counter, visible but completely out of reach. This is where our story really begins, because when people can't afford food, they get creative. By creative, I mean they learn to create meals using ingredients that would make modern food bloggers cry. Forget your artisanal this and organic that. People were about to discover that survival cooking is its kind of art form, though not necessarily one you'd want to Instagram. So there you were, perhaps still sitting at that same kitchen table, but now instead of casually reading the newspaper, you're studying it like it holds the secrets of the universe. Which ads are offering work? What stores are having sales? And most importantly, how can you feed your family on what feels like pocket change? The adventure was just beginning, although nobody referred to it as such at that time. They were too busy figuring out how to stretch a dollar until it screamed, and wondering how something as basic as putting food on the table had suddenly become the most challenging puzzle they'd ever faced. You know how today you might spend 20 minutes deciding between 17 different types of pasta sauce, weighing the merits of organic versus regular versus the store brand? Well, imagine if your entire grocery budget was less than what you now spend on a single lunch out, and suddenly those choices become a lot more focused. By 1932, the average family was spending about $15 a week on groceries, which sounds ridiculously cheap until you realise that's in 1932 dollars, and most people were lucky to have any dollars at all. It's as if someone handed you Monopoly money and instructed you to use it until next Thursday. Your grocery shopping strategy had to become more sophisticated than a military operation. First, you'd check every pocket, purse and couch cushion for loose change. Discovering a nickel felt like unearthing a hidden treasure. Then you'd sit down with a pencil and paper, no fancy smartphone apps for budget tracking, and plan your shopping trip with the precision of a NASA mission. Every purchase had to serve multiple purposes, and luxury items like fresh meat or white sugar were carefully weighed against necessities like flour and potatoes. The grocery stores themselves started looking different too. Gone were the abundant displays and cheerful abundance of the roaring 20s. Shelves became sparser, and storekeepers started extending credit to long-time customers, keeping handwritten ledgers of who owed what. It was like a neighbourhood favour system, except the favours were keeping families from going hungry. You learned to think like a pioneer, even though you lived in town. Bulk purchases made sense when you could afford them. A large sack of flour might cost more up front, but it would last longer and cost less per pound than buying smaller amounts. Of course, such an arrangement required actually having enough money for bulk purchases, which was often a catch-22 situation that would make your head hurt if you thought about it too much. Shopping became a social activity in ways it had never been before. Women would compare notes on which stores had the best prices, share recipes for making meals stretch, and sometimes even pool their money for bulk purchases they'd divide up later. It was like having a very practical book club, except instead of discussing literature, you were debating whether potatoes were cheaper per pound at Miller's Market or Thompson's Grocery. The butcher became both your trusted companion and your greatest obstacle. While meat was costly, bones were inexpensive, and a quality soup bone could serve as the basis for numerous meals. You would request the cuts that were previously intended for pet food, and the butcher would frequently include surplus fat at no cost, which you would then cook and utilise in ways that would shock contemporary nutritionists, yet ensured your family's sustenance. Seasonal shopping took on new meaning. Summer meant fresh vegetables and fruits when they were cheapest, but it also meant thinking ahead to winter. Canning became less of a hobby and more of a survival skill. Your kitchen might fill up with mason jars like a general store, each one representing a meal saved for the months when fresh food would become even pricier. Store credit evolved into a delicate balance between dignity and desperation. Storekeepers knew their customers personally. They knew your family, your situation, and your history of payment. Getting credit wasn't just about financial reliability, it was about being part of the community. But using that credit meant admitting you needed help, which was harder for some people than others. The psychology of shopping changed too. You'd find yourself calculating not just price per pound, but meals per dollar. A bag of dried beans might be boring, but it could feed your family for a week if you knew how to cook them right. Meanwhile, that fresh apple that looked so appealing might represent an entire day's budget for luxury foods. Your bags may have been lighter when you got home, but your mental load was definitely heavier. You weren't just carrying groceries, you were carrying the responsibility of making every ingredient count, every meal matter, and every dollar stretch as far as humanly possible. And you were about to learn that creativity in the kitchen wasn't just nice, it was absolutely essential. Here's something that might surprise you. Before the Great Depression, leftover food was often just thrown away. Can you imagine? Families would actually toss perfectly delicious food because it was a day old or didn't look as appealing as when it was fresh. If you told someone from 1935 that people in the future would throw away food because it was approaching its expiration date, they'd probably think you were describing some kind of fantasy world. But once money became scarce, leftovers transformed from kitchen waste into precious resources. Every scrap of food became the star of its own potential meal, and home cooks developed an almost supernatural ability to resurrect yesterday's dinner into something that felt new and exciting, or at least edible. Take bread, for example. In better times, day-old bread might have been tossed to the birds or used for kindling. But during the Depression, stale bread became the foundation of entire meals. Bread pudding wasn't just a dessert, it was a way to use up every last crust. Breadcrumbs extended meatloaf, and bread soaked in milk became a filling breakfast that cost almost nothing. The art of the leftover soup became so refined that it was practically a science. You'd start with whatever scraps of meat remained from Sunday's dinner, maybe just some gristle and bones that today would go straight into the trash. Add some wilted vegetables that were past their prime, throw in yesterday's mashed potatoes for thickness, and suddenly you had a new meal that could feed the whole family. Every kitchen developed its own leftover ecosystem. People saved meat drippings and used them to flavour vegetables. Vegetable cooking water became the base for soups because throwing away anything with potential nutrients felt almost criminal. Even coffee grounds got reused, sometimes multiple times, until they were producing something that barely resembled coffee, but still provided a hot, caffeinated beverage. The psychology of leftovers changed completely. Instead of being considered somehow inferior to fresh food, leftovers became challenges to creativity. A good cook could take completely unrelated remnants and somehow make them work together in harmony. It was akin to performing as a culinary DJ, combining various ingredients to create a dish that exceeded its individual components. Casseroles emerged as the ideal way to utilize leftovers, even though they weren't referred to as casseroles in the past. They were simply anything we could combine in one pot. Have some leftover chicken. Mix it with yesterday's vegetables and top with whatever starch you could manage. Although it was unrefined, it provided a substantial meal, was cost-effective and effectively utilised all items that could have otherwise been discarded. The transformation of leftovers also changed how families thought about meal planning. Instead of planning individual meals, you started thinking in terms of food chains, how Sunday's roast chicken would become Monday's chicken salad, Tuesday's chicken soup, and Wednesday's chicken and dumplings. It was like meal planning chess, thinking several moves ahead. Children grew up with an entirely different relationship to food waste than their parents had. Not only was leaving food on your plate considered bad manners, but it also represented a significant waste of family resources. Kids learned to clean their plates not because of starving children in far-off countries, but because that leftover bite might be tomorrow's lunch. The creative leftover culture led to some surprisingly tasty discoveries. Combinations that seemed weird on paper actually worked well together. Leftover mashed potatoes mixed with flour became potato pancakes. Yesterday's vegetables mixed with eggs became frittatas before anyone knew what to call them. In ways that would influence American cooking for generations, necessity became the driving force behind invention. Storage became an art form too. Without reliable refrigeration in many homes, keeping leftovers safe required timing, temperature control, and a bit of luck. Root cellars, cool pantries, and even outdoor storage in winter became part of the leftover management system. You had to eat things in the right order to prevent spoilage, which meant planning your leftover consumption as carefully as your original meals. Looking back, this leftover revolution created cooking skills that modern Americans have largely lost. These skills, such as the ability to look at random ingredients and see potential meals, to stretch food beyond its obvious uses, and to waste absolutely nothing, were not just survival skills from the Depression era. They were the foundation of a more sustainable and creative approach to cooking that we could probably learn from today, even if we never want to have to rely on it quite so desperately. Imagine opening your pantry today and discovering that half the ingredients you normally use for cooking have disappeared. They were not spoiled or sold out at the store. They were just completely unavailable, or so expensive that they might as well have been made of gold. That's essentially what happened during the Great Depression, when basic ingredients became luxury items and home cooks had to become kitchen chemists, figuring out how to create familiar flavours and textures using whatever they could actually afford. Sugar was one of the first casualties. Real white sugar became so expensive that it was rationed out like precious gems. Families used honey when they could, molasses when they couldn't, and sometimes corn syrup or sugar substitutes made from their own beets. Desserts took on entirely different flavour profiles. Less cloyingly sweet, more complex, and sometimes earthy. Your grandmother's cookies probably tasted nothing like what you'd expect biscuits to taste like today. Butter virtually disappeared from many family tables, replaced by whatever fat was cheapest and available. Occasionally it was lard, which at least provided richness and flavour. Sometimes it was vegetable shortening, which was cheaper but didn't taste like much of anything. And sometimes families learned to cook with no fat at all, creating dishes that were healthier than they realised but probably a lot less satisfying than what they remembered from better times. Meat substitution evolved into a complex game of culinary fantasy. People extended ground meat with breadcrumbs, oatmeal, or any spare grain, resulting in meatloaf that contained more filler than actual meat. Sometimes families made entire meals that were designed to taste like they contained meat, but were actually made from beans, vegetables, and creative seasoning. It was like culinary theatre. Everyone pretended it was the real thing, and occasionally the pretending was so good that it almost worked. Coffee was another heartbreaker. Real coffee became so expensive that families started mixing it with chicory, dandelion root, or whatever else could provide a bitter hot beverage that felt like coffee in the morning. Some substitutes weren't terrible. Chicory actually has a pleasant, earthy flavour. Others were more about the ritual than the taste, because starting the day with a hot cup of something was psychologically important, even if that something bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. Vanilla extract, which today you buy without thinking, became a luxury item that required creative substitution. Families learned to use almond extract sparingly, or to make their own flavourings from whatever was available. Some learned to make vanilla from scratch, though the process was time-consuming and the results were hit or miss. Baking became an exercise in making desserts that tasted good, without relying on the flavour enhancers that had become too expensive. Milk was often watered down or substituted entirely. Powdered milk, when available, was mixed thinner than recommended to make it last longer. Sometimes families made milk from other sources. Nut-based beverages weren't trendy health choices, but desperate substitutions for something that had become unaffordable. Children grew up thinking that thin, slightly off-tasting milk was normal, not knowing they were drinking a diluted substitute for the real thing. Even salt, something we take completely for granted today, sometimes required substitution. Families learned to use herbs, vinegar, or other flavour enhancers to improve food taste without relying on salt they couldn't afford. Gardens became medicine cabinets and spice racks, with families growing whatever they could to add flavour to otherwise bland meals. The psychology of substitution was complex. On one hand, it was practical and necessary. You used what you had because you didn't have choices, but it was also a way of maintaining normalcy and dignity. Calling a bean and grain patty a meatloaf wasn't just about flavour. It was about preserving the feeling that your family was still eating recognisable traditional meals. Some substitutions worked so well that they became permanent parts of American cooking. Others were abandoned as soon as better times returned, though they remained in family memories as reminders of when creativity wasn't just helpful, it was essential for survival. The substitute culture also created a generation of cooks who understood ingredients in ways that modern cooks often don't. They knew how fats behaved in cooking, how sweeteners affected texture and taste, and how to balance flavours without standard ingredients. They became masters of working with what they had rather than the recipes they assumed they could buy. This ingredient flexibility created a uniquely American approach to cooking that valued resourcefulness over authenticity, creativity over tradition, and making do over giving up. It was always creative and fed families when they otherwise would have gone hungry, even if it wasn't tasty. You've probably seen those perfectly manicured suburban lawns, right? Every blade of grass precisely the same height, not a dandelion in sight, maintained with the dedication usually reserved for religious practices. During the Great Depression, those immaculate lawns would have been viewed as the epitome of wasteful foolishness. Every square foot of available land became potential food production, and families learned that vegetables were a lot more valuable than ornamental grass. The transformation of American yards happened almost overnight. People who had never grown anything more challenging than houseplants suddenly found themselves studying seed catalogues like they were textbooks, trying to figure out how to turn their backyards into miniature farms. It wasn't exactly like the trendy urban gardening movement you see today. This wasn't about being eco-conscious or eating locally. This was purely a matter of survival. Your garden planning had to be strategic in ways that modern gardeners can barely imagine. You had to plant what would yield the most calories per square foot, store well through winter, and grow reliably in your specific soil and climate. Potatoes became the backbone of many family gardens because they were filling, nutritious, and could be stored for months. Beans were popular because they added protein to the diet and improved the soil for future crops. The seed situation was its kind of economics lesson. Due to the high cost of good seeds, families learned to save seeds from their best plants, forming informal seed banks that neighbours and relatives shared. Trading seeds became a social activity. You might trade your extra tomato seeds for someone else's extra bean seeds, creating a community network that helped everyone increase their food security. Tools were another challenge. A good shovel or hoe was an investment that many families couldn't afford, so tool sharing became common. Neighbours would coordinate their gardening schedules so they could pass tools back and forth, or families would make do with improvised tools, old kitchen spoons for planting seeds or homemade watering systems created from tin cans with holes punched in them. The process of learning was steep and unforgiving. Modern gardeners can look up solutions to their problems online, but Depression-era gardeners had to rely on neighbours, library books, and trial and error. If bugs devoured your beans or your tomatoes succumbed to blight, it not only represented a gardening setback but also a family food emergency. Pressure to succeed made every gardening decision feel crucial. Preservation became just as important as growing. Producing a bumper crop of vegetables was futile if they spoiled before they could be consumed. Families learned canning, pickling, root cellaring and drying, preservation techniques that turned a summer's worth of vegetables into winter sustenance. Your kitchen might be filled with mason jars lined up like soldiers, each one representing security against future hunger. Urban gardening took on new meaning when every available space was pressed into service. Rooftops, vacant lots, and stressor of land beside railroad tracks, anywhere that could support plant life, became potential sites for food production. City dwellers learned to grow vegetables in containers, window boxes, and any patch of soil they could claim or borrow. It was like an entirely different relationship with urban stone space, where every square foot was evaluated for its food-producing potential. The social dynamics of gardening changed too. Gardening knowledge became valuable currency. The neighbour who could successfully grow vegetables became someone worth knowing, and successful gardeners often found themselves teaching others, sharing not just seeds and tools, but knowledge and techniques. Gardening clubs weren't just social organisations, they were survival networks. Children learned to garden out of necessity, not as a relaxing family activity. Kids today spend their summers weeding, watering and harvesting, instead of at camp or playing video games. It wasn't always fun, but it gave them skills and an understanding of where food comes from that most modern children never develop. The psychological impact of growing your food was significant. In a time when so much felt out of control, jobs, money, the future, having a garden provided a sense of agency and self-sufficiency. While you might not have control over the economy, you could manage the watering of your tomatoes. The act of planting seeds was inherently optimistic, a statement of faith that the future would arrive and you'd be there to harvest what you'd planted. Some families discovered they actually enjoyed gardening, and continued even after their economic situations improved. Others abandoned their gardens as soon as they could afford to buy all their vegetables again. But for a generation of Americans, the experience of growing their food created a different relationship with vegetables, with land, and with the connection between human effort and sustenance that influenced how they thought about food for the rest of their lives. People's ability to unite during difficult times is a characteristic of humanity. You've probably witnessed this during natural disasters or community crises, where neighbours who previously barely spoke suddenly come together to organise relief efforts and share resources. During the Great Depression, this instinct for mutual aid extended to food in ways that were both heartwarming and heartbreaking, creating community systems that kept people fed when individual families couldn't manage on their own. Community kitchens started appearing in churches, schools, and any building large enough to accommodate cooking for crowds. These weren't trendy communal dining experiences or social experiments in group living. They were practical solutions to the simple problem that many families couldn't afford food, but communities could sometimes pool resources to create meals that would feed everyone. The logistics were complex, the dignity was carefully preserved, and the social dynamics were unlike anything most communities had experienced before. The unspoken rules of community kitchens were intricate and important. Nobody discussed who could afford to contribute ingredients and who couldn't. Nobody kept track of who ate more than they brought. Everyone contributed something, even if it was just labour. Peeling potatoes, stirring pots, cleaning up afterward. It was a careful dance of maintaining pride while acknowledging need, of helping without making it obvious who was helping whom. Potluck dinners took on new meaning when families genuinely couldn't afford to feed themselves, let alone contribute to community meals. The mathematics of potluck became creative. One family might bring a giant pot of soup made mostly from vegetables and water, while another might contribute a small but precious amount of meat or seasoning. Together, these contributions created meals that were more substantial and varied than any individual family could have managed alone. Recipe sharing became an act of generosity that went beyond just culinary tips. When someone discovered how to make a filling meal from inexpensive ingredients, sharing that knowledge was like sharing wealth. Women would write down recipes on whatever paper they could find, creating informal networks of survival cooking that passed from kitchen to kitchen and neighbourhood to neighbourhood. The psychology of eating together changed when eating alone meant not eating enough. Community meals provided not just nutrition, but social connection during a time when people felt isolated by their economic circumstances. Children who might have felt embarrassed about their family's financial situations discovered that many other families were experiencing the same challenges. Adults discovered that sharing meals also meant sharing the emotional burden of difficult times. Church basement dinners, neighbourhood soup kitchens, and informal meal-sharing arrangements created a parallel food distribution system that operated alongside and sometimes instead of traditional commerce. These weren't charity operations in the way we might think of them today, because the line between helper and helped was often blurry. Families might host a community dinner one week and depend on someone else's community dinner the next week. Seasonal community cooking made sense in ways that individual cooking didn't. When someone's garden produced more tomatoes than one family could use, it made sense to turn that abundance into sauce or preserves that could feed multiple families. Large-scale food preservation required equipment, space and knowledge that individual families often lacked, but communities could organise canning operations that benefited everyone involved. The economics of community cooking were fascinating and complex. Buying ingredients in bulk for community meals was more economical than individual family shopping, but it required coordination, trust, and some kind of informal accounting system to ensure fairness. Some communities used trading systems where labour was exchanged for meals or where families contributed different types of resources. Some provided ingredients, others provided cooking space, and still others provided labour. Children growing up in these community food systems learned different lessons about sharing, cooperation, and social responsibility than children who grew up in purely individual family units. They saw adults working together to solve problems, witnessed the practical mechanics of mutual aid, and understood that community survival sometimes required setting aside individual pride in favour of collective action. The end of community kitchen culture came gradually as economic conditions improved and families could afford to return to individual cooking and eating. Some communities maintained these traditions as social activities rather than survival necessities, but for most, the community kitchen period was remembered as a time when neighbours became family out of necessity, and when the simple act of sharing a meal carried weight and meaning that extended far beyond nutrition. Looking back, these community food systems created social bonds and survival skills that influenced how communities responded to future challenges. They proved that Americans could organise mutual aid systems when necessary, and that sharing resources didn't require government programs or formal charity, just neighbours willing to help neighbours and communities willing to take care of their own. The end of the Great Depression didn't happen like a light switch being flipped. It was more like dawn slowly breaking after the longest night anyone could remember. Families didn't wake up one morning to find their economic troubles over and their refrigerators magically restocked. Instead, prosperity gradually returned, permanently altering Americans' relationship with food. World War II played a strange role in ending food scarcity for some families, while creating new types of rationing for others. Defense jobs provided financial stability, but the implementation of wartime rationing often limited the amount of meat, sugar, and coffee that even the most affluent families could purchase. It was like having money, but being told you could only spend some of it, which was frustrating and forced continued creativity in the kitchen. The transition back to abundance was psychologically complex. You'd think that people who had to stretch every ingredient would waste food once they could afford it, but that's not what happened. Many families continued Depression-era cooking habits for years, decades, or even the rest of their lives. Once you've learned to see potential meals in food scraps, it's hard to unlearn that skill, even when you don't technically need it anymore. Children who had grown up during the Depression carried forward different attitudes about food than their parents had originally possessed. They knew how to cook from scratch, how to substitute ingredients, how to make meals stretch, and how to waste nothing. These skills served them well during future economic downturns, but they also influenced American home cooking in ways that lasted for generations. The grocery store experience transformed as abundance returned, but it never quite went back to the carefree shopping of the 1920s. People who had lived through the Depression maintained habits of price comparison, bulk buying when items were on sale, and stocking up against future shortages that might never come. The psychological scars of scarcity created shopping behaviours that persisted long after scarcity ended. Restaurant culture slowly returned, but it was different too. The casual throwing away of restaurant food that had been common in the 1920s was replaced by more careful eating, taking leftovers home, and appreciation for meals that someone else had prepared. The experience of not being able to afford to eat out made dining out feel more special and less routine when it became possible again. Food technology advanced rapidly in the post-war years, partly in response to lessons learned during the Depression about food preservation, nutrition, and efficient cooking. Frozen foods, improved canning techniques, and new appliances were developed with an understanding of how families actually cooked and ate during difficult times, not just during prosperous ones. The social aspects of food sharing evolved too. Potluck dinners, community meals, and neighbour-to-neighbour food sharing didn't disappear when they were no longer necessary for survival, though they became more about social connection than economic necessity. Communities that had learned to eat together during hard times often continued eating together during good times, maintaining bonds that had been forged over shared meals and mutual aid. Garden culture persisted in modified forms. Many families continued growing vegetables, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The skills they'd learned during necessity became hobbies, and the victory gardens of the Depression era evolved into the recreational gardening that became a suburban staple in later decades. The recipes and cooking techniques developed during the Depression became part of American culinary tradition. Desperately created dishes became comfort foods associated with family, tradition, and resourcefulness. Casseroles, hearty soups, and creative uses of leftovers remained popular long after they stopped being economically necessary. Perhaps most importantly, the Great Depression created a generation of Americans who understood the difference between wanting food and needing it, between eating for pleasure and eating for survival. This distinction influenced how they raised their children, how they thought about waste, and how they appreciated abundance when it returned. The legacy of Depression-era food culture wasn't just about specific recipes or cooking techniques. It was about resilience, creativity, and the understanding that survival sometimes requires reimagining your relationship with basic necessities. Families learned that they could adapt to the unexpected, that communities could support each other through mutual aid, and that meals could be satisfying and meaningful even when they weren't elaborate or expensive. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe in a kitchen stocked with more food choices than Depression-era families could have dreamed of, it's worth remembering that the ability to adapt, to create something from nothing, and to find satisfaction in simplicity aren't just historical curiosities. They're human capabilities that remain available to us, skills that our grandparents and great-grandparents developed out of necessity, but that represents something valuable about human creativity and resilience. The Great Depression taught America that food is never just about food. It's about community, creativity, survival, and the remarkable human ability to make the best of whatever circumstances life serves up, even when those circumstances are nothing like what anyone ordered.